生んだ正義のマグマ地球の平和を守るため10個フィルダ新兵器
That's the Space Giants. I don't watch sports. No, the Space Giants is an old, nostalgic Japanese monster show like Godzilla, Ultraman, or Spectreman.
Well, who are they? And what the hell are you talking about? And what time is it?
It's Podblast time! That's right, it's Podblast time. This is your show, your informative and hopefully fun, senses-shattering time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. I wrote that, it's kind of corny. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite, because the show bites. No, because, you know, we tell it like it is. We don't sugarcoat anything in the Nostalgic Podblast. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. We've got a good one for you today. Well, I got to do it like Steve Harvey. I always do this every week. We got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey might say. He says that before every episode of Family Feud that he hosts. I get a kick out of it. Well, this is a really exciting time to be a young geek, an old dweeb, or a middle-aged dork like me. And that's because right now in the summer of 2022, we have brand new content in the form of thrilling high-budget streaming shows of both Star Trek and Star Wars. and we'll discuss them both in detail in a moment, along with other features of interest to nostalgia lovers like yourself, including a look back at one of my favorite network comedies, The Nanny, and a new book about that beloved classic 1990s hit show I'm going to unbox that I just received yesterday. And we'll have our nostalgic toy, nostalgic treat of the week, music history, noteworthy celebrity birthdays, and tons more fun, and a giveaway, which I'll announce in a moment. It's really easy. You don't have to answer a trivia question. All you have to do is subscribe to The Nostalgic Podblast on YouTube, and first person that subscribes and follows these simple instructions will get a nice prize, which I'll show in a moment. Also, YouTube is the way to go if you want to see my collectibles on camera. I'm not much to look at myself, of course, but my collectibles, I think, are of interest. So we're going to talk about that, but let's get started right away with something that's in movie theaters here in the summer of 2022. We've got to chat about Top Gun Maverick, otherwise known as Top Gun 2. And this movie so far is a phenomenon in terms of box office dollars and interest. It's a real crowd pleaser. In fact, here's a bit of information from Deadline.com and writer Anthony D'Alessandro. Here's the headline. Top Gun Maverick is barrel rolling to $274 million, becoming Tom Cruise's top grossing movie at the domestic box office in the United States. Moviegoers aren't losing that loving feeling for Top Gun Maverick. By the way, I like the remake of that song by Hall & Oates, Call Me a Sissy. I don't care. I love the remake of that. Anyway, moviegoers aren't losing that loving feeling for Top Gun Maverick. This past weekend, as the movie is destined to become Tom Cruise's top grossing movie ever at the domestic box office with $273.6 million in the bank already and counting, the three-time Oscar nominee's previous high-earning title was Steven Spielberg's 2005 sci-fi title War of the Worlds at $234 million. Well, Top Gun 2 is expected to beat War of the Worlds, and it did on Saturday. June the 4th, 2022. Let's see. Top Gun 2 ended its first week with a whopping $205.6 million in movie ticket sales. And this weekend, the Paramount Skydance movie will fly over such Cruise lifetime stateside totals as Mission Impossible, The Ghost Protocol's $209 million, Mission Impossible 2's $215 million, and Mission Impossible Fallout's $220 million at the box office, which is the highest grossing title at domestic box office in that Mission Impossible franchise. And a new movie is going to be released in that series. I saw the trailer before Top Gun. Let's see. Now, here's just some quick ranks, and I'm going to play a trailer to Maverick, a little preview. This is the first preview that dropped way back in like December 2019. It's been on the shelf for a while, not because it's bad. It was on the shelf, obviously, because of COVID. And I think this movie came out at just the right time. We'll talk about it in a second. But here's how the rest of the weekend is looking for movies at the box office. This is back in June, the weekend of June the 4th and 5th, 2022. Number 1, Top Gun Maverick. Number 2, Doctor Strange Into the Multiverse of Madness. Number 3, Bob's Burgers movie. Number 4, The Bad Guys. And number 5, Downton Abbey, A New Era. You know, I don't understand. You know, isn't that the ultimate, like, white privilege, those movies? You know, I don't get it. Like, the people on the left and stuff, this is not a political show, don't misunderstand. I just don't get it. Why those are so celebrated, the royal family. I mean, I get it. It's royalty, but they tax people in England to death over there. I mean, it's very oppressive in my opinion. That's all I got to say about that. But my weak Lily Tomlin impression from a character she did on Laughing, that little girl sitting in that huge rocking chair. Anyway, well, let's listen to a little bit of scenes from Top Gun 2, and we'll talk about it. And you're welcome to call in if you want to talk about it at 770-438-1050. That's 770-438-1050. You can talk about whatever you want on the Podblast. But let's listen to some scenes from Top Gun Maverick, which is just killing it.
Your instructor is one of the finest pilots this program has ever produced. His exploits are legendary. What he has to teach you may very well mean the difference between life and death.
Your reputation precedes you.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting an invitation back.
They called orders, Maverick.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking. Today's exercise is dogfighting.
2 versus 1? Hey, you gotta be kidding.
The audio was just phenomenal in that movie. And we have a call on the Nostalgic Podblast. Hey, you're on the air. Who is this?
You know who I am.
What's up, Shane? So did you see Top Gun Maverick? I know you did, actually.
Yeah, we saw that movie. We saw that film. We saw that. Look, we gotta talk. First off, what were your thoughts?
Well, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a crowd-pleaser movie. There were some things I had questions about, but I want to hear what you thought about it, and then we'll get into what I thought about it. But I liked it. I did like it.
I mean, I liked it. I did like it. Didn't see it in the theater. I saw it on a screener with a group of other critics. And we all, of course, there's a universal agreement. Yeah, we're going to go to the theater and check this out. It was just the best way to do it, given the packed theaters that there were for this movie. That shows you right there on Memorial Day weekend, a time where something else should be focused on. Everybody's running to the theater to see this movie. The lines were ridiculous. Showtimes all sold out. And that's the hype this movie created. Now, there's good hype and there's bad hype. This hype actually turns it out to be a positive thing. Because what do you have in the list of things that are similar to this? A movie that has been released and there's a significant time gap to where the sequel is released. Okay? You got your Terminator that did that. Terminator 1, 84. Terminator 2, 91. Both hits. Alien, same thing. 79 to 86 difference. And you got your movies that do this all wrong, like Independence Day, their gap of, what was it, 20, 30 years? And,
Right.
And then Blade Runner that had a giant gap. And they didn't exactly, those sequels didn't exactly pop like the original did. So that's why I went into this one very cautiously. And the trailer, I'm sold. And I did a review on it, of course, speculative, just wondering what's going to happen. Got some things right, got some things wrong. But it's always good when a trailer gets you pretty generated up for a movie. This one definitely did it. And watching it, everything seemed right. Down from Maverick's story, his relationship with Little Goose, Rooster, to the bad acting from the new young cadets. Everything kind of fell in place. I will
say one thing didn't fall into place. Jennifer Connelly. I'm still wondering. I've watched this probably. I watched it again like 1.5 more times, and I still can't figure out who she is and why she's in this movie. She's simply love interest for a main character you know and love.
I think she's a gap from the generations myself. I think it was a pretty good choice to bridge the two generations, the young and people like me that are old that remember the original.
In what sense?
Now, it was important to see on the big screen because of the sound, and I liked that it wasn't CGI, and I like how at the end, this isn't a big spoiler if you haven't seen it, but I like how they had to rely on old technology to save the day. Technology from the era of the original Top Gun in the mid-'80s. I thought that was cool.
And that's about where that movie lost me. But that's only 90% in, you know? I'm watching this, I'm hanging on. There's one particular scene that I point out in my trailer review. It's in the trailer from that 2019 trailer we were talking about that they set aside. And then they re-released one here this year, the final trailer. There is a noticeable, and I've been talking people's ear off about this, and a lot of people did not notice it. A lot of people have said, oh, God, you're right. There's a recycled shot there. It's in the trailer, so this isn't a spoiler, but there's a shot where see a plane in front of another one. He drops back over the top of the canopy, and the pilot inside that plane is looking up, watching him go up and back over him. Now, in the 2019 trailer, that shot is just done like that, unadulterated. It's just that shot.
I just played that, right. I played audio of that. That's correct. At the end of the trailer, you see that shot, which is in the movie. Yeah.
That final shot, that final trailer, it's the exact same shot, but they add flares.
Okay.
And my first speculation is, oh, okay, they went in and added in some stuff. Okay, hype it up a little more, Nope, both of those shots are in the movie. And when I saw that for the second time, I was like, oh, there it is. And that's kind of where the movie went downhill for me. But I'm like, no, let's hang in there. It kind of fell down a little bit. It's like, you know, the recycled technology. When it was going through all of that, it was like, of course this would happen. There's no way you were going to make this movie without doing exactly what you're doing right now in this last 15 minutes of this movie.
It's pretty implausible, to say the least, yeah.
It's kind of a nice touch going on, but it felt kind of cheesy. But for the most part, it's definitely an enjoyable movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give them that. All the time they spent, all the money they spent on being in the cockpit so long, doing all that camera work, getting more aerial shots in there. And you can even forgive some of the recklessness of Mr. Cruise while he's training with his pilots. It's like, there's two things he did that should have got you kicked right the hell out of there, or at least court-martialed. But fine, that's for the audience, but it's not for the Navy. Fine, we'll let it pass. It's for the fans. This is for the fans. All right, we'll let that pass.
Well, now explain again where you saw it. So you're saying you did not see it on a movie theater screen. You saw a screener, right, with critics and stuff? Is that what you said?
There's a group of YouTube guys that get some early access stuff.
So you're watching it on what kind of a screen? Are you watching it on a computer screen or what?
No, it's a shared group in a chat room we had.
All right. I think you would have enjoyed it. And it sounds like you liked it. I mean, you just have a few gripes, as I do as well. But I really think, Shane, you would have liked it better on the big screen. Same with Batman. The Batman.
Oh, no. Just talking the story and actual visual effects, visual effects and sound don't really add to a story.
Well, that's very true.
If you catch my drift.
Absolutely. You're right.
The glamour, the noise, the Dolby surround sound, that I can watch it in 3D panoramic vision. That's fine. But if you don't have a story there, all that means nothing.
That's very true.
This movie had a story there. relationship between Maverick and the little goose, Rooster. I just call him Little Goose. But yeah, their whole storyline going on while this other storyline is going on, while this other storyline is going on. They all blended together nicely. And that was good. That was good. Really nervous about this movie, but they pulled it off. And, you know, box office numbers are what they are. They really don't tell how good of a movie is and quality-wise, but it does tell that people are still, what shows it really is how long it can stay in the box office, but that still goes a two-system factor of whether it's just, I just turned my brain off and consumed, or it was actually a really good movie that, especially holding the, trying to carry the reins in the movie that came before it. This one does that. It got everything. It got the hype factor. It got the nostalgia factor. It got people in the seats, and it did not disappoint.
It felt like an 80s movie and looked like an 80s movie from the get-go. After Tom Cruise comes on the screen and gives his personal thanks to the audience for showing up at a theater, it looks like an 80s movie. The fonts, the music, everything. By Hans Zimmer, he did the music, the musical score. I thought it was cool, man, because I love that stuff. I love nostalgia. And it is designed to be seen in a movie theater. The sound, the images, it's an event. It's designed to be an event to be seen with a group of friends and strangers all alike, and I thought it was a win.
Well, I'll give you one thing that, if there's one thing I really didn't like in the movie, not even a spoiler, because it has nothing to do with the movie, but it's in there. The beginning of the movie. It's a Navy commercial. And you're playing Highway to the Danger Zone while just showing generic seamen doing work on an aircraft carrier while you're rolling the credits. I'm like, okay, you fill in your time to start the movie. Okay.
Oh, you said seamen.
I was just waiting on the words.
Right.
I'm waiting on the words to pop on the screen. Call your Navy recruiter today. And it was like, oh, fuck you. Oh, really? Oh, and then you're going to play that song with us. Or you're just trying to get me in the mood. In case you forgot what you came to see. This is a movie about jets and ships and planes and fighters and shit. Well, okay, fine, fair enough. I don't know. I didn't like that. Then, then the greatest thing happened after that. The movie started. I was like, here we go.
Well, I mean, they work with the Navy, and the pilots. I think that was part of the deal, probably. That possibly was part of their negotiation in the contract, to make it a recruitment tool. Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. How would you like to come to work on one of the probably most renowned, most dangerous workplaces on the planet? Call your recruiter today. That's fine, fair enough. Then the movie starts. I'm like, all right.
Well,
yeah, love it. It definitely washed the taste of our mouths with that god-awful Doctor Strange multiverse of madness.
I see our friend Al Hardy didn't like that either. Let's shift gears a little bit. I'll get back to Top Gun, folks, but I want to, while you're on the line, would you please tell me your thoughts about Doctor Strange 2 and the Multiverse of Madness? Sounds like you hated it.
Well, it's absolute shit.
Oh, man. Don't hold back now.
Well, no, see, here's the thing. All right, look at it logically. This movie does a lot without doing anything. On the whole, it's a standalone movie while it's supposed to fit in the MCU, yet it connects nothing. This is Doctor Strange, his name is on the title of the movie, but yet, who's doing the most stuff? It's Witch, and it's sometimes America Chavez. That right there is number one, America Chavez. America Chavez was introduced in 2011, I believe. The first Latina LGBTQ+ comic book character for Marvel. This girl has the powers that are supposed to rival the Scarlet Witch. It's never defined if she can actually defeat her, but she is like supposed to be the one person that can go toe to toe with her. And her team up with, let's say, I don't know, somebody that might have been in that movie, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch doesn't stand a chance.
Now, I didn't think it was overt that she was, like you said. I mean, there's a pin supposedly. I didn't even notice it that she wears throughout the whole movie. But to be honest with you, I didn't see, like, as you say, like an agenda or anything like that. I didn't see it. That's just me.
There was an agenda on her left jacket pocket on the front. There's a little rainbow pin.
Right, but
her character in
so
comics
what?
does not wear that. That was Disney. That was Disney that put that pin on her. They're like, we gotta let you know she is the supporter of the gay community. Okay. Anybody who does their homework, they know she is gay. It's like, we gotta make sure. You could have slipped a little line in the movie, but instead you go and obstruct her uniform, as we'll call it, by putting that pin on there and pandering and even more. It's like, hey, remember that's there, and all this stuff they go through, that thing doesn't fall off.
I didn't even notice that pin, I swear. I never even noticed. I must not be very observant. I did not even notice it.
But here's another problem with her. I was kind of hyped up to see her. I was just like, this girl's pretty. She's pretty fucking powerful. And they nurse her for this movie. Like, give her the excuse that she doesn't know how to control her power. It's like, really? That's where we're going with this one. So she's a damsel in distress. Now, I think the community would have a problem with that. Let's go give them our money. The problem with the end of the movie, when she finally, that life-changing moment, she comes to the light, she finally finds a way to stop Scarlet Witch to where she can harness her power now. What's the one thing that's been the most impactful about her throughout this whole movie? Missing her parents, her mothers. They're called the mothers.
Right.
What's the one thing that's been most impactful? Trying to get back to them. The ending shows that she can now hone in on people because she honed in on Doctor Strange and I can't even remember her name. Christine. Honed in on them to get them out of the sinister dimension. So next time we see you, you're training at the temple with Wong and the dialogue shows that she hasn't tried to find her mothers. I was like, whoa. How do you introduce and destroy it? That was like her whole thing for most of the movie, is getting back to where she came from. So how do you introduce and destroy a character in the same movie, yet try to pump her up so hard as being the first of this, but yet destroy her in the same stroke? I was like, what the fuck am I watching? What message are y'all sending? What are y'all trying to promote her, or are you trying to make us hate her? Oh, no. We hate you, Disney. Writers, directors. Who wrote this shit? I'll tell you who wrote this shit. One of the guys that did writing on Rick and Morty. Somebody who should know about how multi-dimensions work. And Michael Aldrin. He was one of the writers on this movie. It's like, you clearly know how multiple dimensions work. Okay. Well, how many multiple dimensions did we get? We got a montage for about a minute, and that's it. They stayed in 3, maybe, dimensions the whole movie. It's like, this is some multiverse.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
Madness.
It was oversold. It's going to have all these alternate worlds, alternate universes, and we didn't see much of that. But I like Sam Raimi's directing, okay, and I like the horror, and I like the zombie Doctor Strange. That was kind of cool, and the cameo, at the end, that was kind of clever. But yeah, I hear you, man. I liked it, but I can't disagree with what you're saying. I didn't notice the little pin myself. I'll have to look at it a second time. I've only seen it once.
I'll throw another one on you. Zombie Doctor Strange. We meet him in the beginning, right?
Right.
he's fighting. Oh, he's trying to save the girl. This, that. It's like, well, you're a variant of Doctor Strange. You're fighting this thing. Hey, man, use a portal. Use a portal. He never uses a portal. They're trying to get to the Book of Ashanti. Like, dude, open a portal real quick and you're there. He never does that. They bury him. And we had to go back and watch this shit. We had a group discussion about this shit to make sure we saw everything right. There's no sling ring on this guy's hand. Now, the sling ring is what he uses to open his portals. And when they bury him on that rooftop, no ring. And at the end of the movie, when our Strange possesses him, this guy rises from the dead. He's got a sling ring on now. Where the fuck did that come from? Somebody missed that in editing. So that was just annoying because, sure, you could write it off as they just missed that in editing. Nope. This guy rises from the dead and uses that ring to get to where he needs to be. No, you didn't have that. That destroys the climax of the movie. That fuck off. That destroys that. I'm like, come on, man. And then you make an entire movie. The biggest problem with the movie is Wanda herself. This woman is mad, sad, depressed over some children that aren't real. That's her whole motive. Why don't you just make a couple more? And they were at least smart enough. I don't know if they're smart or not, but they were at least decent enough to have Strange in his dialogue say they're not real.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's right.
I found them to be very annoying. And look, she's got a screw loose if she's screwing a robot in the first place. Vision, before he died. I mean, no offense, hide the kids, but I mean, he's nothing more than basically a sex toy. He's not real himself. I've never understood that. Going back to the comic books, that relationship. A human witch and a robot android. I don't get it.
That one I did see in the theater, and I was taking notes. And when the kids showed up, that scene, somebody, before the movie started and everything, somebody saw me setting up a notebook with my little incognito light, just marking two-step. Asked me, like, what you doing? I'm taking notes of reviews, all this stuff. Oh, okay, whatever. And so you're into this. You're into this. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, they get to the part where the kids, and they tap me on the shoulder and it's like, hey, when did she get kids? And I was just like, thank you for saying that. That's the problem with this movie, too, because a lot of people didn't even know WandaVision.
Right. They should have had a recap. It's
like, where did kids come from? Who's that? They're fake.
Right.
Oh.
That's a good point. Okay. Yeah. Right on, man.
People gotta watch like that, and at least you gotta watch some of Age of Ultron too to understand what the hell, and Loki. To really understand what the hell is going on in this movie. Now, Loki is another problem. That this movie just says, like they're nonchalantly saying, forget that show, Loki, forget that show. No! You're just a king or conqueror who decided everything, and now you've got to be in the timeline there, but now you're saying this multiverse fucking equation and crap. Hold on. How is Chavez the only one? How is she the only one? We're going across the movie. There's different Stranges, there's different ones, there's different everybody. But she's the only one of her kind. Okay. Where does her universe sit in all of this existence? Never mentioned in the movie. It was like, oh, yeah, this is here with her mother's OB. Stop.
Oh, Shane, they cut the scene. That's the ticket. It'll be in the deleted scenes on the Blu-ray in the 4K. That's the ticket. Yeah. But it could be. Maybe they filmed it and cut the scene. I don't know. But I think you're right.
One of the biggest questions that'll always be is like that we're having fun with right now is like, where are you going to go from here? And you're still trying to paint Wanda as this good person. My favorite line in the movie is she's talking to Strange and she says, you break the rules, you become the hero. I break the rules, I become the enemy. Well, it's because you're a villain. You remember Westview. Oh, that goes back to a little show called WandaVision. the evil book in this movie. You're like, no, she wasn't possessed during WandaVision was doing all that evil. I was like, so cut that one out right there. The Darkhold. The Darkhold, this big, bad, massive, evil book that they're scared that why they killed the Illuminati killed their Doctor Strange. Oh, we are scared of what you could do if you get possessed by this book. So we're worried about you. Well, hey, there's an evil witch that's controlled by it right now who's headed to this universe. Oh, don't worry about her. We'll take care of her. That's dialogue from the Illuminati. You're like, we'll take care of the little bitch. What? Did you hear what I just said? She is possessed by this book you're worried about that I might get near. Let's do something.
Hey, I've got to run in a sec, but how did you think about the casting, particularly of Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four? I didn't like it, just because I know he can do drama, and he has. He's proven himself. What's his name? John Krasinski or whatever his name is from The Office? That dopey guy from The Office?
Well, it doesn't really matter. They could put anybody in that role because it was pointless and empty because he was only there for 8 minutes just to introduce him, bring him in, and then kill him. So
and Black Bolt. They wasted that character. They wasted Black Bolt. They killed him right away. Hated that.
Yeah, Marvel and Black Bolt should have ended her automatically, and it was just, oh God, that was the most ridiculous shit. Professor X was nothing but fan fodder, fan service nonsense. Oh, look, he's in his electric yellow chair. Okay, is he going to do something? Here we go. Professor X, you freeze her mind. You can stop her for a second. Marvel, you get up there, get a hold of her or something. Keep her up there distracted. Black Bolt, open your mouth. Yeah, roll credits. Yeah. It's just, the movie is just so dumb. I got so much shit about that movie. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, the all-power Illuminati, man, they get taken out right fast quick. I mean, Haley, she gets like sawed in half. I mean, it was very anticlimactic.
There's no reason.
Yeah.
There's no reason for a lot of that shit. The movie, it's self-contained because the Darkhold's gone now. Look at Ashanti now. The magical MacGuffin Book of Ashanti that can defeat any evil that needs to be defeated is now gone. Gone. Okay, and the Darkhold gone. Really? So we don't have to remember any. No. Don't worry about it. Next project. Wait for the next movie.
Right.
But I have questions. No. We're moving on. No, okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad the movie was all 2 hours long.
Well, are you optimistic about Thor: Love and Thunder?
No, because they're forcing Natalie Portman back into this series. That's the only thing I'm worried about. They wrote her off. They kicked her out after Thor: Dark World. Now, yeah, they possessed her in that movie with the mystical power. What the fuck? But we don't hear anything else about her after that. So they kicked her to the curb. And now, with the Disney pro-agenda movement that they're on right now, with replacing all of the male superheroes with female superheroes and of all genders and whatever they are, this replacement that's going on before our eyes, you got to bring Natalie Portman back. Oh, we need another female. You can be Lady Thor. Natalie. And Natalie probably told them, no, fuck off, you wrote me off. How many zeros do you need on this check? Okay, I'm back.
I think maybe that's why she was written out originally, like you said, at the end of Dark World, because of money. I don't know. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but you probably know this, Shane, but Jane became Thor way back in the 70s in What If issue 10 in the comic books. But it was an alternate universe. I've got 2 copies of that book. So I'm just saying that you know that though. In case you didn't know, I just thought I'd mention that. I mean, that does go back to the 1970s, at least in an alternate universe.
I say alternate universe. It's gonna be weird how they try to work that in, and then bring back Natalie Portman. This is gonna feel awkward. And wait a minute, so we're just pushing Valkyrie off to the side. I would have liked to see Valkyrie shine, but apparently they're gonna push her back.
Well, I'm going to reserve judgment because she's in the new movie, which will be released in July. So I'll just reserve judgment on that. But I hear you, man. I mean, there's signs of change that may or may, that might be really, really shitty. We'll see. Hopefully not.
We'll see. We'll see.
Because I'll pay to see. I'm a sucker for Marvel movies. I mean, I'll see everything they put out.
I'm just waiting to see what Disney's going to do with Obi Wan. That's just.
Oh, I'm loving it. Hey, but there's 4 mistakes in the 3rd episode. Did you see Obi Wan the 3rd episode yet? I won't spoil it for you if you ain't.
Yeah. Well, no, I watched it today.
Okay. I'm gonna get to that later. I don't want to go out of order here, but there's 4 things just nitpicks. But originally I spotted 2 things I'll just tell you one of them. All right. In the beginning, where Vader's taking his bath, and his robot appendages are being put on, you see his arm go on. Then you see a shot of his legs. There's an editing goof because when his legs are put on, all of a sudden his arm's missing. You see 2 nubs for arms. That wasn't the director's fault. Chow, that was the editor. That was the editing goof. And that just stuck out like a sore thumb to me, or a sore nub, as it were. That's one. I'm not going to mention the other 3. I got to save it for later in the show. But that was one little mistake.
I'll give you my opinion on that right quick. Yeah, that was purely fan service. That was them saying, "Oh, I might have messed up with the first 2 episodes just a little bit. Keep them in. Let's show Vader being put together. Rush it, because we gotta get it out. They're probably filming episode 5 right now as we speak. But let's get it on out." And they missed that mistake. And let's just get on out here. The fanboys are clapping. Oh my God, it's our Vader! Look, he's being put together. But no, saw that. They should have saved that. I think they really should have saved his reveal for about halfway into the 3rd episode.
Right.
Make it a little more dramatic.
Right.
Throw him acting so early. Come on.
Yeah.
Give Obi-Wan I got a plan about this. We can do that. The stormtroopers come in and here comes Vader and he's I thought, do something creative. No, here it is right here. Take that. Keep it in your face. Enjoy this. Keep watching, please. Keep watching.
I love that 3rd episode, though, and I love little Leia Organa, 10-year-old. Man, I think Vivian's doing a great job. Her acting is just precious. I think she's really good in that part. But yeah, the other thing is about getting his appendages. Wouldn't you put the legs on first before the arm? Also, getting back to that point. Anyway, it was an editing screw up. Someone should have caught it, but that's a very minor nitpick on my part.
Little Organa is good. Her writers are failing her. I love the little actress. The writing they're doing for her is just a little half and half.
Yeah.
She says some good things that remind me of good old Princess Leia, and some things that are just like, stop it.
Right.
Stop it. Stop. But yeah.
There's some big continuity errors, but I'll talk about that later in the show. Yeah. With Obi-Wan.
All right. Can't wait to hear.
I noticed right out of the gate, I don't want to talk about it yet, but there's some good ones I'm not hearing anyone else talk about. So a little exclusive, and you'll notice it. And I'm going to play clips from the original movies to prove what I'm saying. It's not just an opinion, it's fact. Anyway, but hey, back to Top Gun. I got to get back on track. I do like that there wasn't any agenda on the left or the right. I mean, because anybody can serve, right? So, I understand your point about, they turned it into a damn commercial for the Navy for recruitment. But again, that might have been something behind the scenes that had to have been done. But I did like that there wasn't an agenda in the film.
I was looking for it.
I know you were.
And yeah, I didn't see it. One gripe I might have had with it, I would have loved to see them push it a little bit, is one more female in a cockpit.
Okay.
If not a pilot, at least the operator behind the pilot in the multi-role. I think it's the multi-role that has it too. But one more pilot, because the main one we got, Trace, a.k.a. Callsign Phoenix, she came off a bit annoying to me. Just cocky, arrogant. There's a point where she says to Little Goose, "I'm going to be on this mission." She didn't say it snarky like that, but she said it so confidently. It's just like, hold on, child. There's more training to go on, more you needed to qualify yourself to be on this. But I like your determination. But her outside of the plane, like when they're hanging at the bar or just whatever, casually. Just the way they wrote her dialogue and directed her, it just act like a snarky, condescending bitch. I was like, can I get another female in this movie, please? A pilot, something, anything, preferably an Asian, anything. I don't know. I wanted more females.
Those are similar complaints to Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel in the Marvel Universe. I'm not saying I agree with that at all. I'm just, I've heard that before, yeah. Standoffish, yeah.
They wrote her absolutely that way. She don't take nothing from me. And the new Captain Marvel, Rambo, or the Monica Rambo, she just has the same snarky, condescending, it's like, I thought they at least change her personality a little bit if you're going to go ahead and give us a different Captain Marvel from another dimension, another universe. I mean, come on, man. No, she's just like Brie Larson. Oh, great. That's cinema.
Right. They did show, that she was kind of not really being bullied by the guys, but, they're like, hey, it's supposed to be a cockpit, in Captain Marvel. So she was getting teased and, not really harassed, but she was getting razzed, I'll say. And what's the word? Hazed, by the guy. So maybe, it's like me. I'm a little guy. I got Napoleon complex. You got to overcompensate a little bit. Maybe that's kind of what these females had to do in the, and that's the way it was written. Like she's overcompensating against the testosterone forces that don't think she belongs there. I don't know.
Well, there's a great difference right there between Top Gun and Captain Marvel. The acceptance at the same level. Top Gun didn't pull that crap with, well, it would be Hangman trying to knock her down, knock Trace down a notch. And didn't let that happen. He at least kept him on a level to where he knew she's my equal. Yeah, I'll give her a little lift, but, I'm not going to attack her. Captain Marvel, they're just assholes. I'm like, oh, wow. All right, a little over the top with your messaging there, Disney. I see you learned something there from the response of the fans and the people that had a big problem with it. So, yeah, maybe we'll learn something in the future. Maybe. The people over at Top Gun saw that and like, yeah, let's not do that at all. And maybe they didn't see it, and maybe they just knew, yeah, all these people are equals. There was a female pilot in the original Top Gun. She never got any shit. Well, I mean, you rarely see her, but she was never attacked, never snarked, but that was a different time, too.
And that's interesting point. You just sort of countered something I was about to say about Captain Marvel. I was going to say, remember, Shane, it's set in 1989, those scenes where she's training, different attitudes back then. But the original Top Gun was around that time, too. So anyway,
yeah,
I think that's what the writers in Captain Marvel were trying to say, that, back in the late 80s and the 80s, there were negative attitudes towards women enlisting. I don't know. Just playing devil's advocate.
Well, with that also, Top Gun, to keep the politics out of it, generic enemy target. We never hear a country's name, anything. There's no insignias or flags or anything on the enemy.
In Top Gun, I thought I wanted the same thing. You're talking about Top Gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I was wondering that too. I was looking at my phone during the opening, the words on the screen, not the scroll, but the lettering. I thought, did I miss something? Did it say? It's just like it's a UN threat, and they don't specify a nation.
Yeah.
But I love how Paramount did stand up. You've heard this on a lot of other programs. I like how they stood up to China that wanted that Taiwan patch airbrushed or digitally removed or edited out of the film or from Tom Cruise's jacket. And I do like how Paramount Pictures said, no, you're not going to interfere with our art. I love it. And it's a success for it. That's good. I like when people stick to their guns and stand for something.
And you can find a lot of threads. Oh, man. I'm not going to say they're easy to find, but they are findable about how a lot of Chinese audiences hate the versions of movies they're getting that we get. How the difference is. It's just like, well, why'd they pick that out? We can handle that. I've heard this from a lot of people. I got a couple of Chinese friends, a couple over there. They're just like, oh, I didn't see that. It was like, because they edited it for you. And we'll get somebody on it, send them a link to the actual version that's released here, and it's like, oh, well, that's completely different from what we saw. It's just like, gee, it's unnecessary, the censorship. And there was no need in this movie to define an enemy. It's like, it's a target. There's a thing that's a problem. Hey, we're going to go take care of it. It's like, cool, do it. Awesome. No war. We don't need a war. Let's just make a movie about jets and nostalgia and people flying and working as a team. And that's what they did. And it worked.
Yeah. I thought John Hamm was perfect as the antagonist, so-called leader, and superior to Tom Cruise's character and rank. I thought he was great. Now, I usually don't like him. I like his look, but, I don't know. You know, some actors just rub you the wrong way. I loved Mad Men, and he's a great actor, don't get me wrong, but I thought he was brilliantly cast in that part as the asshole.
I think everybody was cast perfectly for their role.
Yeah.
Everybody felt right. I did not like Little Goose looking exactly like Goose. That one...
Down to the porn stash. Down to the porn mustache. Yeah.
I can only look at it one of two ways. Either, hey, the audience is too dumb and doesn't remember this movie. We got to make sure you know who this kid actually is. Or the kid just loved his father so much he wanted to carry on his legacy as far as to emulate his look. I'll take either one of those, I think, except for the first one. Maybe the kid just missed probably so much of his legacy, wanted to emulate him. He's like, okay, but I couldn't get past all the way down to he plays piano. I'm like, well, that makes sense. He plays piano, sure. His dad plays piano. The last time we saw him as a kid, he's sitting on the piano with him, Goose, Maverick, and blonde lady, and they're Meg Ryan, and they're having a good time. The kid wants to learn how to play piano. He's playing that song, Great Balls of Fire, so he's playing Great Balls of Fire in this movie. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It does. It's a little on the nose, but it makes sense. We'll let it pass.
Very good. Well, how can people see your review? Did you do it on YouTube or what? Your review of Maverick Top Gun 2 you talked about?
I only have a trailer review out right now. I'm waiting for the movie to come out on a digital format that I can use.
I got you.
I'm going to do a full review on it. But, yeah, I'm at Sick2210 on YouTube.
Say again?
Sick2210.
Very good. And you use video software. I mean, you're way more advanced than I am. I'm just a one-camera operation by design. I just like to hold up my collectibles and keep it simple. But you take it to a whole nother level. And I appreciate you calling in. And
still learning.
What's that?
I'm still learning. I am still learning.
No, it looks good. It looks very, very professional grade quality video. Well, thanks for calling in, Shane B. You're welcome anytime, and offering your opinions on these two hit movies that are out now.
Well, thank you, sir. I can't wait to hear what you say about Star Wars.
I appreciate it. I'll try to get to it. I've got other things in between. Like, you're going to say, really, dog? When I say this, I'm going to cover just briefly the Nanny sitcom. I've discovered it. Had never watched it originally. And then after that, we'll get to Star Wars. But are you watching, by the way, before I let you go, the Star Trek Strange New Worlds? Do you have Paramount Plus, or is that not something you're into, that show?
I'm old school Star Wars. I never got into this. When they got into New Generation, I just kind of checked out.
Gotcha. Well, this is a prequel before Kirk. That's what I like about this new show, is it's set 13 years before the old 60s original Star Trek with Captain Christopher Pike at the helm. Yeah, so it's good. And but there's some continuity problems. I'm going to talk about the latest 2 episodes. There's 10 episodes in season 1, and season 2 has already been commissioned and green lit, so there'll be a second season. But they just dropped the 5th episode as we're live on Paramount Plus. It's worth a look, man. It's set right before Kirk took command, 13 years before. You don't need to know anything. It's not Next Generation, and I'm telling you, man, it's balanced. It's not woke and all that stuff. Nothing will offend you that I've seen so far.
I'll add it to my list.
The special effects will blow you away, man. It's very well. Rebecca Romaine's in the cast too. Former Mystique, of course, from X-Men, and she looks great, of course. But they put her in a dark hair wig, or it's dyed. I don't know if it's dyed. It could be a wig. I don't know, but she looks different in it. And that's a character that was in the original pilot, The Cage, from way back in late 1964 when it was filmed, with Jeffrey Hunter as the role of Captain Christopher Pike. That was before Shatner came along. He was cast in the second pilot, where No Man's Gone before. But I digress.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to add that one to my list. Let me check that out.
I think you'll dig it, man. Well, thanks for calling in, Shane. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and appreciate it.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right, later. Bye.
That's Shane B checking in.
And anybody can say whatever they want on the Nostalgic Podblast. I don't agree with everything anybody says, but it's their right to say it on our show. Correction, our show. But I want to say something positive here that June is Pride Month. I just got to acknowledge that, and I certainly don't have any problem with that. And I'm not saying anybody did. I'm just throwing it out there. And I'm not going back on my word. I'm not a suck up or anything like that. Poor choice of words. But I just give everyone their, right to say whatever they want to say around here. But let's get back to Maverick, and then we'll move on to the next discussion. And we're going to have a giveaway like I talked about. Let me get back on track here. Briefly, want to mention some of the cast. You heard Shane talking about, obviously, Tom Cruise is playing Pete, Maverick Mitchell. And he's still a captain. That's another plot point. And I'm not going to give any spoilers away. Trust me, I'm not, if you've not seen it. But one, I think it might be acknowledged in the trailer or revealed in the trailer. Yeah, it is in the first trailer that I played. He has not advanced in rank. And there's a reason for that. And I thought it was believable. So anyway, Tom Cruise is there as the star, obviously. And he did a lot of flying on his own. Of course, he does his own stunts. He's one of the last real Hollywood stars. Does that make sense? From the old school of Hollywood that's still alive and still functioning in the business. Miles Teller played Lieutenant Bradley Rooster Bradshaw. You heard Shane talking about Jennifer Connelly, and the woman never ages. And by the way, her real life husband is actor Paul Bettany, who played Vision in the Marvel movies and in WandaVision that we talked about. Shane and I just a moment ago when he called in. I don't think people know that. And she plays Penelope Penny Benjamin, Maverick's rekindled love interest, who's a single mom. And we meet her daughter, and she's a bar owner. And she's the daughter of a former admiral. And I talked about John Hamm. He plays Vice Admiral Bo Cyclone Simpson. And he's the commander of the Naval Air Forces. So other people in the cast, Hangman, that's his nickname. Lieutenant Jake Hangman is played by Glenn Powell. And he's one of the mission candidates. I don't want to give anything away. I'm not going to tell you who makes the cut in this film in their mission to take out a target. That's really the basic plot. Maverick, I'll just tell you, Maverick, this isn't a spoiler, but he's called back to Top Gun in a different capacity as a teacher to train young cadets on a mission. That's all I've got to say about that. Lewis Pullman plays Lieutenant Robert Bob Floyd. And then Ed Harris is back. He's in the movie briefly towards the beginning of the film. Great actor. Haven't seen him in a while, in anything I've seen anyway, as Rear Admiral Chester Hammer Kane. And then Val Kilmer, God bless him, man. He's going through so much in his personal life with his medical condition. I've not seen the documentary that's streaming now that most people have already seen. It'd be too sad for me. And when I was younger, I was told by a lot of people I look like him when I was younger, but he's way more handsome than I ever was. But he's in it, and this has been widely reported that they use computers to edit words he's enunciated in various films to dub the dialogue. And when we see him, he's in the movie. This isn't a big spoiler, but I guess it's it's not a spoiler. Everyone knows he's in the movie. And he, of course, plays Iceman, Admiral. He's now an Admiral, Admiral Tom. And he's first communicating, with the screen, with words on the screen. He's typing because it's painful for him to speak. His wife tells Maverick when they meet in the film, in a really, really good scene. And then Monica, and we're going to play a brief recent interview with Tom Cruise and Monica Barbaro. She played the female trainee that Shane referenced, Lieutenant Natasha Phoenix Trace. That's her nickname, and I love their helmets. They have nice artwork, like painted letters for their monikers. I thought that was cool, and that, of course, that goes back to the real service in the Navy, in the Air Force, and in all the armed forces. I thought that was cool. Let's see. Who else do I want to mention? Charles Parnell is Rear Admiral Solomon Warlock Bates. Jay Ellis is in the cast. I'll just read the names. Getting a little long-winded here, and I'll be here 6 hours if I don't cut some of this short. Jay Ellis plays Lieutenant Ruben Payback Fitch, and Danny Ramirez plays Lieutenant Mickey Fanboy Garcia. Why don't you read the whole credits, the cast and crew, Chance? I hear you. Let me just move along here. If I left you one out, it's because I've got to do some self-editing as I'm live here. So let's listen to a little bit of an interview that I just mentioned with Tom Cruise and Monica on CBS's The Late Late Show with James Cordin. This was from a couple weeks ago. End of clip. Thanks to CBS for use of that clip. And that's Monica Barbaro, the young star, one of the many young stars of Maverick Top Gun 2. Now for my review, very briefly. And Shane, if you're still listening or watching, I'm going to get to Star Wars. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to Obi Wan Kenobi. And this is good stuff, good observations, and I think you'll like these clips. Anyway, here's my review, and this is very brief. Like I said to Shane when he called in, this movie looks and feels like a 1980s movie, and Tom Cruise gives the audience in the theater a sincere $15 million thanks for coming to the theater in an on-camera message. That's what he was paid, reportedly. It's $15 million for acting in this movie. And as I mentioned, Hans Zimmer did the music. I like the music. And again, this is a must-see in the cinema movie theater because this is real. It's not computer-generated hokery. And like I said to Shane, I love how at a key moment in the film, the good guys must rely on old technology and a fighter plane from the days of the original film. I thought that was clever. The action scenes are top shelf, as I'm sure you've heard by now, and as you've seen on television spots and in the previews and movie theaters, other movies. And again, this movie came along at just the right time. And I love how Paramount waited to release it because that's exactly what Top Gun 2 Maverick provides. A release from all of the bad vibes of today's times. Inflation, division, war, outrageous record high fuel prices, diseases that come out of nowhere, senseless, heartbreaking massacres, politics, bad leadership, etc., etc., etc. This is a feel-good movie that we all need right now. And as I said to Shane, it's not woke. And that's refreshing too. I get so tired of being preached to by the left, by the right. I just want to be entertained. Also, again, I love how Paramount refused to cave in to a certain country who had never had the right to demand that the movie be altered. But that's what they did. This country said, you change this or else we won't show it. Excuse me? And this is the same country that unleashed a deadly plague, the worst in generations, if not ever in world history, upon the entire globe, and they did not take responsibility for it. They never apologized for it. They never warned us about it. Sorry. Paramount, that was awesome that you did not cave to pressure to change your art and your product. And the issue, as I mentioned to Shane, I'm repeating myself, but the issue was a patch showing Taiwan on the back of Maverick's jacket. They just couldn't handle it. They just couldn't handle it. I won't even mention the country. Maybe I did to Shane. I can't remember. Now, here's some nitpicking. Why are the cadets and trainees drinking like lushes in a dive bar the day before their early morning first training session with Maverick? Maybe I'm wrong, but it's implied it's the night before class begins. Maybe it wasn't, but I think they should have shown it was a couple days before. I certainly don't feel safe in terms of being protected by a bunch of drunks and lushes flying jets in the air. I know a lot of airline pilots get busted for using drugs and being drunk while they fly commercial planes. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. By the way, it reminds me of that movie Flight starring Denzel Washington, which was shot in Covington, Georgia. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. 10, 11 years ago, maybe longer than that. It's been a while, been a minute, but that was a great movie dealing with that very issue of drunk pilots. Denzel Washington, one of my favorite actors. So, I just thought that was weird. And again, I know the logic of it. You have to show that this is a team. You have to show them playing darts and being real people, young people. I mean, when you're first legally allowed to drink, you're going to drink. I get it, and again, I'm not trying to preach to you. This is not a judgment. I drink like a friggin' fish when it's appropriate. So I have no problem with drinking, but I just thought kind of weird the night before, an early morning training to be out there getting drunk. Like a damn alcoholic. And what also another good thing I like that you do not need to see the original Top Gun to appreciate this or to know what's going on in the story. And they show flashbacks that Shane mentioned when he called in, showing Meg Ryan's character, et cetera, et cetera. That was great. And so Top Gun Maverick, Top Gun 2 stands on its own 2 feet. And the first film was released way back on May 16th, 1986, over 36 years ago. Good stuff. And I highly recommend it on the big screen. Don't wait. Don't wait and see it on the little TV. That's stupid. It wasn't designed for that. So last thing I'll say, it was a crowd pleaser for anyone in any age in a day where some seem to be fighting for lies, injustice, and the un-American way. Unlike what classic fictional Superman, an alien from space, fought for. Quite the opposite. We're given something to cheer about in Maverick for a couple hours anyway. Good stuff. Item. Obi Wan Kenobi is causing geekgasms to erupt all over the world. The third episode in particular, and there are going to be some spoilers ahead. So let me give you a spoiler alert, red alert. Here's a big one. The third episode, and they call it episode 3. Obi Wan Kenobi is just epic. Here's your spoiler alert. Oh, God bless. Yeah, I blew it. I had it loaded up. The spoiler is that Darth Vader is back. Now, we saw him. If you watch the second episode, at the very end, there's a cliffhanger where you see an unmasked Darth Vader ostensibly taking a bath in a chamber with like an oxygen mask. He looked like a scuba diver or something. But it is Hayden Christensen returning to play Anakin Skywalker. And he's the actor who played that role, obviously, back in Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, in 2002, and in Revenge of the Sith in 2005, as everybody knows. But he's back. And James Earl Jones is back voicing Darth Vader. We were talking about him last time on the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 102. This is 103, by the way. Talk about nostalgia. It doesn't get any more nostalgic than Darth Vader and his real voice. Unlike the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back Special Edition where they used an animator, a white animator to voice Darth Vader. You can't beat James Earl Jones, and God bless him. I think he's 92 years old. I'm so glad he's still kicking. Knock on wood. And he still got it. It's so exciting. And not only is the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Vader, back in full flowing costume, but there's a fight. And I'm talking a big fight between Darth Vader and Obi Wan Kenobi. And I'm going to play on a personal note. I loved this scene in a moment during the fight. Going to play some audio. Disney, courtesy of Disney Plus. I hope I don't get in trouble for playing this. But here is just some brief audio. My name is Chance Bartels, by the way, so this is why personally I friggin' loved this moment in the epic fight scene. Here we right here.
You should have killed me when you had the chance.
My name's Chance. Get it? I don't know. It's a word. I'm not delusional, but I get a chill when I hear Darth Vader say chance because I've never heard him utter that word before. And I wanted to play a little bit of the great music. We'll talk about that. That's why there was a big setup to that very moment. Here's the Reader's Digest version.
You should have killed me when you had the chance.
Just love that. That's just me. Not trying to make it about me. I love that. So, that music is by Natalie Holt. I think it's great. And of course, she uses a lot of the classic John Williams cues. And it's great incidental music. I'm going to play a little bit of some scenes from Obi Wan, and then we'll get to a few nitpicks. There's 4 things. I already mentioned one of the continuity errors. That was an editing goof. I don't blame the director. It's just I wish there was some oversight because, they got so much right. And for there to be the mistakes that I'm about to point out, it's just like with Star Trek, the brand new Paramount Plus series we're going to talk about later in the show. We're going to talk about the latest 2 episodes of that, Star Trek Strange New Worlds. They get so much right, like 97% right. And very well done. But then they make these glaring errors. And it's like, they need to hire me as a consultant. No, I'm kidding. Or a fanboy like me so that these things don't happen. Now, let's see. I had a couple clips for you here. Yes, here we go. Let's listen to some scenes from Obi Wan Kenobi, streaming now on Disney+.
They're coming. Stay hidden.
I didn't really set this up well. I'm so bad. This is set 10 years after the timeline of the prequels and 10 years before the original Star Wars movies, like the first one from 1977 with Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford. So, in other words, they're twins, right? Luke and Leia. So Leia is 10 years old in this new show. So and that's another thing I like. Not only do we have Star Trek and Star Wars streaming new content at the same time, but they're both prequels. Star Trek 13 years before and Star Wars 10 years before the classics that we know and love. So let's continue with these scenes.
Or we will not survive.
Leave us alone.
When the time comes, he must be trained.
Like you trained his father? You still want Kenobi. He's gone.
Maybe you've been looking in the wrong places. I want every lowlife and bounty hunter to squeeze him.
Man, I love it. But there are some problems. Let me just mention the cast before I get to the problems. Ian McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's back, of course, from the prequels, and he does a phenomenal job. And the little actress who I mentioned with Shane playing Princess Leia Organa is Vivian Lyra Blair. I love that name, Vivian. That's like a throwback. That's like an old school name. I think that's interesting that her parents named her Vivian. But let me continue on and just mention who wrote this. Let me check the camera right fast, quick. Okay. So this series is written by, in this particular episode, the third episode that I highly recommend, is written by Joby Harold, Hannah Friedman, and Hossein Amini. Let me spell Hossein, Hossein, Amini. So those are the writers of this particular episode. And let me just check something on the camera. By the way, I want to mention, as I stall, oh, God dang it. I got to notice that I'm blocked partially because of some clips. Oh, shoot. CBS, I hope you remove that. All right. Here come the errors. All right. I told you about the editing goof. I'm going to reiterate it. Towards the beginning of the third episode, we see Darth Vader taking a bath in a tank, or he's getting minerals put into his damaged body, or both. I don't know, whatever. And we saw this as a cliffhanger to the second episode. Okay. As Vader is emerging from his bath, machines attach his prosthetic limbs to his body. And we see clearly a robotic arm assembled to what is left of his flesh. In the very next shot, we see robotic legs attached. Well, this is where the editor made a mistake, because when the legs are placed onto Vader's torso, which should have been done from the beginning, don't you think you'd put the legs on first? Anyway, I digress. Well, we see when the legs are put on, in frame, his arm nubs. The robotic arm has vanished. So, again, that's not the director's fault. That's the editor. Now, the second mistake was a continuity error. I want you to think back to the very first Star Wars movie from 1977 and this classic scene. Let me pull this clip for you now. This is from A New Hope. Here it is. Listen to the dialogue.
I've been waiting for you, Obi Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Right. Did you hear that line? When I left you, I was once a learner. Meaning that when he trained under Obi Wan is when he left him, which was later eventually shown in the prequel films. Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Well, actually in the first one, going back to the very first one, Episode 1 from 1999, The Phantom Menace, when he's a little kid. But in the Hayden Christensen movies, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones in 2002, and then in, of course, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. The latter being the last time they met. And I know I'm nitpicking, but I'm also right. And it's totally forgivable transgression to me. I think this is totally forgivable in the Star Wars movie canon and story, but nevertheless, it doesn't make much sense in that context. Because they fight in this brand new episode set 10 years before that classic scene I just played from the 77 film. Nitpick number 3, I thought Darth Vader looked a little bit like a toy to me in this episode with his movements. And it's too bad that nobody lives forever, duh. Because Dave Prowse was Darth Vader, and that's how he would sign his stills. He would sign Dave Prowse is, caps, is Darth Vader. He'd write down every autograph any fan asked for. And don't get me wrong, I love this show, and particularly this third episode of Obi Wan Kenobi. But, you know, just like with Star Trek Strange New Worlds, I am going to point out mistakes as I notice them. So that's a big continuity error. And my fourth gripe, all right, how come Darth Vader cannot sense the presence of Obi-Wan Kenobi when he's just feet from him? And if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. They're on a planet, and he's basically Obi-Wan Kenobi's hiding in a small building, just feet from Darth Vader and the Imperial forces and the Stormtroopers and the new villains and all that jazz. So how come Darth Vader cannot sense Obi-Wan Kenobi like he could back from the get-go in the first Star Wars in 1977 and in The Empire Strikes Back? Let me play this other clip. This is very quick. Yeah, listen to this. You know the line I'm going to play.
A presence. I sense something. A presence I've not felt since.
Right? So it's been established from way back that they can sense each other using the Force. So I thought that was really, really weak and a bad continuity error. I mean, shit, at the end of The Empire Strikes Back, Luke Skywalker is in outer space on Han's Millennium Falcon, traveling at a good clip of speed before the hyperdrive kicked in, and Darth Vader's on another ship, his Star Destroyer, miles away, and Darth Vader can sense Luke and even communicates telepathically with him. I'll play the damn clip from The Empire Strikes Back. You've seen it 1,000 times, but I'm going to play it in context right now, where he's telepathically from miles away sensing and communicating with Luke. Right here.
Luke.
Father.
Son, come with me.
Why didn't you tell me?
So, that's just a bad continuity error. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. So, okay, fellow fanboys and fangals, riddle me this. How come Vader could not sense Ben? I mean, what the hell's going on here? He was so close, Vader could smell his ass. All right, that's a bad analogy. But, I mean, he's right there, feet from Ben Kenobi, as Vader's choking innocent people, snapping their necks, searching for Ben Kenobi, yet he's oblivious to where he is. I mean, man, the episode is just, it's almost perfect, and I loved it. And I know I'm nitpicking, and I love this show, and I sure as hell could not do any better. But still, this continuity error is just, it's 100% worth talking about. Now, I have an explanation. If I were to explain it away, now, Kenobi could sense Vader in this episode 3 of Obi Wan Kenobi, and he did. He recoiled in terror, and that's why he knew to go to the window and see what the hell's going on in the street, feet away from Vader. So, Kenobi could sense Vader. Now, perhaps, even though it's 10 years after Revenge of the Sith, maybe Anakin's journey to use the dark side of the Force isn't refined enough. I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate here to explain it away. Really, it's a continuity error. It's an error in the writing, but I'm going to give benefit of the doubt here. Also, in that Empire Strikes Back clip, Luke is Anakin's relative, so maybe that's why he could sense and communicate with him from miles away on another ship. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, as they say. But then, why could Vader sense Ben on the Death Star back in 77 Star Wars? It just doesn't make sense. It's a fuck up. Excuse my language. It's a mistake. Now, in reality, we shouldn't think about it and analyze these shows. We should just sit there and watch the pretty images as they fly through the air. Thanks, Tom Snyder. That's what he used to say, basically, in paraphrasing. It's just entertainment. But to me, it's almost a religion that George Lucas created. And by George Lucas's own words, he combined many religions into one basic concept known as the Force. Taoism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, the Islamic faith, everything. He boiled it down into one basic concept, and I like that. It's pretty cool. Know your Taoism. Another very minor thing that I wish they had done, and this is very, very, very minor, is I wish they showed a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away card from the very first frame, just like they did in the first episode of Obi Wan Kenobi before the flashback of the prequels. I don't know why they stopped doing that. I wish they would. It's nostalgic and it's consistent to show those words before the new episode begins. Now back to the positives of Obi Wan Kenobi so far. The directing by Deborah Chow is inspirational, truly. The new villain Reva, played by Moses Ingram, is delightful, and I like the way she plays the part. And the cliffhanger at the end of the third episode of Obi-Wan Kenobi had me in total suspense, where it looks like Princess Leia is going to be captured by Reva, who had just murdered her contact. Anyone that's seen this knows what I'm talking about. If you don't have Disney Plus and you've not seen this, I know you're going to be in the dark and you're not going to be interested in this. But anyway, back to the positives. They got the Stormtrooper helmets just right. Unlike the special editions of the late 1990s or the prequel movies, it really bothered me how they had the Stormtrooper helmets all wrong, particularly in the eyes. This is a very, very detail-oriented gripe. Let me get it on the camera here. I have like a classic Kenner full-size Stormtrooper toy. I'm sorry, action figure. I almost said doll. No, I'd never say doll. It's an action figure, not a doll. And these are the correct eyes of the Stormtrooper. I hope that's showing up on the camera. There we go. And they got it right in this. And there's a really tense scene in the third episode where little Leia, 10-year-old, and Ben Kenobi are hitching a ride, and stormtroopers, it's just, they're like in the back of a pickup. It's like basically being in the back of a pickup truck or a work truck. And stormtroopers board to get a lift themselves, and there's some great tension. So I love the use of the stormtroopers. There's a great action sequence, too, in this episode where one of the stormtroopers is basically sawed in half by a laser beam. I thought that was really cool. And again, that little Vivian Lyra Blair as Princess Leia is adorable, and she's strong, charming, and she's perfect in the role. And I love seeing Needles in Obi Wan Kenobi in like the first and second episode. Now, who's Needles, you might be wondering? Needles was a character in Back to the Future Part 2, which took place in the year 2015. And he's the character that gets Marty McFly's dad fired. And by the way, most of you know this, but the original actor, Crispin Glover, who played Marty's dad, he did not reprise his part. He wasn't in Back to the Future Part 2 because, and these are his own words, he didn't like the capitalist message in Back to the Future. Okay, so whatever. But in 1985, Crispin Glover played Michael J. Fox's dorky dad. You remember George McFly in Back to the Future. So, but I like seeing Needles, and of course he's in the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Also, he's a musician, so it was great to, and he's a very recognizable face, this actor. Also, more trivial about Back to the Future. The original Marty, played by Michael J. Fox, was played by actor Eric Stoltz from Pulp Fiction and the old Mask movie with Cher. And they shot a bunch of scenes with him, but they were cut and refilmed. There was something wrong with the chemistry, reportedly. But Eric Stoltz, he was supposed to be the Marty McFly in the original Back to the Future. And you can see some of these scenes with, if you want to check it out, with Eric Stoltz in that role on YouTube and elsewhere. You can see those lost what if scenes. So, the actor is Michael Peter Balzari, known as Flea, the lead bassist in Red Hot Chili Peppers from Back to the Future Part 2. He's in this, and I thought it was cool seeing him in the role. And he plays the leader of a gang of criminals here who get hired to kidnap young Princess Leia Organa. Now she's just Leia Organa. She's not a princess yet. And this whole plot is orchestrated by Reva, one of the Jedi hunting inquisitors played by Moses Ingram I talked about. The plan here is to use Leia to lure Obi Wan out of hiding. And Vader's really wicked in this third episode. This is a spoiler. He sets Ben on fire at one point. And it's so evil and wicked what Darth Vader does to get revenge on Ben Kenobi for turning him into a monster. Really cool stuff. And there's also a lovely new on-screen heroic character, Tia, played by British actress Indira Ann Varma. And I like how she pronounces the word schedule in true British form. I just love that. And another gripe, to me, Darth Vader looked a bit like a toy in this episode. Like I said, in his movements. I don't know. I thought he looked a little like a toy. I'm repeating myself. And I want to play a couple more scenes of Obi Wan Kenobi, and then we'll move on to something else. And then later, we're going to talk about Star Trek Strange New Worlds, the latest episodes of that. And I got a little review and, of course, some nitpicks of those shows. But let me see if I can find this clip for you now. Here it is. This is the final trailer. If you want to see it, now a lot of this is visual, but I think it's pretty good audio. I like hearing the music. That's just because I'm a soundtrack nerd. So to me, I think it's audio worthy, but you decide.
It's been 10 years. The fight is done. We lost.
Leave us alone, Ben.
When the time comes, he must be trained.
Like you trained his father?
It's my responsibility.
Obi Wan,
Obi Wan.
I've loved you always.
There's a thing that swallows you. It holds you together while it's tearing you apart. It's terrifying.
The key to hunting Jedi.
They're coming.
Is patience.
Jedi are cowards. They failed you.
That's Reva.
There is no point in protecting them.
Where is Obi Wan?
The Jedi are all but extinct.
The Jedi code is like an itch. He cannot help it.
Stay hidden, or we will not survive.
You still want Kenobi. He's gone. Where is he?
I want every bounty hunter to squeeze him.
You can't escape here, Obi-Wan!
Star Wars, Obi-Wan Kenobi, streaming now on Disney+. That third episode is killer. I know I've said it 4 or 5 times now. Item. We're going to move on to something else and talk about a classic sitcom, and I'm going to do an unboxing as I play the theme to this show. I've already revealed what it is, but let me play the theme song to this classic show that I recently discovered. I was watching, and I still watch. God dang it, I'm messing up tonight. I've been on Cozy TV. They air Columbo, the 1990s, late 80s, 1990s 2-hour TV movies from 10 a.m. to noon on Cozy TV, and I record them to watch later on DVR. Because usually I listen a lot of times to BK on the Air with Barry King and Alan Sanders. It's a great nostalgia show on WBHF radio. You could hear it well, I like to tune in because it's a very low powered radio station. They can only have like 1,000 or 2,000 watts, but you can hear it from anywhere on your phone, on TuneIn. I use the TuneIn app, which is absolutely free, the free version of it. But I was watching Cozy TV and these promos came on for this show. And I'm going to do an unboxing of a book that I got about the show, and talk about that in a second, and then move on to more geeky things. But this show is hilarious, and I'd never seen it. And there's only about 6 episodes left that I have to see, and then I've seen every episode but this show, and I'm going to do the unboxing while this is playing. This tells the story of what it's about.
She was working in a bridal shop in Flushing, Queens, till her boyfriend kicked her out in one of those crushing scenes. What was she to do? Where was she to go? She was out on her fanny. So over the bridge from Flushing to the Sheffield's door, she was there to sell makeup for the father some more. She had style, she had flair, she was there. That's how she became the nanny. Who would have guessed that the girl we described was just exactly what the doctor prescribed? Now the father finds her beguiling. Watch out, CC. And the kids are actually smiling. Joie. She's the lady in red when everybody else is wearing tan. The flashy girl from Flushing, the nanny named Fran.
That's right. It's a nanny. Hey, it's Pride Month, right? I know that show has like a pretty significant, and Fran Drescher has a pretty significant gay following. Nothing wrong with that. But I got this book. There's a charity that she set up, because if you know the story of Fran Drescher's real life, she had a lot of bad things happen to her that I won't talk about here, really personal stuff that she's gone public with. But one of the cool things she did was set up a foundation called Cancer Schmancer. And I wanted to learn about this show. It's got a great ensemble cast. I know a lot of you have seen it. And if you haven't seen it, for whatever reason, you didn't like her voice, or you just weren't into it, or it's just not your bag, sitcoms. It was one of the last great network sitcoms when they were really funny. And the studio audience really made it successful, I think. You know, like the story, of course, is about and a down on her luck girl who gets fired. You heard it. You heard the premise right there in the opening titles. Her boyfriend fires her and breaks up with her, and so she's selling cosmetics and goes to the house of a well-to-do Broadway playwright, and he hires her to be the nanny, and he's a widower to take care of his young kids. And the rest is history. It's not much to it, but then an attraction develops between the two, and there's a lot of sexual tension. It's kind of like Idra Magini back in the day, if you will. But the writing is so good, and I like the other characters as well, like the butler Niles, played by an actor, Daniel Day, I think is his name, who is from Arkansas. He does a convincing British accent. But let me just play, because I need to stall as I open this package. I'm struggling to open this package to show you the book. 100% goes to charity, the Cancer Schmancer charity for cancer research. And so I bought this, and it's autographed by Fran Drescher, and I want to check that out. This is the first time I've seen it, but let me play a clip. Let me see. I thought I had that pulled up. I'm really messing up tonight. Okay. I'm going to play this clip, and then we'll get to the sci-fi stuff. A Fran talking about creating the show. Yeah, here we go. This is a good clip, I think, if you've never seen it, or if you have seen it.
The character of Fran Fine and the character of Fran Reeves on this show, they're all based off of my character and what I've developed throughout my career as what I put forward to my audience. When I conceived The Nanny, I was actually in London visiting my friend Twiggy, the one and only. And back in those days, I wasn't that comfortable like walking around a city by myself. And so Twigs was working with her husband, and so I went with her daughter. I was like dragging her like 11-year-old daughter everywhere, and she was this proper little kind of English schoolgirl. And after like 6 hours of walking the city, she said, "Oh, Fran, my new shoes are hurting me." And I said, "Well, sweetie, step on the backs of them." And she said, "Oh, won't that break them?" And I said, "Break them in." And I thought to myself, oh my God, this is kind of funny because I'm not being a good parent here. I'm like being kind of selfish. And I'm telling her something that obviously isn't true because I want to schlep the kid around more. So I got this idea in my head. What about doing like a spin on The Sound of Music, only instead of Julie Andrews, I'd come to the door. And that was the birth of The Nanny.
And there's a lot of great cameos in the show, like Elizabeth Taylor, Dan Aykroyd early on, Bob Barker, Elton John, and many, many more. But I'm going to play one other brief clip, and then we'll move on. But you can see on camera, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, you'll see this book. And it's very affordable, and it's a tax write-off. It's only, gosh, I think the shipping, I got UPS shipment for $8.38. And the book, oh, I got the premium. I wanted it signed, so I paid a little more for a good cause. But it's not much. It's not much more. But I think it's only like $28 total. And it's a nice hardcover book. I thought it was about the show. I wanted to learn about the production. That's what I do about shows that I really like. But there's really cute artwork, and I love the animation in the opening sequence. And here's the autograph right there. Be well, Fran Drescher. Not personalized. I was hoping it would be. I knew it wouldn't be because when I saw it was coming from Nashville, I thought, oh, this is a limited edition. There's like 100 of them, but I still think it's great. Look at the artwork. It's pretty cute. So let me play one other clip, and then we'll talk about something else here. But that show is so freaking funny. Let me play. I've not seen this episode yet. It's towards the end of the run. This is from the year 1999. It's called Mood Swings, where she's pregnant.
Good afternoon, my sweet angel.
I'm going to play just a quick clip.
Good afternoon, my beautiful darling. Good afternoon, my sweet angel. Oh, So she's not here?
No.
Tell you, ever since she entered her third trimester, her mood swings have been lethal.
Oh, I know. It's worse than when Sylvia gave up chocolate. That was the most unbearable hour of my life.
Oh, here you guys are. Are you hiding from me?
No!
Oh, good. Because I have a little surprise for our new college man. Oh, it's just so exciting.
It's just Harvard, Fran.
Oh, no, I mean the cake. The interior is pudding.
My son, the Harvard man, huh? Takes me back to my Eton days.
Oh, takes me back to my eating disorders.
I thought tonight for a celebratory dinner I would make salmon.
Oh, no. Those poor little salmons, they spend their whole life swimming upstream just to be poached for dinner.
I was going to barbecue.
Ooh, mesquite. With a teriyaki glaze, that would be perfect for bright and celebratory dinner. My baby's leaving.
I've not seen that clip. That's probably not one of the best scenes. I just pulled it because it sounded like it'd be interesting. I wanted to listen to you live for the first time. I've not seen that episode yet. I've not seen the final 4 episodes or the first 6 episodes, but I've seen everything else in between. And it's like a Norman Lear quality sitcom if you've not seen it. And if you have seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Just a great ensemble cast. And here's a quick thing about the book, and then I will step off the subject. Let me see. This is where she announced the book about a month ago. I sound like a stalker or something. I'm not. You're obsessed. Let me get this audio to work. God dang it. Gosh darn it.
Proceeds go to Cancer Schmancer. So I'm hoping that, many people buy it, and that will help us so much because we're all about pivoting Americans' health from trying to cure an end symptom to asking ourselves, why do we get sick in the first place? What are we doing wrong? And how can we correct that so we don't get sick in the second place? Let's not get cancer at all. How's that for a cure? So I guess I can take some questions.
Okay, I'll cut that. And my favorite episode so far, there's one where the cast takes a cruise. I like the island honeymoon episode. The episode where Fran almost marries Sheffield's brother. That was a good one. The Bob Barker cameo. There's one from the second season where Fran just starts dancing with her date to disco tunes in the middle of a restaurant. I forget the title of the episode. I love all the banter and jabs between Niles, the butler, and Cece, the business partner of Mr. Sheffield. Anyway, but I like how Fran would look in the camera and break that fourth wall like Norman Fell would do as Stanley Roper back in the day on Three's Company. And just there's great comedic timing. There was a great gag where Niles is doing backflips in the background. It's an obvious stuntman, kind of like the comedy that Dave Letterman and Paul Schaefer would do back on their old show. A lot of physical comedy, clever writing. And did you know that actor-director Dorothy Lyman directed like all the episodes of season 3 through 5 and some at the end of season 2? Well, who's she? Dorothy Lyman played the grocery store checker Naomi Harper for 130 episodes of Mama's Family from January 22nd, 1983 until February 24th, 1990. And they had a hiatus there in between NBC Network and when it went to syndication. They skipped the year 1985 entirely, but I digress. So, yeah, she's a director and an actor, and Dorothy Lyman, she's a really talented individual. And let's see. And she was, of course, the woman that Vinton, played by Ken Berry, married on that show, Mama's Family. And Dorothy Lyman is alive today at age 75. So let me cut some stuff here in the interest of time. I was going to play a little more Nanny stuff, but I know a lot of my fellow sci-fi people probably are not interested in this, but I know you're interested. You've probably been touched by cancer in your life, and this absolutely is 100% tax deductible, and it's not a lot of money, but get the premium. I think there's only 100 signed editions, so it may be sold out by now as we're live in June of 2022. But there it is on camera if you're watching, and how you can order it is just go to cancerschmancer.org. How you spell Schmancer is SCHMANCER. like dancer, but Mancer, SCHMANCER.org, or Instagram, Twitter. They have the foundation there. So it's a great cause. And since I love that show so much, and I've been affected by cancer, someone I care about got cancer years ago and is fighting it. And God, our family's been blessed not to be touched by cancer, knock on wood, but we know people that have been. So it's a very good cause. So I do want to play a little bit of Fran with David Letterman from 1996. And I just admire how she had such confidence. She actually set up a pitch meeting. She's talked about in other interviews. I'm not going to play this clip. She was on a plane and she noticed a CBS executive who set up a pitch meeting. And hey, it helps if you look great like she does. You know what I'm saying? I don't think a dork like me would have such luck setting up a pitch meeting, but confidence is key, right? Never say never. Because I do have some ideas I would love to pitch one day. Now let's listen to this clip.
You know, our first guest is the star of the wildly popular series The Nanny, which amazingly airs right here on CBS. Please welcome America's favorite babysitter, Fran Drescher. Sure. How are you?
I'm great.
Man, look at that. What do you got on the back? Hey, turn around and show the folks the back of that thing. Hey, wait a minute. One of those dots is moving. Yeah.
I call him my Tu-Wong Jew.
Oh, God. You call him your what?
You know, Tu-Wong Fu.
Tu-Wong Fu.
Tu-Wong Jew.
Tu-Wong Jew.
A little levity.
Oh, that was levity.
A little Semitic levity at the top of the show.
Welcome to the big broadcast. How the hell you doing? How's everything in your life?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
I just landed myself a Coppola movie.
Oh, great.
I can't believe it. I mean, you know, it's not like he's looking for sitcom stars to put in his movie.
What is the film?
It's called Jack, starring Robin Williams. So this will be the second time I'm working with Robin.
You worked with him in
the
Cadillac Man, yeah, sure.
Chester, the dog.
Tell us about your first actual break in show business. What was that?
You know, that was probably, well, yeah, I had entered a beauty contest.
How old were you?
I was 15. And you had to be between 13 and 17. I heard it on the radio. It wasn't a very discriminating beauty contest. All you needed was $15, mail it in, and you're a contestant.
That's a sign of a really high-quality beauty pageant when they're looking for contestants on the radio.
Leave it to New York.
Hey, girls, come on down.
Miss New York Teenager pageant.
Yeah, how'd you do?
Well, I actually, here's the thing. You know, they didn't have any talent because none of us really did. So they asked questions. There was a lot of questions and answers as part of it. And one girl, they asked, you know, they looked at her questionnaire and she filled in that she liked to sew. They said, what do you like to sew? She says, rips and tears.
And she was the winner.
She was the winner. Yes, she was the one that won.
How did you do?
I was first runner-up.
First runner-up, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, no. But I told everybody that I won, and that's how I got my first agent. And they gave me, you know, this like little
trophy. Sure. Good
the
for
trophy
you.
was worth like $10. It cost me $15 to enter. So
But that's not important.
$5,
It's the experience and it's the memories that you have. And you probably have the trophy occupying a place of honor in your home now. Is that
you
correct?
know, actually, it's in the set of The Nanny on my
Cool.
in my bedroom.
Well, how
set
cool
of
is
The
that?
Nanny.
That's very, very sweet.
So it's nice. It's
All right.
full circle.
All right. Now, what's the deal on your voice? Let's get right to that.
You know, it was so, when you had me on your top 10 list of things that CBS needed to fix and you put my voice right up there. We were all so thrilled the next morning. Everybody was talking about it.
It's very exciting.
So
But please, no.
I took my mother, you know, I mean, my mother's been interviewed, and she has the exact same voice as me, and she can't believe how many times people ask this question. And in the exact same voice, she says, we never knew she had a funny voice. But my manager at one point in my career said that it was really time for me to maybe broaden myself, and it was probably when I was on unemployment and I couldn't get arrested.
Well, you know what it is, Fran, and please don't take offense at this. You have an unusual, you have a unique voice, but every time you're on, we get a lot of calls from area kennels. You know?
You know, you can't lose me.
All right.
But I did take lessons to try and
change it. We'll just talk
lose the
normally.
accent.
Try and talk normally. Just talk like me now.
Well, this is normal for me.
All right, well, let's try and talk otherwise.
Human, you mean?
No.
The teacher who's, like, claim to fame was that she taught Dolph Lundgren how to speak without an accent. So she taught me how to speak in a low, slow. It's called a low, slow flow.
Right.
So I speak like this, and I kind of have a low, slow.
Oh, that's very nice. That's
voice.
lovely.
And I went up on this audition, but I couldn't get a job. And when my manager Elaine called and said, "How'd she do on the audition?" This is like the first big job I was going up on with my new low, slow flow. And they said, she sounded great. She's very talented, but she speaks so slow. Elaine, it's only an 8-hour miniseries.
Well, I tell you what, stay right there. We have many other things to talk about. We're going to do a commercial. We'll be right back here with Fran Drescher, ladies and gentlemen.
The rest of that's on YouTube, and there's a Letterman channel that's been updated with new content. Dave, once a week or so, will do a new, no longer than 9-minute bit, which I really enjoy. But anyway, last thing I'll say about the book, and we are moving on as promised here, and we're going to talk about the 40th anniversary of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, have some observations about that, and then, of course, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, things that you might be more interested in. But the shipping was only $8.58 for this book for UPS, and I got it within 48 hours. So I highly recommend it. Go to cancerschmancer.org or social media, and it's for a great cause. 100% goes to fight cancer. So there you go. Now it's time to talk about a great offer from Remind Magazine, and then we'll get to other fun stuff. I've talked about this for a while. This is a limited time offer. And it's a special deal that I want everyone to know about in the Nostalgic Podblast. Audience. P-O-D-I-E-N-C-E. Audience. If you're here, the chances are you like nostalgia. Well, there's this monthly magazine I want to tell you about called Remind Magazine, which is just loaded with interesting articles, games, full-color photos, interviews with your favorite stars, creators, and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers a fresh take on popular entertainment from the days gone by. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, which keeps your mind active, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly themed features from the 1950s through the 1990s, like when The Nanny aired, and the Star Wars prequels aired that we've talked about tonight. And the best part is Remind Magazine comes to you in the mail each and every month, just like the good old days when you'd wait for your favorite magazine to arrive. If you're a Generation Xer, you may remember Dynamite Magazine, Pizzazz Magazine, which I'll show, which was by Marvel, published by Marvel Comics in the late 70s. Hot Dog Magazine, anyway, et cetera. Everyone had their favorite magazine, Boy's Life, whatever it was. You loved getting that in the mail. And some say print is dead. And yes, of course, print is way down compared to what it was in the digital age and the internet age, and has been for some time. But that's what I like and respect about the team behind Remind Magazine, is that you can still hold this in your hand. It's not wise to take your phone to the bathroom. You could drop it in the toilet when you're trying to read something, right? You don't have to worry about that with an old school magazine. It just gives you something to look forward to. And it really does make a wonderful gift, a graduation gift, a retirement gift. It's great. And Remind Magazine is not written for kids like the magazines of yesterday that I mentioned. It's written for adults while gently tapping your inner child. Your entire family will love it. And right now, there's a limited time offer where you can receive Remind Magazine for just $1 per issue. My God, that's just $12 for the entire year. I mean, what can you buy for $1 these days? With inflation being what it is, through the roof, gas prices, it's very affordable, just like N is for Nanny, the book. I thought that was a great price for charity. Even the dollar stores are raising their prices and changing the names of their very businesses to deal with inflation and the changing times. The regular subscription price is only $2 per issue or $24 a year, which in itself is very reasonable. But $1 per month, that's an extremely hot deal. I mean, geez, I can't think of anything you get for $1. Even McDonald's used to have $1 coffee. No more. I think they raised the price on that. Not that I go there that often, but that's another subject. But you better act fast if you want this deal, because this offer expires soon. And here's how you can subscribe to give as a birthday or retirement gift or graduation gift for someone you care about. Don't you want to encourage reading? I know I do. I mean, I read a lot, but reading, I guess people are reading on their phones and reading on social media, but I'm talking reading articles and stories, not just on the internet. It's good to have that in your hand. And here's how you can subscribe and get this each and every month for just $1. Go to remindmagazine.com. That's remindmagazine.com, or call toll free 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463. And you can order over the phone, old school, or online with a Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover card. And their site is secure. It's a secure order page. But if you call them, again, that number, 855-773-6463, a nice order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription. And please mention the nostalgic Podblast when you order. Okay, now back to the 103rd edition of the Nostalgic Podblast, this show. I want to talk about some early June music history for June 1st through 7th, 2022. Or actually, just June 1st through 7th. There's no year needed there. Here's about a dozen music history notes. On Monday, June 1st, 1970, Black Sabbath's self-titled first LP record was released in the United States. And of course, that's Ozzy Osbourne. I know my friend Ryan Settles, he's a huge fan of Black Sabbath. So I know he's got that record in his collection. On Thursday, June 1st, 1967, David Bowie's self-titled debut solo album was released in the United Kingdom. 55 years ago, on Friday, June 2nd, 1967, in the U.S., Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was released by The Beatles. The album, which was the 8th long-play record by the Beatles, was released in the United Kingdom back on Friday, May 26th, 1967, but in America, it hit on June 2nd, 1967. Now let's flash forward in our time machine to about 11 years from the release of Sgt. Pepper's, and check this out. Do you remember the movie Sgt. Pepper's? A lot of people in the media claim it was a bomb. Well, it wasn't a bomb. I'm not saying it was Shakespeare, but it had some really, really good moments. And let me find... Here we go. I'm just doing some self-editing here. Let's listen to a little bit of
It was 20 years ago today. Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play. They've been going in and out of style, but they're guaranteed to raise a smile. So may I introduce to you the acting over all these years, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
That's the Bee Gees. Peter Frampton.
It's wonderful to be here. It's certainly a thrill. You're such a lovely audience. We'd like to take you home with us. We'd love to take want you all to sing along. So let me introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
There it is. And you know what? I can't play the original because the bots will get me. By the way, I just noticed that CBS is not happy that I played that clip of Tom Cruise. Uh-oh. Anyway, anywho, it's probably going to be muted. So if the sound went out, if you're watching this on playback after it's live on Facebook Live, it'll be on the YouTube, The Nostalgic Podblast, or you can just watch it directly, of course, through the CBS and Paramount Plus channels. That's probably the best thing to do. I can't play the original. That's from a movie. And hell, that cover is better than a cheesy version in a TV commercial that I've heard. The movie was 1 hour and 53 minutes long. It was released way back on July 21st, 1978, with this talented cast of characters. The Bee Gees, fresh off their success in Saturday Night Fever, which Fran Drescher was in, one of her first roles. Billy Preston, Get Back! Steve Martin, Peter Frampton, Alice Cooper, Donald Pleasance. Right before the release of Halloween, where he played, of course, Loomis, who was tracking down Michael Myers. This is just a few months before the release of the first Halloween. Tina Turner is in this. George Burns, Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits, Wolfman Jack, the classic DJ, Carol Channing from Broadway, Leif Garrett, the heartthrob of the time, Connie Stevens, Frankie Valli, Yvonne Elliman. I like her. She's underrated. She sang some hit songs, Love Me and If I Can't Have You from Saturday Night Fever. And the Bee Gees did a version of that song. It's actually, I think they wrote that song. But I like that. And she also sang in Jesus Christ Superstar, and I think she was great. Also, on the double album, which I bought this new in 1990. It was sealed, and since then, man, I've spilled beer on it. It's trashed. I mean, the record itself is fine. It doesn't pop. It's not scratched. Let me just put this up for the camera. But I have screwed this up from listening to it. It's a great album. The only song that really survives in terms of play on radio to this day is Come Together by Aerosmith. That's the only track, the only cover that really gets airplay on the radio anymore. If you still listen to terrestrial radio. There's the soundtrack album to Sgt. Pepper's. I don't know if this is going to fall over. There we go. Oh, please don't fall over. Let me play a clip of Yvonne Elliman's Love Me. I love this song. I swear I'm really coming across like a softie tonight. But I don't care. This is the real me. Let me play. Yeah, I'm going to play this song. I like this song. I don't care what anybody says.
Just a little bit longer. Love me. I remember times, my love, when we really had it on. You were always there to make me smile, help me when I fall. Ooh, I can't believe you're leaving me when there's so much more to say. I can't let you go. I still can feel the glow. Let it be, let it grow. Love me, please. Oh, just a little bit longer. Together we can make it. Our love is much too young to break it. Love me, please. Oh, just a little bit harder. Together we can make it. Our love is much too young to break it. Oh, all I ever wanted was to have you to myself. Then I see you standing there in the arms of someone else. Ooh, you know a girl can stand so much, and it's more than I can bear. I can't let you go. Ooh, every time I look at you, I still can feel the glow. Let it be, let it go. Ooh, love me, please. Just a little bit longer. Together
harder. No, I'm not coming out, folks. I just love that song. I don't care. I'm straight as an arrow. Nothing wrong with alternative lifestyles. I just like that song, and I like Yvonne. I don't like the Bee Gees version of that as much as that cut. So let's listen just to some scenes from Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and it was released recently on Blu-ray by Shout Factory. Let's listen. For the first time on Blu-ray. I like this version right here. Oh, this will get flagged. I better cut this. Yeah, that'll get fucking flagged. Sampling of the covers. Oh yeah, Earth, Wind, and Fire, baby. Yeah. Woo! It's a killer album, folks. Get back to where you once belonged. Billy Preston. Get on back. Get back to where you once belonged. I better stop. The bots will get me, man. The copyright robots are out. Search and destroy, search and destroy. Here's some other scenes, though. We've heard that like 5 times including pretty much the full song. Apologize, apologize. This is the original theatrical trailer.
The town of Heartland, he left his musical instruments. These instruments have the power to make dreams come true. And as long as they remained in Heartland's care, humanity would live happily forever after.
It's wonderful to be here. It's certainly a thrill. We hate stop. We hate joy. We love money.
We love money.
Love is you, sweetie.
Steve Martin. But you can tell. Uh-oh, I gotta talk over this one. It's just so heavily copyrighted. I mean, all this shit is. And it's not shit, I like this album. All right, enough. God, it's so repetitive. So the media over the years has said this was a colossal failure. But folks, it earned in profit over $7.4 million because it cost $13 million to produce. That's a lot of talent fees. You heard all the talent in that movie, but it earned $20.4 million at the box office. So it wasn't a bomb like the media claimed. That's the truth, folks. And that Strawberry Fields version, that was by one of the main actors and singers in the movie, Sandy Farina. She sang a beautiful version of Strawberry Fields. And Helen Reddy was in it, as you heard. Earth, Wind, and Fire, as you heard. Of course, Aerosmith. And I just love it. So let's move on. I think I played enough of Sgt. Pepper's, but it's just very underrated. I haven't gotten the Blu-ray yet, but I'm going to, I think, tonight when I wrap this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast, I'm going to order it. And I just love that soundtrack album. It's a double album, 4 sides of music. It's great. And I think it's, of course, been released where you can dial it up pretty much anywhere. And it was released on compact disc before the digital age, as well as, of course, an LP, as you saw on camera there in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. So moving on Wednesday, June 3rd, 1964, a great variety show called The Hollywood Palace hosted the very first appearance of the Rolling Stones. I posted a clip of it via YouTube on the Nostalgic Podblast in the Facebook group for the Nostalgic Podblast. Gonna play a clip where, of all people, Dean Martin, the great Dean Martin, the Rat Packer who faked that he was a drunk. That wasn't true, folks. And of course, the former partner, you know history. God, I'm repeating myself. I'm not good tonight. I'm not good. Of Jerry Lewis. But Dean Martin, of all people, introduces the Rolling Stones, and I have that clip for you. Here it is. Let's listen. I think I'll be okay with this clip. I'm always cautious when it comes to music. Dean Martin.
Something for the youngsters. 5 singing boys from England who sold a lot of albums. They're called the Rolling Stones. I've been rolling while I was stoned myself. So I don't know what they're singing about, but here they are at.
Bag. Your love for me has got to be real for you to know just how I feel. I love for real, not fade away. Well, I love for real, not fade away. You're gonna give your love to me. Love lasts more than one day. Well, love is love and I'll fade away. Well, love is love and I'll fade away. Well, love is love and I'll fade away. Nobody wanna make love to you.
Rolling Stones, aren't they great? We're going to leave right after the show for London. They're challenging the Beatles to a hair pulling contest. I could swear Jackie Coogan and Skippy were in that group.
Jackie Coogan, who's bald, Uncle Fester from the original Addams Family.
Well, I'm going to let you in on something. You know all these singing groups today, you're under the impression they have long hair. Not true at all. It's an optical illusion. They just have low foreheads and high eyebrows. Singing frog. So, as we leave you, right now, we'll have a short intermission, and we'll be back in Hollywood Palace in about a minute. Now, don't go away. You wouldn't leave me here alone with the Rolling Stones, would you? Come back, baby.
Come back, baby. That's great. Dean Martin and the Rolling Stones. Other music history notes. Back on Monday, June 4th, 1984, Bruce Springsteen released Born in the USA. I bought it when it was new when I was a kid. I bought it on cassette. And I remember how cassettes would smell so good when you would open them. And record albums. I love smells of things new. Also on Monday, June 4th, 1984, the Sheila E. album, The Glamorous Life, was released. I loved her. Oh, what a great percussionist. And God, she could work those drums. On Tuesday, June 5th, 2001, Alicia Keys' debut album, Songs in A Minor, was released. On Wednesday, June 6th, 1962, at Abbey Road, the Beatles recorded the songs Besame Mucho and 3 of their own songs, P.S. I Love You, Ask Me Why, and Love Me Do. It was their first recording session at the studio at Abbey Road. On Sunday, June 6th, 1965, the Rolling Stones single, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, was released in the U.S. On Sunday, June 6th, 1971, the Ed Sullivan Show aired for the last time. It was canceled after 23 years on the air. Gladys Knight and the Pips were the musical guests on that final show. Wow. And that's where Dave Letterman's CBS show was taped. As everyone knows, this show is a time capsule. After I'm dead, I want this out there on my little show. I'm trying to be educational and historical. But I regret not ever seeing a taping of The Late Show with David Letterman or Late Night with David Letterman. I was a big fan of his style of interview and comedy, his interview skills. All right, moving on with music. On Wednesday, June 6th, 1990, a federal judge in Florida declared that 2 Live Crew's As Nasty as They Want to Be record was obscene. Now, that's nothing by today's standards. Nowadays, we have WAP by Cardi B. White ass pussy. Anyway, on Monday, June 7th, 1993, Prince inexplicably changed his name to an unpronounceable symbol. I remember that. Now, before I cover the usual features and I review the next 2 episodes of the brand new Star Trek Paramount Plus series, Strange New Worlds, and do our nostalgic treat of the week, our nostalgic toy of the week, everything else, let's pause for a moment because we did have some losses in the entertainment world. This is serious, and I think they are noteworthy. So I've got to play this music to accompany this news. It's old news by now, but it's noteworthy, and I'm going to repeat it. God, I'm having some problems tonight, folks, as we're live. Here we go. In this 103rd edition of the Nostalgic Podblast, I have some sad news to report. This is going back. I'm playing catch up. This happened a while ago. This news broke, but Bo Hopkins, the wily actor with the wild-eyed gaze, G-A-Z-E, who came to fame portraying thieves and scoundrels in such films as The Wild Bunch, American Graffiti, Midnight Express, and White Lightning passed away. He was 84 years old. Here's an article from The Hollywood Reporter, writer Chris Koseluk, Koseluk, that's how you spell his last name. He says that Bo Hopkins died at Valley Presbyterian Hospital in Van Nuys after suffering a heart attack on May 9th, 2022. His wife of 33 years, Cyan, told The Hollywood Reporter. With his hair-trigger delivery, Hopkins was a favorite of Sam Peckinpah, who cast him in 3 feature films as Clarence Crazy Lee in The Wild Bunch in 1969, and as a double-crossed bank robber in The Getaway, the original, from 1972, and as a weapons expert in The Killer Elite in 1975. His turn as Joe Young, the leader of the Pharaohs Greaser Gang, and George Lucas's American Graffiti in 1973 solidified him as a top-notch screen villain. The highlight of his role included coaxing Kurt, played by Richard Dreyfuss, to attach a hook and chain to a police car so that when it gives chase, the back axle flies off. I'm going to play an interview with him. Instead of reading this, let's listen to Bo in his own words from some years ago, talking about American Graffiti. And I have that clip right here. This is Bo Hopkins from 2012. This is about 2.5 minutes long.
So Mr. Bo Hopkins, star of American Graffiti and a bunch of other movies and TV shows, you're in Modesto, California. It's almost 40 years now since American Graffiti. Tell me, what are your thoughts now on American Graffiti now that we're 40 years in and people are still celebrating the movie?
Well, you know, it's a real honor. We never had any idea it would take off like this, but you know, it's one of those things that just came together, and I think every high school and college in the United States could identify with a character in the movie, a Joe the Pharaoh or Terry the Toad. So I think that's why it caught on. It's Americana.
Yeah, you know, when you say you didn't think that it would turn out the way that it did, I've always wondered about that. When you guys were filming this movie, pretty much everybody was young then. There wasn't really any huge stars in the movie at that time. Did you guys have any idea that it would have been a cult classic as it is today?
No, I didn't. No, because we were filming and at night. I was flying down to L.A. on the weekends to rehearse with Burt Reynolds for White Lightning, and I thought that was the big one. So no, you didn't have any idea, but you got to remember, we didn't hear the music when we were filming, 1. 2, I did all my stuff with Dreyfuss and the Pharaohs. Candy did all her stuff with Charlie. So we didn't see each other's scenes, and when it was all put together, it was just one of those things that worked.
And it turned out so beautiful, and like you said, the music was such a big part of it too. You know, it just all came together. It was something so classic. So, also, just before we go, you know, you've had this huge acting career, far and beyond American Graffiti 2. Is there any advice that you could give to maybe a young actor or anybody that's thinking about getting into this career?
Yeah, don't do it.
Well, if you have a dream, go for it, because you only go around once in life. And my advice is to get an education, and then you can go suffer and try to get in this business. And by that I mean you better have rejection stamped on your butt, because you're going to be getting a lot of it. But I advise just to get an education, and then also to do as many plays as you possibly can, because that's when you find out if you want to be an actor.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's just sound advice right there. And ironically, this is before he passed away, Buzzer aired for the first time episodes from July 1975 of Bo Hopkins playing the game with his then girlfriend, Sandra Locke. Do you know who she is? She was also after she dated Bo, she dated Clint Eastwood and appeared in a lot of his movies like Bronco Billy and Sudden Impact, one of the Dirty Harry movies. So, and I recorded them on Blu-ray. I love Buzzer. It's a classic free over-the-air network that shows classic game shows, but Tattletales was more comedic than a game, and it's just interesting. You can see some of your favorite stars in their heyday. I know William Shatner has been on there a lot, or was back in the day with his then wife Marcy. Anyway, and I thought that was very, very strange that they started airing for the first time the episodes with Bo right before he passed away. Anyway, they didn't do it after. So in 2020, Bo appeared in his final film, directed by Ron Howard, Hillbilly Elegy, marking a reunion with his American Graffiti co-star. And he said, quote, that was quite a thrill for him. Oh, I'm sorry. His wife said that was quite a thrill for him. His wife said, I'm not good, folks. Jeez. Surviving Bo include his children, Matthew and Jane, as well as his wife. So rest in peace. Let's see who else we have here. Oh, yeah, here's another good one. I couldn't find much material on this gentleman. I couldn't find any interviews. I wanted to play an interview with this actor. We lost this gentleman also. Here we go. Let me just read you some highlights. Charles Siebert passed away. And this is also from the Hollywood Reporter. This writer's name is Mike Barnes. Headline, Charles Siebert, actor on Trapper John, M.D., dies at 84. The Wisconsin native also appeared 6 times on Broadway and was a charter member of the famed American Conservatory Theater in San Francisco, California. He was a stage-trained actor who portrayed the snooty Dr. Stanley Riverside II on all 7 seasons of the CBS drama Trapper John, M.D. He died back on May 1st. I guess it was just announced May 1st, 2022, of COVID-related pneumonia at the University of California, San Francisco Medical Center. His daughter, Jillian, told The Hollywood Reporter. On the big screen, the accomplished Siebert showed up in such films as The Other Side of Midnight in 1977, Blue Sunshine also in 77, Coma, that's a creepy movie from 1978 where they're harvesting organs and killing people based on the book. Norman Jewison's And Justice for All in 1979, All Night Long in 1981, Whitewater Summer in 1987, starring the Clintons, I'm kidding, and 8 Men Out in 1988. Siebert played Helen Keller's father in the 1979 NBC telefilm The Miracle Worker, which starred Melissa Gilbert as young Helen Keller and Patty Duke, an Oscar winner 16 years earlier for a turn as Helen Keller, this time playing the teacher, Annie Sullivan. Anne Bancroft played that role in the 1961 movie, or 62, shot in 61, released in 62. Now, Charles Siebert appeared in all 151 episodes of the MASH spin-off Trapper John, which aired from 1979 to 1986. His character, the head of emergency services at San Francisco Memorial Hospital, often clashed with surgeon Trapper John McIntyre, played by Pernell Roberts from Bonanza. Charles became a TV director on the Fox television series Trapper John back in 1982, and he went on to helm episodes of such other shows as Knots Landing, Pacific Blue, Silk Stockings on the USA Cable Network, Pensacola, Wings of Gold, Hercules, The Legendary Journeys, and Xena, Warrior Princess through 2001. And he also did a lot of game shows that we'll talk about. He was a great game player. Really, really good. And I have one little clip from Pyramid I'm going to play, because I couldn't find any interviews with him, and he was a significant talent. He did wear, I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but he wore a horrible hairpiece, like William Shatner back in like the T.J. Hooker days. Just an obvious, terrible hairpiece. And he also did some, of course, acting before Trapper John. He played Ann Romano's boss in Norman Lear's One Day at a Time for a while. But he was a very talented actor, despite the toupee. Really good. God, he did so much work. Oh my gosh. On Broadway, he appeared opposite Dustin Hoffman from 1968 to 1969 and Neil Simon's The Gingerbread Lady. God dang it. No, that was Jimmy Shine. Man, I can't read my own notes. I am an idiot. Charles Siebert appeared on Broadway in Galileo in 1967 in Jimmy Shine opposite Dustin Hoffman. Period. And in 1968 to 1969 in Neil Simon's The Gingerbread Lady alongside Maureen Stapleton in 1970 to 1971. So rest in peace. I'm going to play a clip. Oh, and I knew him also because I'm a geek from the pilot of The Incredible Hulk 2-hour pilot show, which aired way back on November 4th, 1977, which was a Friday night on CBS, and he played David Banner's co-scientist. But as I said, he was an excellent player of game shows, including Pyramid, hosted by Dick Clark, and Super Password, hosted by Bert Convy, who also hosted Tattletales, I mentioned when I talked about Bo, and other game shows. Let me play a clip, a brief clip, of Charles Siebert in the winner's circle on Pyramid. Where the hell is it? Let's see here. And then coming right up is Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And I'll start to wind down this show. And I have an exclusive clip when we get to Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, of a cut scene from the original episode that introduced Khan from 1966. It actually aired in 67, shot in late 66. But it's from film. It's from a 35 millimeter print. It's a great cut scene where Dr. McCoy is attacked. Not the scene that you saw in the finished product. This is where he's like punched. Let me find this clip real quick of some game show play. Yeah, here we go. Almost got it. This is the $25,000 Pyramid with Charlie Siebert playing in the winner's circle. Let me get this for you now here. Excuse me. Doing this live is a bitch sometimes. Excuse my language. He was a great player.
Gathered together. I sort of forewarned you over there, Melissa. You must beat $750 because your opponent's won $750. You're trying for $10,000. And the interesting thing about your partner is he's not the longest-term player we've had. It's about the fourth time now?
Yeah, I think so.
The very first week he was ever here, you knew he was going to rise like the cream to the top of the milk. He is one of our best players.
I've been watching
and as a matter of fact, so is Elaine. So we got two crackerjack people here today. You're in good hands. We're going to win ourselves $10,000. I can feel it in the air. Here's your first subject. Go.
An iron, refrigerator, washer.
Appliances.
To be or not to be?
Hamlet, plays, lines
is
in
this
a
a dagger I see before me?
Things in Hamlet, things in Shakespeare.
That's Muhammad Ali.
Prize fighters.
Yeah.
What's that?
Spandex. A girdle.
Things that stretch, things with elastic.
Sutter's Mill.
Places where gold are found, places in California.
An air conditioner. An ice cube.
Things that are cool, things that
$10,000 win. I like the theme of that Pyramid show that you hear in the background. But it gets kind of old. It's kind of repetitive.
Melissa, why don't you sit in here for that? Nice to see you here. Come on up. You jump right back in here. Come on over a little bit. Are you going to take these folks home with you? You ever see them before or anything?
Yeah, they're vaguely familiar to me. This
Want
is
to
my
introduce
daughter,
us?
Rachel.
Hello, Rachel.
And this is my coach and husband, Chuck.
You're coached more than anything. Now, have any of you ever been to Japan before?
No.
Has anybody ever won $20,000 in less than 60 seconds? What'd they win that in? Anybody see how much time was left?
10 plus the trip. What you did there?
It was very little
more
price. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. This is it was so easy. I can't believe it.
Hey, this
Thank you.
is not the end of it. You can win more. Are you proud of your mom?
Very.
She's smart as she always said she was?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do you get 10%?
We'll be right back. Don't go away.
All right, that's Charles Shearer playing the game there. And this news broke back on June the 4th, 2022. What a nice long life this woman had. She'll live on forever, her image as a baby. Ann Turner Cook, the original Gerber baby, passed away at the age of 95 on Friday, June 3rd, 2022. Cook was 5 months old when a neighbor, artist Dorothy Hope Smith, drew a charcoal sketch of her, which is featured on all the baby food that Gerber ever produced in my lifetime anyway. Now, she did other things, obviously, with her life. Beyond being an infant and a sketch, she was an educator and a mystery novelist. And she was born back on Saturday, November 20th, 1926, in Westport, Connecticut. Ann Turner Cook had 4 children. Her husband, James Cook, passed away back in 2004. But forever, Ann Turner Cook will be best known as the model for the familiar Gerber baby artwork seen on baby food packages of the Gerber Products Company. Rest in peace. Now it's time to get back to the nerd side of life and talk about Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Before the camera, I'm going to put up a promotional piece, little one-sheet deal. It's actually got several pages just as a visual aid. And I remember the TV version of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. We'll talk about that in a moment. That hit ABC TV in 1985, and all these bonus scenes were released of that movie that were really cool. But I want to play some audio, including that promised audio from the original episode, and I have some anecdotes to talk about. If you've never seen the film or you don't care about it, these are still interesting pieces of history, I think. Let me find this for you now. Here we go. Instead of playing the theatrical trailer, I'm going to play from 1985, February 24th, 1985, a quick little preview before the movie started. It's only like 30 seconds long from ABC TV, voiced by the great Ernie Anderson, who was the announcer for ABC television in those days. This was the Sunday night movie on ABC.
Tonight, an ABC premiere presentation. Take her out. The adventure continues. You didn't expect to find me. The deadliest criminal in the galaxy is on the loose. He wants to kill me. And the battle lines are drawn. There he is. William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and Ricardo Montalban. Star Trek II. The Wrath of Khan, next.
What a voice Ernie Anderson had. I wish I had a voice that good. Over 40 years ago on Friday, June 4th, 1982, Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan beamed on the cinema screens in the United States of America. The movie by Paramount Pictures earned over $97 million, but it only cost $12 million to produce. And I love those bonus scenes. And someone on YouTube, it's visual, so I'm not going to play the audio and waste your time with it. But they did a side-by-side comparison of the theatrical version of The Wrath of Khan and the extended ABC cut, the director's cut, if you will. And what happens is one side, you'll see the ABC extended cut, and then it'll go black on the other side, on the theatrical version, which he took from Laserdisc. So you know that the scene is extra. It was very, very well done. And this gentleman did it in 2 clips on YouTube. Let's get to some history of who Khan was, his character, and then I'm going to play that lost cut scene. Back in the first season of Star Trek, we met Khan in an episode titled Space Seed. And let me cue up something for you now. Yeah.
Captain.
I'm going to play the original next week 1-minute trailer to that very episode, but the guy here's what I want to plug. The guy who did that side-by-side comparison of the theatrical version of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and the extended version which is very interesting to see, is on YouTube. And his YouTube channel is called The Trekkie Channel. Now, I choose to be called a Trekker. Trekkies are considered a little more juvenile and not as knowledgeable. Us Trekker, as in Star Trekker, is more serious, more refined, more intelligent. I consider myself a Trekker as I pat myself on the back. But his channel is the Trekkie Channel, and it's cool, those two videos. And I did link them on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. The post I did that shows Khan with his prosthetic-laden face with the blood after he's wiped out by Captain Kirk in a surprise maneuver. You see a shot of him, and then in the comments, I linked both of these side-by-side videos. They're very brief. They're like 9 minutes and 15 minutes. I think the first one's 15 minutes, the second one's 9 minutes, but it's worth your time if you like Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. I'm going to talk about some notes about that movie in just a second, but some history. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan was based on, as most of you know, the original series episode I just talked about from its very first season titled Space Seed, with guest star Ricardo Montalban as a space Osama bin you-know-who from the year 1996, who is exiled in space and frozen in time, just like Buck Rogers in the 25th century, except when Kirk and company find his worthless ship, as Kirk calls it, discarding his worthless vessel. His worthless ship, the SS Botany Bay, adrift in space. It's the 23rd century, not the 25th century. So in the story, the humans on Earth in the 90s, they pumped themselves up. We're going to pump you up with eugenics. And this caused these people to have 5 times the strength of normal human beings. So they could fight a eugenics war on Earth and take over. Khan is a dictator. He's evil. So the Enterprise encounters the Botany Bay, frozen in time and space, adrift, and Dr. McCoy revives Khan. Big mistake. Let's listen to the original 1-minute preview I just referenced to Space Seed, which is the 24th episode filmed of 79 total filmed episodes of the original series of Star Trek. Now, some books say there were 80 filmed episodes of Star Trek. The two-parter, The Menagerie, was filmed at the same time. They count that as 2 episodes, which technically it is, but I always go by story. That was the 16th production, but I digress. I know I'm being confusing. But let's just say this is episode 24 of 79 original Star Trek stories.
Captain's log, stardate 3142.3. Slightly over 2 centuries ago, a group of scientists planned for a race of supermen and created conquistadors.
Name? Khan Noonien Singh. From 1992 through 1996, absolute ruler of more than a quarter of your world.
Well, either choke me or cut my throat.
You fled. Why? Were you afraid?
I've never been afraid.
But you left at the very time mankind needed courage.
We offered the world order. I intend to take this ship. Will you assist me?
Oh, please, Khan, don't ask me.
Leave me then. The battle begins again. Only this time is not the world will win. It's the universe. Daddy, you're no match for me. It does not matter. The captain is dead.
So that's how the original episode went. There's just 1 minute of clips for you. Now, that woman you heard, this, oh, please, Khan, don't ask me. That's actress Madeleine Roux, who portrayed a historian, an artist. Character named was Lieutenant Marla McGivers on the USS Enterprise. And since she's a historian, she fell in love with Khan, and she aided him in taking over the Enterprise. And that's mutiny. So at the end of the show, she and Khan and his other 1990s era Earth exile rejects are stranded by Captain Kirk on a planet with the promise that the Federation will check on them for supplies, et cetera, and see how they're doing. So Khan and McGivers, Lieutenant McGivers, marry, and they attempt to build a life on their new world called SETI Alpha 5. Now, here's a cut scene from that original episode, Space Seed, that never aired. It's never been released on home video, where Dr. McCoy is sort of beaten up and punched out as they're cutting off the oxygen. This is towards the end of the episode. Where is that clip? This is really cool, and it's an exclusive. Here's a deleted scene from the original Star Trek with Khan. The audio might be a little iffy, but here we go.
Say this to a patient.
Here it is. Here's the cut
I
scene.
say this to a patient.
But you owe me something. In case you've forgotten, I saved your life.
He's stunned only.
I will avoid bloodshed, if possible. I'm sure you approve.
I approve only of the logic with which you took control of our vessel. Brilliant.
There you go. So that never made it to the final cut. I like that little scene. It's a little visual because you see Dr. McCoy getting punched out and knocked to the ground. Well, as I said, they're stranded by Kirk on Ceti Alpha 5 as punishment, and that's Kirk's decision. Well, flash forward 15 years since then, and about 6 months after being stranded there before that, another planet in that solar system named Ceti Alpha 6 exploded, boom, laying waste to the planet they were on. Here's a quote from Khan in the movie.
Ceti Alpha 6 exploded 6 months after we were left there. The shock shifted the orbit of this planet, and everything was laid waste.
Unquote. Terrible impression on my part, I know, but anyway, you may remember that scene. Now, Khan's wife was killed in the story. It's not on camera. We never saw it, but MacGyver's was killed by the only life form on Ceti Alpha 5, which is the Ceti eel. That creature that got into people's ears with that fake giant, you see that fake ear and the blood. It's gross, but it's fake as hell by today's standards. You see like phony looking hair and the close up of the phony, it looks like paper mache ear. Anyway, in Khan's mind, and I can't say he's wrong, Kirk lied to him and his people by failing to check on their progress as promised. So the basic plot of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is, as the title implies, revenge. Also, it's about Captain Kirk's midlife crisis and the concept of cheating. The Kobayashi Maru, for instance. I'll just leave it at that. I won't go into detail what that is. It's just like a training simulator, computer simulated device that you can't win. And so Kirk cheated to win. And so, it asks some moral questions about cheating in that story in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Also in the cast of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan was a young, coked up, as in cocaine, Kirstie Alley as Saavik, whose character is half Vulcan and half Romulan, and she cannot seem to grasp the concept of humor. Humor. A difficult concept. Later, reportedly, Kirstie Alley would demand more money for Star Trek sequels for playing Saavik, so her character was given a new head in the form of actress Robin Curtis, who did an okay job. She was fine, but I really like Kirstie Alley as Lieutenant Saavik, the Romulan/Vulcan. Half-breed. Remember the sheriff's? Anyway, sorry. There are also many surprises and shocks in The Wrath of Khan. Here's one of the shocks. We're introduced to Captain Kirk's son, David, played by actor Merritt Buttrick, who previously moviegoers saw in the 1982, same year as Khan, teen R-rated sex comedy Zapped, which also starred Scott Baio, Willie Ames from TV's 80's Enough, Heather Thomas from TV's Fall Guy, Felice Satcher, I can't pronounce her name, Felice Satcher, who we saw in season 1 of The Facts of Life. She was the girl with the dark hair, always on the phone with her boyfriend Roger. Oh, Roger. And then Scatman Crothers was in the cast of Zapped, and LaWanda Page, otherwise known as Aunt Esther in Sanford and Son. And also Robert Mandan played the high school principal, and a lot of TV viewers know him from Soap, as well as the terrible Three's Company spinoff Three's a Crowd. He played Vicky's father. Vicky was the character that John Ritter's Jack Tripper married in that show and in that story. Now, we also meet in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan a lot of character development here to get the audience up to speed between the original show and the movie universe. We meet Kirk's former lover, Carol Marcus, a scientist, and she's played by actor Bibi Besh. Carol Marcus is the mother of Kirk's bastard son, David. No judgments. That's literally what he is, because Kirk didn't father him. Kirk didn't even know about him. It's not Kirk's fault, the character of Captain Kirk. So, save your letters, but I'll read them, and, if you want to insult me. But anyway, Carol Marcus is a scientist and is the mother of Kirk's bastard son, David. In the next Trek film, a Klingon would kill heroic David by stabbing him in the heart with a huge knife as he fought to save Saavik from execution by the Klingon thugs. The commander, played by Christopher Lloyd, right before Back to the Future, a year before Back to the Future, he played Commander Kruge. and he ordered the execution of one of the humans, and it was Saavik. Spock, who's been, spoiler alert, young Spock, he's regenerated by the Genesis device, and Saavik, David. And so the Klingon's going to go for the woman, and so David gets in the way heroically, and then he's stabbed in the heart and dies right there. In real life, the gay actor Merritt Buttrick, who played David, would die sadly from AIDS on Friday, March 17th, 1989, when he was just 29 years of age. Now, we got a big spoiler alert. Well, I ain't going to waste your time. I already deleted that clip. But spoiler alert, 40 years later, Spock dies in this movie. And this ties into the young Spock that I mentioned a moment ago. But, Spock was tired of playing the role. He was tired of being typecast, even though he did things like In Search Of. But then, of course, money talks and bullshit walks. And he decided to say some more lines of Spock in Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, which he directed. And they promised him, hey, we'll let you direct the film if you come back. And he did, because audiences hated the fact that they killed off Spock in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Actually, the stories of Star Trek II, 3, and 4 all are one story arc. Now, a sad note about actress Madeleine Roux, who played Lieutenant MacGyver's, the character that Khan married. The real woman became completely incapacitated by multiple sclerosis, and she was first diagnosed with that condition back in 1977. And she died from pneumonia back on Tuesday, December 16th, 2003, at the age of 68. This would explain why she was not written into Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and why they decided to kill her character off, which I think in the story gives a great motivation to Khan's revenge, his desire and lust and thirst for revenge. So I think everything happens for a reason. And now that I learned that she had multiple sclerosis, she did Match Game in 1975, a couple years before she was diagnosed with MS, and she didn't look well, and she looked different. She looked completely different. And by the way, side note, she was so pretty in an episode of the old show The Fugitive, starring David Jansen from 1964, in season 1 of that show, titled Somebody to Remember, which may be on YouTube. I didn't research it, but it's certainly available from CBS Paramount Home Video. It's probably streaming somewhere. If it's not, it should be. CBS Plus Paramount Plus should offer The Fugitive, The Invaders. They have a huge library of things that Disney does not yet own that I wish they would stream in terms of classic entertainment. But Madeleine Roux, look at that Fugitive episode, Somebody to Remember. And she plays kind of a hussy, but she looks, again, completely different than she did 2 years later on Star Trek and Space Seed. She's a redhead in that. She's a brunette in The Fugitive, but she's so pretty and sexy in that episode. And she's captured young and healthy for all time on DVD and streaming and on film. And that episode of The Fugitive, I'm digressing here, but it aired on ABC back on March 24th, 1964 in the first season, as I just said. Now back to the present and past Star Trek universe. The present, because it's a brand new Star Trek show, but it's set in the past. 13 years before the era of Captain Kirk commanding the USS Enterprise. And it's set on the USS Enterprise, but with Captain Christopher Pike. We, of course, are talking about Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus. And I want to give you my take on the next 2 new episodes of that series. Now, as we talked about last time, in May of 2022, Paramount Plus started releasing weekly all-new episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It was on Thursday, but now they've been releasing them on Wednesday, I noticed. And there's apparently 10 episodes in the first season, and it's been greenlit for a second season. I guess it's doing well and helping them get new subscribers to Paramount Plus, which is a good thing. And the show really is getting better and better each week. I've played this before. I'm going to play it again. Just a brief clip of a trailer for Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Because not everyone can hear everything I say. I'm lucky if I have anyone listen to what I say, because I admit I'm not good. I'm not good. It's about my collectibles, and it's about the information I share. That's what the show's about. Here we go. Again, it's set 13 years before Kirk in the original 60s show. Okay?
Okay.
Chris. I need you back, Captain.
No matter how many stars there are in the sky, no matter how many galaxies swirl beyond our own, no matter what the mathematical probabilities or the number of times we say, we are not alone in the universe. Our first visit from the stars is always the province of children's stories and science fiction. Until one day, it isn't.
It's good, and I like it. I like it a lot. But you need to see, I've mentioned this every time I review the new episodes. I'm going to mention this every time. I suggest that you watch the classic series 2-part episode, The Menagerie, which also is on Paramount Plus. And it's about Captain Christopher Pike and his fate, because in the very first episode of this new show, Strange New Worlds, he sees what I call a future flash of his fate, where he is crippled, and it's really sad what happens to him. And it was really because the original actor who played Pike in the first pilot, The Cage, Jeffrey Hunter, was not available to do the show. And so they found a lookalike, and they had to use makeup to disguise his face a little bit. That's part of the reason. And also they had to use the footage of The Cage as stock in a 2-part episode titled The Menagerie, because there was a budget crunch on, and Gene Roddenberry said, hey, we've got all this great footage, let's use it. And so they wrote a story that was set 13 years after, like this is set 13 years before, where they go back to a planet of illusion so that Pike can have a life, even though he's crippled and he can't speak, he can't move. All he can do is answer yes or no questions with a blinking light that goes beep, beep in his wheelchair. That's all he can do. But in his mind is still active. And so they want to take him to this planet, which has been banned by the Federation, Talos 4, because of the power of illusion that the native creatures have. It's just too dangerous, and they can make people do whatever they want. So watch that episode, The Menagerie Parts 1 and 2, if you've never seen it, before you start watching this. But it's not necessary that you do, because they after the first episode, they've released the first 5 as live of Strange New Worlds. They stopped showing the future flashes. And I never understand how Christopher Pike could see his fate. He's not a telepath. He doesn't have any clairvoyant powers. I didn't understand how he could see that, and I thought that was kind of hokey. I'm glad they dropped that, but they do show that in the first episode of Strange New Worlds, his future fate, with new makeup and a new take on the fate of Pike. Now, in the cast, Captain Christopher Pike is played by Anson Mount. Rebecca Romaine plays Number 1 Riley. Ethan Peck plays Science Officer Spock, who at this point is not the second in command. Number 1 is, as was consistent with the pilot, The Cage. By the way, Shatner came along in the second pilot titled Where No Man's Gone Before, when they had to recast because Jeffrey Hunter was not available to do the show. Jess Bush, Australian actress who has big eyes. We'll talk about that in a moment. She's really pretty. She plays Nurse Christine Chappell, who Majel Barrett played in the original show, who was the lover of Gene Roddenberry, and they eventually married. She survived Gene Roddenberry when he passed in 1991. Christina Chugg plays Lon Noonien Singh. She is a relative of Khan, but I don't think she has the eugenics. She doesn't have 5 times the strength of humans as Khan and his people did. At least it's not been demonstrated yet in this new show. And she's really cute and good. And then Celia Rose Gooding plays Uhura, Cadet, when she's really young. Cadet Nyota Uhura. Melissa Navia plays Lieutenant Erica Ortegas. And then you have Dr. Mbenga, who was a character from the original show. He's the replacement to Dr. McCoy. He's an African-American doctor on the Enterprise. And he's played by Babs. Oh, geez, I don't know if I can pronounce this. Olusan Munkin. No, that can't be right. It's spelled, I'll just spell it. Olusanmokun. You know, I prepare heavily for the show. I should have done a Google for the enunciation. That's what I should do. And I tried to do that and I forgot. So I'm sorry. Let me try it again. Babs Olusan Mokin as Dr. Mbenga. And then finally, Bruce Horak plays Hemmer. And the engineer is alien and he's blind. I thought that was interesting. All right, so let's talk about episodes 4 and 5 now, finally. Let's chat. Star Trek Strange New Worlds episodes 4 and 5 dropped. The episode 4 was titled Memento Mori, which was, of all things, a Memorial Day episode. That dropped way back on May 26, 2022. And then episode 5, Spock Amok, was added to Paramount Plus on June 2nd, 2022. So let's start with the 4th episode. So this 4th episode of 10 first season episodes of Strange New Worlds is a very tense episode where the Enterprise encounters an alien predator species called the Gorns, who were first introduced way back in 1967 in the 19th original series episode in production order titled Arena, based on a science fiction short story by Brown. The author was last name Brown, where Kirk must fight a Gorn to the death. And an intelligent, higher power race, the Metrons, force them to do combat, and then the loser and their crew will be destroyed by the Metrons. So it's a fight to the death. And by the way, the leader of the Metrons is voiced by Vic Perrin, who was the control voice announcer and narrator of the original Outer Limits series. And a lot of the crew and creators of the Outer Limits, like Robert Justman, went to Star Trek after the Outer Limits was canceled. But Vic Perrin also was seen on camera in Star Trek's original 2nd season in an episode titled Mirror Mirror that I talked about, which was the first time we saw an alternate universe. In the Nostalgic Podblast where I reviewed Doctor Strange Into the Multiverse of Madness, I talked about how, aside from the Twilight Zone, in terms of a non-anthology show, Star Trek was the first show that showed an alternate universe in that episode, Mirror Mirror. Anyway, Vic Perrin plays an alien, a benevolent, kind alien in that episode. But here he's voicing the Metrons. Now let's just play that 1-minute trailer to that episode that introduced the Gorns from way back. It aired way back in 1967. And here it is. Yes, I have it right here.
Captain's log, stardate 3045.6. The Enterprise has responded to a call from Cestus 3. On landing, we have discovered that the outpost has been destroyed.
How can you explain a massacre like that? You must make certain that the alien vessel never reaches its home base.
I intend to.
Firing paces, Captain.
Uhura seeing the Gorn on the view screen, she's horrified. The reptilian.
What about the captain? If I could help him, I would. I cannot.
Stop the tape! Stop the tape! All right, that voice you hear voicing the Gorn, the Metron gives them the ability to communicate with the universal translator type device, because obviously they're lizards and it's entirely different language. It's voiced by Ted Cassidy. Recognize that voice? He was Lurch in the Addams Family from 1964 to 1966. I think at this point in time, a season had passed in between the cancellation of the Addams Family and this episode. A whole year had gone by in between the end of the Addams Family and this episode. So that's Lurch from the Addams Family, who also voiced the opening narration of The Incredible Hulk. Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist, searching for a way to tap into the hidden strengths that all humans have. I can't do an impression of the pipes, but I try. Anyway, let's continue.
Captain, if I could help him, I would. I cannot.
We destroyed invaders, as I shall destroy you.
We destroyed invaders, as I shall destroy you.
At that point in time, the invaders on an opposing network, ABC, Star Trek was on NBC, it started running the invaders. I wonder if that was a dig at the invaders. Well, guess what? The invaders always beat the original Star Trek in the ratings pretty handily. A Quinn Martin show, The Invaders, set on Earth with David Vincent seeing an alien ship land. He's an architect. Anyway, I won't get into all that. We talked about it to death on the Podblast, and you can look it up. The Invaders. It's a great old show by Quinn Martin. It's kind of like The Fugitive, and it's like The Incredible Hulk in a way. It's like kind of the same formula as The Fugitive and The Incredible Hulk, but nobody believes David Vincent. But eventually in season 2, he does get a group of believers, as they're called. So anyway, getting back to this episode of Star Trek. The Gorns are reptilian and very, very deadly. And In this episode of this new show, we see their super swift spacecraft with modern special effects, which wasn't around back in 1967. So it's the first time that we see their ship, because back then they didn't even go there, even though they had the ability to do models, and they did a lot of interesting and pretty good special effects for the 60s, but it was budget. Gene Roddenberry was in a budget cut. That's why he had to recut the original Pilot the Cage and do that two-parter of the menagerie I just talked about. So they didn't bother to show the ship, and now we finally can see the Gorn spacecraft. So to my knowledge, this is the first time we see that ship. Let's see. And the ship really looks marvelous, by the way. So this is an intentional, well-written and played Memorial Day episode, as the Federation of Planets in the 23rd century are celebrating what they call Remembrance Day. And it's loaded, this episode, with scary moments such as the Gorns eating humans like little pigs. They're carnivores and they devour human beings. Now here's a spoiler. We don't actually see the Gorns, which I like for many reasons. In the classic show, Kirk is the first human to see a Gorn, and he's repulsed by him. But he overcomes with his... It was revealed in the original Star Trek episode, The Enemy Within, the 5th produced episode, that it's his negative half that makes him strong as a leader. So I guess he summoned the courage from his dark side, if you will, not to be repulsed and recoil in horror. But he says in his captain's log that I'm repulsed as a human. I'm repulsed by reptilian creatures. Anyway, but he keeps it all in check. And spoiler alert, he does defeat the Gorn and spares his life, showing that humanity is a very intelligent and compassionate species. And the Metrons appreciate that and lets the Gorn and their ship survive unfettered and undamaged. And I love that continuity. So although I would have liked to have seen what the Gorns look like with modern technology, I like the consistency of it. So, excuse me. And in a production crew, there is a continuity person on staff. Now, what is continuity? This ties into something we're about to talk about in a minute. Here's the official definition of continuity. 1, the unbroken and consistent existence or operation of something over a period of time. 2, the maintenance of continuous action and self-consistent detail in the various scenes of a movie or a broadcast. Now, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary offers this definition of continuity. It's something that has, exhibits, or provides continuity, such as a script or scenario in the performing arts. Ching ching. That's what we're talking about here. B, traditional spoken or musical matter, especially for a radio or television program. That's what we're talking about here. C, the story and dialogue of a comic strip. Or 3, the property of being mathematically continuous. Now, one more final thing, that there's so many different definitions of words that you can find when you research. Dictionary.com says that continuity is the state or quality of being continuous. A continuous or connected whole. W-H-O-L-E. Whole, as in Whole Foods. A motion picture scenario giving the complete action, scenes, etc. in detail and in the order in which they are to be shown on the screen. That's what I'm talking about. The spoken part of a radio program or television script that serves as introductory or transitional material on a non-dramatic program. Okay, so here, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, in their 4th season 1 episode, succeeded with correct continuity, whereas Obi Wan Kenobi did not, in my opinion. Not at all. I think I still love it, but as I talked about earlier with my 4 main gripes, there were some serious continuity gaps. Maybe they'll be explained. Are they going to wipe the mind of Darth Vader? Did he get Alzheimer's later and forget that fight where he sets Obi-Wan on fire in the 3rd episode of Obi-Wan Kenobi streaming on Disney Plus? I don't know, but as it stands at this very moment as I'm live, it's a continuity error, folks, because in the first film of Star Wars, repeating, the classic line is, "When I left you, I was once a learner. Now I am the master. Only a master of evil, Darth." So, what did you forget that moment? I don't know. So let's see, where am I with this review? So, even though we don't see what the Gorns look like, there's still plenty of drama, trauma, suspense, thrills. Like when they fire on the USS Enterprise spaceship and the shields fail. and there's a lot of damage and destruction, and there's a flashback sequence where humans are hunted to be fed upon by the Gorns and more. There's plenty of thrills and shocks in this episode. Now, this was going to be part of my fake rant of the week segment later in this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast episode 103, but I must address it here since it relates to Paramount Plus and this topic. Well, Disney Plus, oh, damn, I got to grab my remote control. I was going to show you something for folks watching on camera, and I left it in another room. God dang it. I'll just tell you. All right, Disney Plus technically does the streaming service better than Paramount Plus in this regard, as it stands at this moment. When you watch a series on Disney Plus, you're given the option to skip intro or skip recap. For example, when you do this, like say you don't want to watch the opening credits or a recap of a previous episode, you simply press the back button. It's a back arrow button, which I was going to show on camera, but I don't have the remote with me for my Roku Ultra. And then the on-screen thing goes away. Well, with Paramount Plus, when you hit the back arrow, you can't make that superimposed skip intro prompt disappear. And the damn thing blocks the opening credits. Sometimes actors come up. It's such a screw up on Paramount Plus's part, just technically. I love their programming. I love their service, but it's so silly that they don't have it where you can skip that or get that off the screen. You can't. And when you go back, and same thing with the end of the show, by the way. And it's the same thing with Disney Plus. As the end credits roll of a program that you're streaming and watching, the end credits are shrunk down to a thumbnail image, while most of your TV screen is devoted to tempt you to watch another similar series or movie, and it says, since you watch this, try this Star Trek show or this Star Wars movie, right? And you can't read the freaking credits. It's so annoying. I like to learn and read about these programs that I love. On Paramount Plus, and now on Disney Plus as well. Disney Plus, it used to let you get rid of that. You know, it give you that option where you can't get rid of that little ad anymore to read the end credits on Disney Plus, and they changed that, and it sucks. To a movie and TV streaming junkie like me, this is something I wish would be fixed. I mean, it's just bullshit not being able to read the names of the cast and crew who produced your favorite show. Also, when you try to arrow back on Paramount Plus specifically, like it works with Paramount in the intro, not the end credits, but the opening credits, it lets you go back. Well, on Paramount Plus, it jumps you out of the show altogether and takes you to a whole nother folder where you see the list of episodes. And then when you go back, it doesn't resume where you left off. Disney Plus does let you resume. When you stop watching something and you go back to it, it picks up where you left off. I love that. But Paramount Plus doesn't do that. They got to fix that. It's so annoying. And that's a real rant, not a fake rant. That really makes me mad when that happens. It's just so irritating. Let's see. But there's people starving in India and right here in the USA, for goodness sakes, people are starving. And so I can't get too bent out of shape about it, right? I mean, let's put things in perspective here. But it's just dumb. It's just a dumb programming and technical error that makes the streaming experience not so user-friendly on Paramount Plus. Does that make sense? Anyway, I gotta breathe. Breathe, Chance, breathe. Okay. All right, let's continue on with Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 1, Episode 5, titled Spock Amok. Now, longtime Trekkers and Trekkies know that Amok Time is the classic original 1960s Trek series episode title of the second season premiere episode that we've talked about before, which introduced then Spock's wife, or really her future wife, named T'Pring. And we met this earlier version of T'Pring in Star Trek Strange New Worlds in the very first episode of this new show. Well, in this, she's back, and Spock is going through the Vulcan male nightmare of Pon Farr, which is a condition where a Vulcan male must mate or die trying. The pressures will simply kill him, as McCoy said in the old episode Amok Time from Season 2 of the original Star Trek. Well, there's a long, I think 14-minute sequence before the opening credits of this episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And at the beginning of this 14-minute sequence, Spock is on Vulcan. And he's facing his Vulcan peers on his hot as hell world called Vulcan. By the way, in the old show, in Season 1, most of the Season 1 episodes of Star Trek back in 66, 67, in those, Spock was referred to as being a Vulcanian instead of a Vulcan. They changed it and shortened it to Vulcan. I like Vulcanian. Anyway, back to this new episode. So as I said, we see Spock on his home planet Vulcan, and he's facing his peers. There's a high priestess, or a space rabbi, if you will, because both Gene Roddenberry and Leonard Nimoy, the original actor who played Spock, both utilized Jewish customs and Judaism in the characterization of Vulcans. The live long and prosper hand gesture, for instance, was based on the Jewish sign, the Shaddai. And this hand gesture itself is a slight modification of the Hebrew gesture forming the letter Shin, S-H-I-N, which represents the name Shaddai, meaning Almighty, as in God. And if you don't believe me, I know most of you know this, but in case you don't, Al, I don't believe you. Let's listen to Leonard Nimoy himself, from obviously before he passed away, obviously, as Spock would say, talking about that. This is a very brief clip, and it's very interesting. I just love how much characterization they put into Star Trek. That's why it survives to this day and has thrived all of these years. It was so well done. But here's the story of Live Long and Prosper, the hand gesture. And let's see if this says what year this is from. This is from the Yiddish Book Center YouTube channel. Let's see if I can get this to go for you now. And I got to pee while this is playing. I'm about to blow up. TMI, TMI. Let me get this here. Hang on a second. Gosh darn it. Hang on, I wanted, is there a cue mark? Yeah. All right, let me cue this up right fast quick for you now to get right on it, not to waste your time. Here it is. Leonard Nimoy.
Was magical. This is the shape of the letter Shin, Hebrew alphabet Shin. Very interesting letter in the language. It's the first letter in the word Shaddai, the first letter in the word Shalom, first letter in the word Shekhinah, which is the name of the feminine aspect of God, who supposedly was created to live amongst humans, the Shekhinah. Why you're not supposed to look came to me much, much later, much later. My wife Susan has a cousin who's a rabbi here in Los Angeles at Temple Israel. And I was telling him this story, and he said the reason you don't look is the legend is that during that benediction, Yeborechako, the Shekhinah comes into the sanctuary to bless the congregation. And you don't want to see that because it's so powerful, you could really be seriously injured, or it could be fatal. So that's why you protect yourself by hiding your eyes. Don't look. I survived. I never dreamed that I would do that someday or be involved in it in some way. But sure enough, one day we're making the Star Trek series, television series. We come to a very lovely script called Amok Time, where my character, Spock, who comes from the Vulcan planet, has to go home to fulfill a marriage betrothal, to be married. And the lady who's going to conduct the service is a lady named T'Pau, played by a wonderful Jewish Viennese actress named Celia Lovsky. I'm supposed to meet her when we arrive at the planet. We exchange hellos. It was the first time we were seeing other Vulcans, other people of my race. So I was hoping to find some touches that could develop the story of the Vulcan sociology, history, whatever, ritual. So I said to the director, I think we should have some special greeting that Vulcans do, because he said, what do you mean? I said, well, you know, humans, we have these rituals, things that we do. We shake hands, we nod to each other, we bow to each other, we salute each other. What do Vulcans do? So I suggested this. He said, okay. And that's how we did it as a greeting, a Vulcan greeting. Boy, that just took off through the culture. It was amazing. Within days after it was on the air, I was getting it on the street. People doing this to me, waving to me in this Vulcan gesture. That's interesting. And it's been that way to this day. It's almost 50 years later, people are still doing it. It just touched the magic chord. Most people, to this day, still don't know what it's all about. A lot of people do, because I've talked about it a lot. I've been asked the question, where did that come from? And I have very readily put out this story. It's sort of like a secret handshake or something, you know, that people enjoy to exchange with each other, as if to say, I'm in on it. I know the joke, you know, Star Trek, right? You know, hey, Star Trek. You know, it's great. People don't realize they're blessing each other with this. That's great.
Can you do it? Can you make that symbol with your hand? Like this, if you're watching on camera in the nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel, you can do it with both hands. Whoop-dee-doo. So back to the episode. So, that's sort of the backstory of Ponfar. So getting back to episode 5, Spock Amok of Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus. Enter T'Pring. And here in this new show, she's played by a famous Indian-Canadian actor and model named Jia Sandhu, who has worked in Bollywood movies and many other projects. She's very pretty, of course. That's why she's on TV. And she's going to be around for a while because according to the International Movie Database, which is known to make errors, she's in the first 3 episodes of season 2 of Strange New Worlds. Anyway, but here, T'Pring enters the scene on Vulcan. As, he's going to pronounce Spock that he wants to marry T'Pring, and they're going to have the ritual right before the High Priestess, the Klingon High Priestess. Well, T'Pring enters the scene and she notices that Spock's ears are no longer pointed. They're like ours. They're human ears. Clutch your pearls. Gasp. And his bowl cut is missing too. He has a part in his hair. What? Well, the Vulcans start acting like a mob, but without rage, since they're unemotional beings we've talked about by choice because of their ancient history where they almost destroyed themselves with war. That's why they devised a philosophy, thanks to Serac, an ancient Vulcan of unemotion and total logic. So they're chanting human, human, human as his ears have disappeared. And more things happen, but then suddenly and predictably, Spock awakens. It was all just a bad dream. So what's happening is Spock is feeling insecure about doing it, meaning sex, with T'Pring, who's on board the ship to mate with him. Well, later, while they're together in his quarters during shore leave, everyone's leaving the ship. Shore leave is just like that. It's spring break, right? Or summer vacation, if you will. Duty calls. Just as the candles are lit, the food is out, the drinks are poured, but Spock's got to go. And T'Pring is not amused. A new alien species, here's what's going on, is contemplating joining the United Federation of Planets that the USS Enterprise is a member of, interworldly organization. It's like the UN, but in outer space. And Captain Christopher Pike's crew represents the United Federation of Planets, and these aliens only want to talk to Spock. Even though he's on shore leave and he's planned this, he and T'Pring have planned this beautiful union, and now everything's all effed up. So later, after that, friction between Spock and T'Pring has settled down later on. She's very irritated, but, he smooths it out when he's summoned to talk to the alien. She settled down, and they kind of get freaky. They get freaky in a scene later in the episode, literally, as in Freaky Friday or Turnabout Intruder. Wink, wink. Trekkers out there and Trekkies out there. As if, what I mean is, they go into each other's minds and something goes wrong, like a mind meld type thing, and they wind up switching into each other's bodies, like Freaky Friday. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was in the body of a woman, the first thing I'd do is hit the restroom to explore Strange New Worlds, if you know what I'm saying. No, I'm just kidding. I sound like a creep. Anywho, I just like that expression, anywho, but I just said it. Now, Spock, who is really T'Pring, in her body, must talk with the aliens, or Spock, must talk to the aliens and not screw up. They're joining the Federation. It's kind of a big deal. To make matters worse, T'Pring is called upon to deal with an asshole Vulcan. Now, while all this is going on, the crew's on vacation, and all sorts of things are going on that's lighthearted. But I like how this episode dropped towards the start of summer break for kids across the United States and Canada. So it's good timing, just like the Memorial Day episode dropped. It's smart. I like how Paramount, planned this all out, with our calendar year. So anyway, there's a lot, like I said, lot of lighthearted fare. The human nurse, Christine Chappell, who, by the way, has a crush on Spock. It hasn't fully developed yet in this new show, but in the classic show, she really digs Spock. And anyone who knows the old show, I won't bore you with details. Anyway, it's known. She makes it known that she's in love with Spock in several episodes, like the naked time when they're diseased and their true emotions come out, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, Spock, as T'Pring lets Nurse Chappell in on the little secret that he's trapped in the female's body, in T'Pring. And so she and the ship's doctor Mbenga must break the Vulcan voodoo and get them back into their original bodies. Now, this was the plot of the final original Star Trek episode from way back in 1969. I was joking about wink, wink, turnabout intruder, where Captain Kirk's consciousness is switched with a jealous psychopathic woman, Dr. Janice Lester. And this was some of William Shatner's most offbeat acting ever, by the way, where he's playing a woman in that old episode of the original show, which I have on film, by the way. It's just classic. Look it up if you've never seen it. It's on Paramount Plus, Turnabout Intruder. It's hysterical. Anyway, while all this is going on in the new episode, number one, played by Rebecca Romaine, number one in command under Captain Christopher Pike, and her friend, who she beat the living shit out of in a previous episode we talked about, episode 3 of Strange New Worlds, titled Ghost of Illyria, with the diseases on the ship that makes everyone crave heat and light. They're joking around on the ship. They decide to have their shore leave on board while everyone's beamed down. Anyway. And so her friend is Lian Noonien Singh, played by Christina Chong, that we talked about. She's the one that Rebecca Romaine's character beat the crap out of, to try to snap her out of the disease. And it wasn't a fair fight because it's revealed that number one is really a member of an alien race that's stronger than humans. And anyway, so whatever. Anyway, and she's supposed to be related to Khan, whom Kirk thaws out 13 years later in Spacey that we talked about already today. She is shown, she's not shown rather, to have human strength above, God dang it, I'm fucking up tonight. Excuse my French. The character of Lian Noonien Singh is not shown to have above average strength, like her genetically altered predecessor, Khan, who was genetically altered in the eugenics wars. So I stand behind my statement last time. It wasn't a fair fight between she and number one, but here they're getting along and they're giddy and they're playing these weird games on the Enterprise, like shooting each other with stun guns and shit, like having an Old West shootout. It's very bizarre, but it's supposed to be lighthearted and funny between number one and Singh. But all's well is here. Now they're getting along. The alien disease is in their rearview mirror and they're gleefully playing games. And it's kind of odd. And clearly by the end of the episode, Spock will be back where he belongs in his own body. But the question remains, can they switch again later? Also, I consider this to be, in terms of the timeline, another breakdown of the bond between Spock and his future wife, T'Pring, whom he is supposed to marry down the line. So that's consistent. That's good continuity with the original show, because she says, I don't want to be, betrothed I don't want to be the consort of a legend, right? So we're starting to see friction, slight friction between them here. And then we saw slight friction in episode 1 of Strange New World. So it's getting worse in this episode. So I like that characterization. It's consistent. Now here comes my nitpicks. Not once, not twice, but 3 times a lady, we see Spock and T'Pring kiss in this episode. Vulcans do not kiss. This goes back to the very first episode of the classic series with Spock's parents, titled Journey to Babel, from season 2 of the Star Trek original series from 1967, in which Spock's parents, Sarek, and the human Amanda touch fingers like this. This is how a Vulcan kisses. They rub their index and birdie fingers together, like their index and their fuck off finger, if you will. Excuse my language in the vernacular there. But they rub fingers. They never kiss. Now, I've got to mention that I brought this up to Scooter Parker. A lot of you know who Scooter is. Scooter Parker, that's an alias. I'm not going to say his real name. And Scooter told me, yeah, but that's in public. And he said, this is the first time we see a Vulcan couple kiss in private. And that's an excellent point. And I actually bought that explanation. But however, since then, I thought about it, and I remembered in that episode, Journey to Babel, they're in private in their quarters on the USS Enterprise, and they kiss with their fingers, not their lips. So I don't know. I'm still buying Scooter's logical, if you will, no pun intended, explanation, but that they do that finger kiss in private in that old episode. So I don't know. Continuity's at stake here, but I'm all open to new ideas, and to have Vulcans kiss makes sense. And, I don't know, perhaps the fire and the passion went out for Spock's parents in their relationship. So they did not kiss in that old episode. But again, it all comes down to continuity and choosing to believe what you want to believe. That goes for Scooter and for me. So another nitpick, Captain Christopher Pike uses a colorful metaphor in this episode, which is set in a diplomatic setting in which he says, quote, "Who knows what species will piss off next?" Piss off? How gauche. Also, that's not in line with continuity if you take into account, there's that word again, continuity, the events of the movie Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, where they went back in time to the year 1986 to get humpback whales. And that's set 32 years after the timeline of Strange New Worlds, where Kirk and the Enterprise officers do not know 20th century slang or profanity. Well, double dumbass on you. You know, he has to learn the profanity of the time in the 20th century. Booyah, I got him again. I got him again. Piss off is not something that Pike should say. But I hear you. I hear you out there. Chance, it's just a TV show. Get a life. Right, I get it. I get it. And they're trying to make it more updated and humorous. That's why they said piss off. By the way, I like that Pike said species and not species, as Rebecca Romaine pronounces that word that we talked about before. Anyway, I thought it was weird he said piss off. That just seemed so gauche. I mean, hey, man, details and continuity matters when it comes to modern-day folklore, easy for me to say, and modern mythology, which is what both Star Trek and Star Wars are. And now, my friends, my other nitpick with this very enjoyable episode, Spock Amok, the 5th episode of Season 1 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, is that the onboard shore leave scenes between Number 1 and Singh that I talked about, where they're playing games, are intended to be funny, but the humor here is incredibly forced, in my opinion. Those goofy, playful shipboard scenes they just missed the mark for me. I don't know, it just seems so forced. But back to the positives. And there's many positives of this episode. I found Spock Amok to be 95% fun, enjoyable, and interesting. So I don't mean to sound like an ass, but I will point out things I find are illogical and don't make sense. So anyway, here's the positives. Jess Bush as Nurse Christine Chappell, the Australian actress, her interpretation of the character grows on you big time. And I like how she's performing a very effective North American accent instead of her native Australian tongue. And she has big eyes and she's very attractive. More good. In this episode, Spock Amok, Captain Christopher Pike wears the green, I got a visual aid I got to get. He wears the green tunic that we saw in the original Star Trek show that Captain Kirk wore. I'm going to put it up before camera here for people that are viewing the show. And I loved that tunic, which was first seen. Well, let me just read my notes because I'm going to divert and then I'll F up what I want to say to you here and teach you in the audience. You're watching, by the way, or listening to the Nostalgic Podblast episode 103. On camera, on YouTube, on your television, tablet, phone, or in our Facebook group. But here, if you're watching, this is the green wraparound tunic I'm referring to. And if you're not watching, you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've seen, even if you can't stand Star Trek, I'm sure you've seen Kirk wearing a green shirt, a command shirt, in several episodes in Season 2 and Season 1 of the original Star Trek. In Season 3, it disappeared altogether. So this is the second season version on camera of the green tunic. In the original series, in production order, Kirk's green top, how effeminate does that sound? I'm sorry, Kirk's green shirt was first worn by William Shatner in the 5th produced episode titled The Enemy Within in 1966. So I think that's good continuity with this new show showing a Starfleet officer wearing the green garment. More good, we see Captain Pike's superior officer, Admiral Robert April, again in this episode. He was in the very first episode of Strange New Worlds, pretty much right out of the gate, I think in the very first scene. He's on a shuttlecraft. He goes down to a planet with snow where Captain Pike's on shore leave with a woman in a cabin. Anyway, I digress. And so Robert April, he's been written. Gene Roddenberry created him. That was supposed to be the character in the first pilot, The Cage. So he's been around, that character, since the beginning, the origins of Star Trek, back in the 60s. And here he's played by an African-American. So he's an African-American admiral, or African human, I should say. How's that? That's pretty good on my part to say so myself. He's an African human in the Star Trek universe. African human Admiral April. He's back, and that was good to see. Good, more good. The incidental music, just like with Obi Wan Kenobi, the music is great here. And the score is by Nanny, N-A-M-I, Nami, tomato, Nami Melumad, who was an Israeli-Dutch film composer based in Los Angeles, California, and her recent projects include Disney's Far From the Tree in 2021, Netflix's The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window in 2022, and of course, right here in the Paramount Plus series Star Trek Strange New Worlds, as well as Star Trek Prodigy in 2021. And the special effects, the set design, the props in Star Trek Strange New Worlds continue to razzle-dazzle. It's just really, really good stuff. And there's only 5 more episodes in Season 1, and Season 2 is on the way. So in closing, I recommend watching the all-new Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus, and I'll continue to view it faithfully each and every week. We're going to move on to something else, but I guess I'll play a couple more scenes here from Strange New Worlds. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. Right, here are some more scenes. And I wish, I've said this before, I wish they would do like a 1 minute or 30-second preview of the next episode and tack it on before the end credits like they used to do in the 60s with the original show. Just a suggestion for Season 2. If anyone within the sound of my voice at Paramount... I doubt you'll hear or see this, but if you do, if you know someone that makes those decisions, I think it'd be a good idea because it was always exciting. And by the way, that episode Arena we talked about, the original show with the Gorn, where Kirk fights the Gorn to the death, that was the first episode I bought on home video on VHS back in 1985. Before DVD, before streaming, of course, long before that, Paramount was the first company to release classic television for home video. And they had done it on Laserdisc, actually, when Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan was released on home video in 1983. They released a couple episodes like Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, along with Space Seed, so the public could see the first episode with Khan. That was the first time, but then flash forward a few years later, and they started releasing individual episodes, and what they would do is release 10 episodes per batch, and it'd usually be per quarter, every 3 months. Paramount would release 10 episodes, and then finally in 1988, they released all 79 episodes of the original series on VHS, and get this, the price point was pretty high back then. It was $14.95 plus tax for just one Star Trek episode. Now you can get like a whole season for that price. And anyway, but I love at Turtles Records and Tapes. I don't know where you are in the world if you're listening to the show somewhere else, this won't mean anything to you, but you remember record stores. You probably are of age, and there used to be record stores. And in the Southeast, and especially in Atlanta, Georgia, there was Turtles Records and Tapes. And in East Cobb County at Merchants Walk, I'll never forget this display. There was a great display, a cardboard display. I wish I had it. I've looked for photos of it. It's in my mind, in my memory. This Turtles Records and Tapes. It had little slots for the individual episodes. I think there must have been 10 slots. And then they were stacked up. There were other episodes behind, the one up in the front. But it was great. And it showed a shot, of the Menagerie episode I've talked about. And I just loved that display. And that's where I bought Arena, and I was hooked. And at the end of that Arena episode, they put the original next week 60-second long preview trailer. And then when they released them on DVD, they didn't put them in there. And then they put them back in as a supplemental section. And on the Blu-ray, they're in a supplemental section. Anyway, I am all over the place. I know very few care or know what I'm talking about at this moment. But anyway, Arena was the first one that I bought on home video. And then I had to collect them all. But at $14.95 each, got pretty pricey, especially when you're mowing lawns to be able to afford these things. So yeah, let's listen just to a couple more clips of Star Trek Strange New Worlds and move on to something else. And we got some birthdays to celebrate. Here.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt. This is your captain? Our mission. To chart the stars. push the boundaries of what is known and what is possible.
I'm standing on the surface of a comet.
I love this job.
These people, this crew, I believe we can do anything.
You wanted to seek out new life. Go where the aliens are.
Your presence is blasphemy.
Let's talk about this. Find some
I think that went well. Perhaps we should kiss.
That seems logical.
Chipring.
Maybe we don't touch anything else. Just a suggestion.
The whole future hangs in the balance.
No one can know the future. One can only follow one's instincts.
You're the best of Starfleet.
Our ability to work together, that's our greatest strength.
Let's show them what you got.
It's good, and I highly recommend it. And again, it's set 13 years before Star Trek, the original series timeline, so you don't have to know the Next Generation or Deep Space Nine or Star Trek Voyager, any of that stuff. You don't need to know that. All right, so moving on. Item. Disney does not yet own Pokemon, Pluto TV, but they do own the character of Pluto the dog. But they don't own the planet Pluto, at least not yet. And Disney does not own Silly Putty. Man, I love those dull pineapple whip treats at Disney theme parks. That's good stuff, boy. Item, I'm repeating here, but I've been mentioning, if you heard previous episodes, this really still irritates me that this was rebranded. I talked about IMDb TV, a free streaming service, even though there's ads. Well, they rebranded it Freevee. So just for a note there, I don't know why they did. I don't like that name, but IMDb TV, because that's a great brand going back to 1990. That's when the International Movie Database was created, even before the internet, which is very, very strange. I guess it was just on paper, but they renamed it Freevee, which I think is just lame-o. I don't know who made that decision. I mean, after it had been out a couple months, actually not even a month, I don't think they renamed it, so that was dumb. Now it's time to play a little game. And this is the soundtrack game. This one some will get, but it's pretty tricky, but this is cool music. So even if you don't care to play, I think you'll dig this music. At least I do. Name the soundtrack. A lot of Generation Xers will recognize this. Some boomers won't. Most boomers won't. And also, this makes it a little trickier. These are covers of music, so that makes it a little bit more tricky, but not impossible to guess what this is. A little hint, the music at the very start of this very episode of the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 103, was the original music to this TV series. So there's your hint. Now let's go. This music is by an artist, Louis ROI, like return on investment. Louis Roy, ROI. And he scored this version of some music I want to play right now. Yeah, here we go. See if you can guess what this is. And I just dig this music so much. This is so... That's the Space Giants. That's the American version. No, that's the Japanese version. I'm so off tonight of Ambassador Magma Taishi in Japanese. And in America, it was the Space Giants. We'll talk about that in a second. I want to play a few more brief tracks that this guy scored. And his YouTube channel, I'll give it a mention in just a moment, to get a pen ready if you want to write it down to make a note of it. But his name is Louis Roy, R-O-I. Now I'm going to play this music. This is the Lugo Man theme. And this was running before John Carpenter's Halloween was released. And John Carpenter, for those who don't know, did the music for the movie Halloween with Michael Myers as the terrible villain. And I hear rather a bit of influence to the Halloween theme music in this piece of music. This, again, is the Lugo Man theme. I'll explain who they are in a minute. And the track is titled Suspense. Let me play this. I just dig this. It touches my inner child. That's brilliant. He did a great job. And that sounds very Halloween-ish. And I'm sure that John Carpenter was inspired by that, because it was running on TBS and actually been running in certain markets in America since 1972 in American form. We'll talk about the origin of that show in a moment. This is Gam's theme I want to play. These are brief tracks, but I just love them. Just dig it, man. This is a hero. This is the first Transformer. All right, I think I should have explained this before I played it, but anyway, play it back. I'll explain this in a moment. But this is Gam. This was like Robot Rocket Boy. He could transform into a rocket. This is a live action show. They aired in Japan from July 4th, 1966 until June of 1967. 52 episodes, half hour in length each. 4 episodes formed a full story. So really they filmed them all at the same time, like in the form of a 2-hour movie cut with cliffhangers into 4 sections, 4 segments. But Gam was a good guy, and he was a robot that turned into a rocket, as I said. And this was his theme. And this music is in the public domain, by the way. So... It was like a Godzilla movie, fake, but it had its moments. And I love that music no matter what. Even if you can't stand the show or know the show or have no interest in the show, that's pretty good little music. And this guy did a great reorchestration. Now here is Haranda's theme, who was a human gangster in the Space Giants in 4 episodes. He got killed. I like this music. I'll explain in a moment, but the long story short version is that there's an alien who collects planets like they're record albums named Rodak, and he's got all these powers, and human mobsters, the mafia, team up with him to have territory on the Earth, and Haranda was like the mob boss. Anyway, this is back in the 60s, folks, in Japan. I'm going to play a little bit more music because I think it's just really groovy. All right, here is... there were creatures called the Lugo Men who could, they live in 4 dimensions. I'm going to explain it all in just a second, but they could take over humans' identities. And this is music for the Lugo Doctor. Let me just play this. I just dig this music. There's just a couple more, and they're very brief. They're like 1.5 minutes long each. Very few of you won't even know what the hell I'm talking about, but some of you do. And even if you don't, I'm sure you can appreciate how interesting that music is. What else do I want to play for you? Oh, yeah. Here's another track called Crisis. This guy did a fantastic job with this music. before I play the next piece, this is the original opening of the Space Giants, the American version, the second American version that Lakeside Television distributed. Here's how it sounded. And then I'll play this guy's reorchestration of it.
From the far reaches of outer space comes a threat to planet Earth. Mankind faces its most powerful enemy, the mastermind Rodak. The Space Giants. Goldar, a 50-foot robot, and his electronic space family are created to defend our world.
That's how little kids were introduced to the Space Giants back in the day, and it aired on TBS from 1977 to 1981. So it was an after-school treat. And they'd play Speed Racer and the Flintstones along with Space Giants in their after-school lineup. More on that in a moment, and then we'll move on to something else. Got to cover some birthdays. So that's how the American version of the theme by Lakeside Television, the distributor, sounded. Now, here is Roy's version. Let me back it up. I just think it's freaking awesome. This is Louis Roy. R-O-I is the last name. Also did the end titles. Yeah, I'm going to play the American version of the outro. Yeah, the original out or end credits, just for context.
Stay tuned for prehistoric fun with the Flintstones. Next on Superstation WTBS. Like that with the original TBS voiceover. All right, so here is the end credits by this gentleman. I just love it. He's doing... And you know, let me explain something. Things disappear on YouTube, whether he might decide to take it down. Now, this is public domain music to my knowledge. I'm 99% certain I'm correct on that. So likely it won't be removed due to copyright, but he could take it down. So I want to preserve this awesome reorchestration he did of one of my favorite childhood shows, The Space Giants. Here we go. Here's his version of the end American titles that the distributor Lakeside Television had created. In 1977.
repetitive, but just really, really cool, in my opinion. So let me give you some background on the Space Giants, and then I'm going to play a couple brief clips, and then we'll move on to another topic. And by the way, someone recently put them on YouTube, all 52 episodes of the Space Giants in restored quality. Let me give you some information. So the Space Giants was originally titled, as I mentioned, Ambassador Magma Taishi. Magma as in volcanic lava, magma. And it was called Ambassador Magma Taishi in Japan. And it debuted there in Japan on July 4th, 1966, of all days, our 4th of July, Independence Day. And it ended on June 26th, 1967, with 52 half-hour episodes being produced. Every 4 episodes, as I mentioned, composed one storyline, the equivalent of a 2-hour feature-length episode, including ads, broken down into 4 segments with cliffhanger endings in the first 3 of those segments. The 4th segment would resolve the storyline. There typically would not be a cliffhanger. The plot was about a devilish, evil wizard alien named Goa in Japanese. Rodak was his name in the English translated version, who collects planets like a child would collect Pokemon cards. A wise wizard, a good guy named Methuselah in the English version, creates a 50-foot golden transformer robot rocket to defend the Earth, named Ambassador Magma Taishi. The character's name was Goldar in the English translated version. And he's created to defend the Earth against attacks by Rodak, who unleashes monster after monster until the authorities on Earth surrender to his will and wishes of control, ownership, and world domination. Methuselah, the good guy, also creates 2 other smaller Defender robot transformer rockets named Silvar and Gam. The human boy Miko, M-E-K-O, Miko, the son of a reporter named Ito Mura with a worldwide news service, was chosen by Rodak to meet him so that his father can spread the news that he's here and he's going to take over the Earth. Let's let Rodak tell you all of that himself in the very first episode, which is on YouTube, The Space Giants Remastered, Episode 1, The Monster Rodak. Let me get this queued up. It's a very brief, it's not even a minute long. And what he does is he sends a messenger to call Itomura's home, and he talks to Miko, his mother, and says, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Rodak will arrive. And what he does, he sends, like, basically it looks like Godzilla, a monster. He sets back Miko's neighborhood 1,000,000 years to prehistoric times in the blink of an eye. And it was just so cool as a kid. Yeah, it's fake as hell now, but it still looks kind of cool. Let me...
Most powerful enemy, the mastermind Rodak. The Space Giants. Goldar, a 50-foot robot.
Here comes Rodak. He reveals himself. His ship looks like a bat. A vampire bat.
I have long admired your beautiful planet, and soon it will belong to me. Soon the Earth must surrender.
Papa, I'm going to take a picture.
Come here. Get away. Let the child take his photographs. That way you will be able to prove to the world that I exist. Tell everyone of what you have seen and warn them that I am powerful enough to conquer the entire Earth. I came to you first because you're a reporter for a worldwide news service and you can spread the news.
Come over here.
So he takes off in his ship, Rodak does. Now, another ally of Rodak, along with these monsters that he sends, were creatures called the Lugomen that I referenced earlier. And they come from the Nastrix galaxy, and they live in a world of shadowy 4 dimensions, and they can assume the identity of any Earthling they choose. And they also can walk through walls and enter other solid objects like cars. Let me pull a clip of this, and then we'll start to move on. But it was really an intriguing show. I mean, I'm living in the past. I'm living in the past.
from the far reaches
They were
of
introduced.
outer-
God
The
dang it.
Earthlings until there is no one left but us.
That's the. Miko's mother is abducted by the Lugo men and replaced by one of the Lugo men. This creature you just heard speaking. He's like one of the leaders of the Lugo men, right? And what was interesting was when a Lugo man is destroyed, like if they would take the bodies and put them in the back of a truck of the human, and then they would be unconscious while they're taken over. But then if the Lugo man's destroyed, the person comes to, right, and regains consciousness. So you know that the bad guy was killed. So let me play this. They were introduced in the 9th episode of the Space Giants, by the way. This is a clip from the 12th episode of 52. And I just love these creatures, and they can be destroyed by Goldar, Silvar, and Gam, the heroes, the robot family, the Transformer rockets. They have little antenna on their head, and they can fire gamma rays. And when the Lugo men are struck by these gamma rays, by either one of them, they melt into this blue, bubbly, like oatmeal-looking substance. And it was always just so cool to see, at least from a child's mind's eye. So, 12:40 mark. Yeah, let me just play this. Here's one of them being destroyed. Here's how the sound. See, they're being shot by Silvar, Goldar's quote-unquote wife. In the American version, she's a robot rocket, and she's shooting these Lugo men creatures, and they're just dudes like in a big stocking cap, like they're all in a giant stocking, like pantyhose, with these little sneakers. These dark sneakers are just dark, but it was an effective costume actually, on a shoestring budget. But let's listen to the Lugo men being destroyed. So they turn into this bluish ooze. It's really disgusting.
I'm not certain that Gam and Miko are all right, Mura. You stay here. I'll fly to their aid.
So Miko, the reporter's son, and Gam, the robot rocket boy, have been taken over by the Lugo men, and they're about to destroy the bodies and burn them with gasoline. It's pretty traumatic shit for a kid to be watching. And a lot of scenes were cut from the American version. They showed drive-by shootings. I mean, all sorts of terrible violence. Oh, I shouldn't say that. In today's time, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not making light of that, but I need to be sensitive to what's going on in this country, some real tragedies. But that was just pointing out an example. There was all sorts of violence like that. Like it showed a priest being murdered on Christmas Eve Mass in church by Rodak, and that scene was cut for American audiences. But they eventually released this in Japan, recently digitally remastered, but the English tracks have been lost. More on that in a moment. Let me just play a little bit. This is very brief of what the Lugo men, the head guy that took over the reporter's son's mother, and they don't know where she is. Like she's gone from the show for many, many episodes, and then she comes back. They eventually get her back, but I'm all over the place with the story, but just listen to this.
What do you want with us?
You know too much about us, and therefore you will have to be replaced by one of those coming in from my planet. I must take all precautions that nothing goes wrong with this operation. Rodak is our leader and commander of our planet Lugo in the Nastrix galaxy. We live in a world of 4 dimensions and have the ability of replacing human beings with our own bodies. When we have taken over this planet Earth, Rodak will reward us with medals for bravery and give us each a territory of our own.
Better leave here while you can. You'll be defeated.
Silence! An Earthling can never win against a Lugo man. We are far too superior mentally and physically.
What are you going to do?
What do you think we are going to do? Pour the gasoline. Look, she's coming too. I'd better destroy them all now.
Help us.
Gam throws a can of gasoline at the base of that alien and sets it on fire. Right there.
Mama's missing. He knows where she is. Mama's still somewhere. And it was his idea. Now that he's destroyed, Miko's mother should regain consciousness. Look at that.
They're all coming too because all the Lugo men were killed in the explosion. There's Rodak in his space in his ship circling there.
What's going on there?
The first group of Lugo men have been destroyed. It happened at their meeting place where they were going to destroy the victims they replaced. All the victims have since regained consciousness.
What? That's impossible. No Earthling can match the power of a Lugo man. A Lugo man has more weapons to work with, more scientific knowledge, and the power of a fourth dimension. That's why I chose the people of the planet Lugo in the Nastrix galaxy. What you say cannot be true. Besides, Zandosis was watching out for Goldar in the event he should be called. How can it be that my monster allowed Goldar to do this to me?
It wasn't Goldar, sir. His wife and son did the damage.
They shall pay for this. From this moment on, Gam and Silvar are to be watched more closely. The Earthlings do not realize how patient I've been with them, but my patience is coming to an end. Now I am forced to show them the full power Zandosis possesses. Zandosis!
Anyway, that's a sea monster. It gets its power from the moon, and it absorbs all the sound waves on the Earth. Anyway, it was a very creative show. Is it cheesy? Absolutely. But it was just such a pop culture thing that Generation Xers, when they were youngsters, a lot of them remember. Anyway, just a couple more paragraphs I want to read that I wrote about Space Giants. All three of the Defender Transformer rockets, Goldar, Silvar, and Gam in the English version, have gamma rays that I mentioned blast from their antennas, which disintegrate and destroy the Lugo creatures. And all of this shit was really cool. I mean, to a pre-internet and pre-CGI 7 or 8 year old kid, I'm telling you. And there were some American actors in this show, like the one where Haronda, the gangster, and there were Liz, one of the reporters at the news service that Itomura works at. Anyway, they had a lot of American actors in this Japanese production. And there was a final episode that resolved the storyline, episode 52. Unlike Lost in Space, Battlestar Galactica, or Space 1999, back in those days, there was a conclusion. And Ted Turner imported this show and beamed it via satellite through his TV station WTCG, later given the call letters WTBS, from 77 to 1981. After the summer of 1977 Star Wars blockbuster movie release created an outer space program craze. He was smart to do that, and it worked. It captured my attention anyway, and a lot of my friends too. But in 1972, Ambassador Magma Taishi, again, that aired in Japan originally and was produced in 1966 and 1967, was translated into English by Peter Hernandez, who had done the translation at that time for Speed Racer and other Japanese to English productions. But it was first dubbed in America with the title Monsters from Outer Space in the United States and America before the show was distributed by now defunct Lakeside TV out of New York City to Ted Turner in 1977, retitled The Space Giants, with that piece of music that was produced in 77 for this repackage. Now, as I said, you can watch The Space Giants in English for free in excellent quality on YouTube. It's near perfect visual quality on the YouTube channel Kyan Shahab. I'm going to spell that. Kyanshahab. Those are two words. Kyan Shahab. I'm going to spell that again because it's really just Google search The Space Giants Restored and it'll pull them up. But you want to start from the very beginning if you remember the show and have any interest in it at all. But it looks gorgeous. So again, that's Kyanshahab. And they're in English. So in Japan, in Japanese, Ambassador Magma Taishi, the original title, was released digitally remastered on Blu-ray, but with no English tracks. Supposedly, the English translated dubbed tracks by Peter Hernandez in 1972 are lost. So what this person did on YouTube was use old VHS and beta taped recordings from WTCG, WTBS airings around the year 1980 and synced that audio up with the perfect visual Blu-ray footage, and it looks great. I did the same thing in 2014, but using Japanese Laserdisc before the Blu-rays were released for my personal collection. Now, I have some of the lost English dubbed content of the translations on 16mm film, which this guy does not have, which I had professionally converted from reel-to-reel 16mm film to DVD, just like Legacy Box does today with home movies for families and individuals. Now, I need to offer this gentleman my audio so he can have even more English tracks. And here's the reel. If you're watching on camera, here's a reel. Well, let me just continue with this. I'm all over the place tonight. I'm not good. I have scenes on film that TCG and WTBS cut for more commercial time to air more ads, because the original lengths were sometimes 25, 26 minutes. It varied, and it was needed to be cut down to 22 minutes even back then for cable television airings, commercial cable television airings. So they would cut stuff out. Also, I have English dubbed next episode trailers, which were always cut by TBS, except for the one at the end of the very first episode. They left that one in. And I added that to my personal DVD sets of all 52 episodes in my private collection. But here they are in a reel. There's a giant film reel I'm going to hold up for the camera. Oh, geez, almost screwed up my set here. I want to show you guys, anyone watching on video. Here's a film reel of some of the Space Giants footage. These are all in English. And these are like lost English tracks. There's not only are they're previews of most of the 52 episodes, and those are on the Blu-rays, by the way, but in Japanese. I mean, these were originally edited previews that the Japanese would air like in prime time over there. So it's not something that TBS or the American version created, but there they are. And I just treasure this film footage. I'm glad I had it converted digitally. But it looks great on film, on reel-to-reel film. And there's also cut scenes that TBS cut. So I really think that that's neat. What else did I want to share with you? Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. Well, let me show you the other side of this on camera. There's Ultraman. We'll talk about that in a second. All right, so I would recommend, if you have any interest in exploring this, if you're younger and you want to check out the original Transformers. That's what these characters were, the original Transformers. 52 half-hour episodes are there for your viewing pleasure, and you can watch it on television through the YouTube free streaming channel right there in your television. Now, here's what kills me. Our friend Al Hardy had all 52 episodes of the Space Giants. He worked at Ted Turner's WTCG and WTBS for years through 1991, like from, I think he said 76 or 77 to 1991, and they gave him these prints. Lakeside TV became defunct, so there was no place to return them to, so he got to take them home legally, and he wound up selling these, and these had even more English tracks that are now lost. And Al told me he sold them to another film collector named Tom Hudgens, who sadly has since died. So who knows what his wife did with these prints, if she sold them. I'm always looking for Space Giants on reel-to-reel film, but I was lucky to find what I did back in, I want to say 2006 is when I got my hands on some of this footage from a private collector in Pennsylvania State. Anyway, I could go on and on about Space Giants, and I already have, but that music is really cool. If you wanted to hear what it's about before you hear the music, just pause and back it up and listen to those tracks. This guy did a fantastic job. I'll save some of the anecdotes about the Space Giants for another time. I'll do a podblast about the Space Giants, Ultraman, and Spectreman, which are all very similar. Spectreman was produced after the Space Giants in Japan in the early 1970s, and it was heavily influenced by the success of the Planet of the Apes movies. That's another topic. And then Ultraman was around the time of the Space Giants in the 60s, and you can see on camera some shots from the back of a Japanese book that I have, that I had imported. And those are all true Japanese live-action superhero monster-smashing cult classics for many Generation Xers who watched them on WTBS. WTBS and WTCG aired all of them, the Space Giants, Ultraman, and Spectreman back in the day. And I think Spectreman even aired all the way through 1982. Again, it was just after-school fare. Very nostalgic for me. The forerunners of the Transformers. Why don't I just go ahead and play the theme to Spectreman? This is groovy. This actually has lyrics. It's an American band, like a garage band, that was hired to come up with a theme for the American version of Spectreman. And this is a lot of effing fun, I think. And yeah, it's a little cheesy. Where did I find that clip? Here it is. God bless America. Here it is. Let's listen to the Spectre Man opening theme, and then we'll definitely move on to the Jeopardy update. Check this out, y'all. Come on now.
Spectre Man! Spectre Man! Hear the flash like a flame, faster than a plane. A mystery with the name Spectre Man. Power from space, he'll save the human race. Yet they'll never know the face of Spectre Man. We will never know the source of his power and his force as he guides this planet's course.
Jesus, it scared the fuck out of me.
Spectre Man!
Crazy shit. I love it. All right, so let's get on with some of our regular features as we wound down this epic length and nostalgic Podblast. When I prepare the show, and it takes me, I stayed up all night preparing this. That should be a clue to me that it's going to be a long one. I don't want it to be this long.
This is Jeopardy!
Time for our Jeopardy update. This is brief.
Wait.
I just love that original Jeopardy theme. I call it the hyperactive Jeopardy theme. Mayim Bialik is continuing as host, thank goodness. I prefer her over the smug Ken Jennings, who does have a right to host because he is the greatest Jeopardy champion ever. I mean, he's a great player. I just don't prefer him. I think he's a bit humorless, a bit dry. And I think Mayim is just really cute with her delivery. She does a great job. And I hope she remains as the permanent host. But I really, really like the current champion. He's an Uber driver named Ryan Long from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And he's amassed, as we're live, $299,400 in 16 games and counting as champion. The current season of Jeopardy runs through July 29th, 2022, and then it'll return in the fall in September 2022. There you go. That's all for Jeopardy, and I'm glad that Mayim is hosting for another week. The week coming up, Mayim is hosting again, so that's good, in my opinion. Oh, it's time for our nostalgic toy of the week. Holy shit. I'm getting punchy, folks.
Introducing new crazy color foam. Now your favorite fun foam soap is pink and blue. Just push the secret button.
It's a big blue moon that bounces! We'll make a big pink monster that you can squish.
Crazy color foam is really fine, mild soap, so you get clean while you play with foamatrons from outer space.
Crazy! It's color!
New crazy color foam soap. Haha.
Weird. That's from 1979. That's obviously an old television spot. Man, was everyone on drugs back then that produced these shows and things? Good Lord. So Crazy Foam, which is basically shaving cream, let's be honest, first appeared at Bath Time in 1965. Manufactured by the American Aerosol Company, released with a variety of characters, both licensed and generic. The fun foam soap made bath time more creative and interactive for kids as it combined a way to get clean with the novelty of playing with their favorite characters. Crazy Foam is still being made nowadays and it combines body wash, shampoo, and conditioner. Now, my favorite, Chance Bartels speaking, your Nostalgic Podblast host, my personal favorite was Spider-Man when I was a kid, the Spider-Man Crazy Foam. That was my jam back in the day, in a bathtub far, far away. See what I did there? And I want to play for people younger than me that are still, you know, they're getting up there in age. I'm going to play another Crazy Foam ad from the 80s. And this was during the Smurfs craze. Let me just play this 30-second TV spot for Crazy Foam with the Smurfs. I have not shared this yet on my social media for the Nostalgic Podblast. Here we go.
Now there's a Smurf Crazy Foam with a collectible top. There's Smurf Crazy Foam for fun in the tub. Smurf is surfing, there he goes to help you wash from toes to nose. You can scrub a dub-dub with Smurf-made suds. You can rub a dub-dub with a Smurf in your tub. Whenever you rub a dub-dub, there's Smurf Crazy Foam for fun in the tub. There's Smurf Crazy Foam for fun in the tub.
Good grief, is this Romper Room? I mean, this is... I've really degenerated. No, not really, I just say that. But I know a lot of you are like, what the hell is this show all about? It's about nostalgia. Sometimes I do go a little too far with going back. But it's time for something more present. Time for birthdays. Here's some celebrity birthdays of famous folks in entertainment, sports, art, and music, both living and no longer on Earth. From late May, because I'm behind, and early June, that I must acknowledge. Number 1, Joe Namath turned 79 on May 31st, being born back in 1943 on a Monday in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. The former football player Namath, who was named on the Sporting News' 100 Greatest Football Players list in 1999, established himself as a sports icon and a pop culture icon, appearing on shows like The Brady Bunch, for instance, after guaranteeing a victory to his team, the New York Jets, over the favorites at the time, the Baltimore Colts, and then helping his team win Super Bowl III against the Colts. Happy 79th. Happy 92nd birthday to Clint Eastwood, who was born on Saturday, May 31st, 1930 in San Francisco, California. Go ahead. Make my summer. Gonna play a clip of him with the great Tom Snyder. And this was actually on the set in New York City of Bronco Billy, which is an underrated movie. A lot of people older than me don't like that movie, but I loved Bronco Billy. I thought it was a good against all odds type story. And I like the camaraderie. I thought it was a great film. Very heartfelt. But here's a clip of an interview with Clint Eastwood from way back in 1980 in New York City by Tom Snyder. Let me go ahead. I don't want to play the whole thing. Here we go.
Manhattan is a long way from...
Hang on.
I guess raised in my teenage
me.
life around Oakland, the other side of the
Bear
bay.
with me.
Bill's suggestion works very well.
He directed Bronco Billy.
How much you gonna give us on this play? Back in the room.
And this is a scene, if you know the movie Bronco Billy, where they're on top of Miss Lily's penthouse apartment in New York, and the attorney is saying they still haven't found her, and they don't know if she's alive or whatever. Anyway, it's that scene. Who cares?
Sitting up here 33 floors above Manhattan is a long way from the place where Clint Eastwood grew up. What was your life as a child? What kind of a family were you from? Did they have bucks? And what did you do when you were a little kid?
Well, I was born in San Francisco, and I guess raised in my teenage life around Oakland, the other side of the bay. However, as a youngster, we moved quite a bit. We lived up and down the West Coast. It was during the Depression years, and in those days, people used to change jobs frequently, and so I moved around quite a bit till I was about 15, and then we lived in Oakland from about 15 till 19.
During all that time when you were moving around from place to place, was that hard for you as a young kid to meet new friends and always be the new kid on the block?
Yeah, it is hard. I think it's probably a great experience. Like you can find something good out of anything bad. But I would have preferred to stay in a neighborhood where you know the same people and enjoy the same people throughout your growing years. But I suppose there's benefits to it. You learn to get along with a lot of different people from a lot of different places.
Did you have to learn to defend yourself?
Yeah, you have to do that.
You know, the
too.
new kid on the block
Oh,
is
yeah,
usually the one
he's-
who gets the shot first, and let's see if this guy's tough or not.
Yeah, and I was always a little big for my age, so some guy was always trying to punch me out.
Did you win?
Occasionally.
When you were growing up as a teenager, what did you want to be? I'm certain it wasn't a movie actor. You didn't want to be.
It wasn't a movie actor. I once got roped into doing a play in junior high school, one-act play, and I absolutely hated it. It was kind of tough. I was always an introverted kind of kid. I wasn't the outspoken kid on the block, but the character in this little one-act play was an introverted kid. So she says, "Well, he's perfect." And this other kid, my buddy, had to play my father, and having one of your peers playing your father is kind of ridiculous. But it was good laughs, and it was a good thing to have behind you. But it wasn't until I was, till quite a few years later, that I thought about being an actor.
Well, what about those years in between? What'd you do?
Well, I left there. I graduated from high school. I went to work up in Oregon. I worked for the timber mills up there, and I worked as a steel worker. I was attempting to enroll in a university up in Washington State, and at the time I was sidetracked with a draft notice, so I had to go in the Army for a couple of years.
What was your job in the war? It probably was a very dangerous occupation.
Yeah, it was dangerous. I was a swimming instructor. It was a tough job. It's one of those frontline things. No, I had swam in school, and I got a job as a swimming instructor at Fort Ord. It was a good job, really. One of those. There are a lot of good jobs in the service, contrary to public.
Well, when
private
you
opinion.
had that job, did you ever think at night, boy, am I lucky to have this job as a swimming instructor because I could be somewhere getting shot at?
Oh yeah, I thought about that every night.
What is a Clint Eastwood picture to you? What does it have that makes it successful? What do you put in that mix that makes people say, this is a Clint Eastwood picture, I've got to go and see it?
Well, I couldn't answer that, Tom, because I'm not really objective about that. To me, what a Clint Eastwood picture is one that I'm
Well,
doing.
let's talk about some things that other people say are hallmarks of a Clint Eastwood film. You want to do squinting right now and get that out of the way?
Squinting is, for me, as you notice in these lights here, is just my eyes just can't take too much light, so therefore I squint. There's nothing I can do about that, even if I was playing a non-Dirty Harry role or whatever.
Most times can't understand a word he says. He mumbles.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's true, but I think in the early films I didn't say too much. Maybe that was it.
Has violence in it. Lots of shooting, lots of blood, lots of action.
They are definitely films with physical action in them. That's for sure.
What if the film didn't have that in? Could it still be a Clint Eastwood picture?
Sure. I think that the last film I had out, Escape from Alcatraz, has very little physical violence in it.
Another hallmark of a Clint Eastwood film, when you read about you, Clint Eastwood doesn't want to be a loser on the screen. He wants to be a winner on the screen. His audience identifies with him winning and having his own way.
I don't think he can be a total loser. I don't think. I think people want to be left with a ray of hope, a ray of maybe the people who identify with me in the audience want to win. They're rooting for him to win. If they have the rug jerked out from under him, then that's the disappointment to him.
You have a reputation on the screen of being a brawler and a fighter, a man who can handle himself. In your personal life, have you ever been in a situation where somebody said, Clint Eastwood, I think I'll try and take him on?
I don't get that, Tom. I've heard actors say they had that problem, but I don't wander around with a large entourage of people. I don't frequent a lot of joints. I don't make a lot of racket when I do frequent them, so people usually leave me alone. I think working class people identify with me because I've been in their professions before or on the periphery of them.
And don't you think you're also everything that they want to be?
I guess that's the secret. If you can be what all the guys want to be and who all the girls want to be with or something, then you've got it covered.
You don't do a lot of interviews like this. You're a very private man. You live with your family and you don't go out a lot, as you say, to a lot of joints. You keep to yourself. How come?
I don't know.
Well, there are two ways to go. One is to be out every night and have your pictures in all the columns and to do all the interviews in the world, and the other is to say, hey, wait, I don't want to do that. And you've chosen
I don't think
way.
I think that the reason, Tom, on that is I wasn't brought up a victim or a victim. I wasn't brought up a product of the media or any great column push or whatever you want to call it. I just came up through the films, mostly starting out in Europe, and the films clicked, and I feel it's the product that does it. Bogart used to say, at least he was quoted as saying, I never met the man, but the only thing he owed was the best performance he could give to an audience, and that's what I feel I owe. That's the best I can do is to entertain the audience out there, but as far as my private life, that's mine. And I don't want to get into theirs, and I don't want them into mine. It's just, I mean, I'm no different than anybody else. I don't feel of myself that I'm different than anybody else, and that's just the facts of life.
But you are. You see, you're
facts of life.
and that makes you different from
Gotta get them right.
Well, maybe so in some areas, but having your names in columns is it's nice. I like to see something flattering about myself in print like anybody else, but you can also expose yourself for seeing for a lot of dribble in print nowadays too, especially the way some permissive journalism is going. You know.
You mentioned Bogart. Would he be a hero of yours?
Actually, I liked his films when I was a kid, but I think Cagney was more my hero. If there was a hero, I've liked a lot of people for a lot of different works.
You are a man whose pictures gross more money, and I know you don't like to talk about money, and I'm not going to talk about how much money you have, but your pictures gross more money than those of any other performer in the world. You are the biggest box office attraction in the world. Yet you get very little recognition from your industry. You haven't won an Academy Award. Few actors stand up and say, I think Clint Eastwood is the greatest. Do you think about that ever and say, gee, why don't they like me? Or am I a prophet without honor in my town? Would you like to win an Academy Award for something?
I don't know. I've never really thought about it.
Is it a goal or an ambition?
No, it isn't a goal or an ambition. I suppose I wouldn't stay home and play the clarinet, or, but I don't know. I don't know whether they. I wouldn't consider it the ultimate goal in life. No.
All through this interview, you've said, I've been fortunate enough to do this. My pictures have been fortunate enough that. How lucky a man do you consider yourself to be?
Very. I feel that to get somewhere in my profession, you've got to learn a lot, you've got to know a lot, but you've also got to be damn lucky. Okay, one more time. Roll.
Here we go. Rolling. 7:05.
Action, Beverly.
The great Clint Eastwood. And as we continue on birthdays, I just want to pause and say hey to Jay Roberts. Everdry Jay is watching, or was watching. Amy Coley, James Enstall, who has a great radio show on a huge station in St. Louis, a huge radio station, KTRS. His show is called Geek to Me Radio. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Let me continue on with this as we wind down this Podblast, our list of birthday greats. Not all these will have clips in the interest of time, but let's continue on. Initially a ballerina, birthday gal Leah Thompson later deviated to acting after being told she didn't have the perfect body to pursue ballet. Leah modeled for Burger King and eventually bagged a role in Jaws 3D, All the Right Moves with co-star Tom Cruise, and parts in many other movies. She later gained fame with Caroline in the City on NBC television, and before that in the Back to the Future trilogy, among many other projects. She's 61 years old, the great Leah Thompson, born on Wednesday, May 31st, 1961, in Rochester, Minnesota. I will play a clip of Leah, because just what a cutie pie actress. I had the pleasure of meeting her on set where I was working as an extra, big whoop, but it was a lot of fun about 10 years ago or so. But let me play. This is an interview from a couple years ago for the Back to the Future 35th anniversary during the height of COVID. So this is a Zoom interview.
Talk about the film's relationship.
Let me get it going right here for you now.
But at the same time, this is a film that is enjoyed by generations. I'm curious what you think it is that attributes to the film's timelessness.
Well, I think it is really interesting because when we made it, it was nostalgic about the 50s. Now it's nostalgic about the 50s and the 80s. And what's really interesting about the movie, I think, there's several themes that are really powerful, and different ages can get different things. But the overreaching theme, as far as I feel, is that if you have the courage to stand up at a certain moment in your life, you have the power to change your future and your family's future. If you do the right thing, if you have courage. And I think that's really a powerful notion and true. And I think also the feeling that your parents are people too is really, I mean, you know, This Is Us kind of does the same kind of weird thing all the time with going back and forward in time and showing you, you know, how time affects things. And I also, there's so many levels. There's like the crazy cool machines, and there's Michael Fox doing spit takes, and there's, you know, a sexy mom, and, you know, there's a crazy professor and an awesome car. So there's so many things on so many levels, but I think there's a really deep message that is resonant, and it makes it really powerful thing for parents to share with their children. Yeah. And so like my mother-in-law, who's 90, she's watched the movie with her daughter, her daughter's daughter, and her daughter's daughter. So 4 generations of women can watch the movie and get something different out of it. But yeah.
Stop the tape. Stop the tape. I watched the first Back to the Future way back in 1985 when I was a kid with my mom. It was so embarrassing. Those scenes with Michael J. Fox and his supposed mother back in time. Anyway.
Enjoy. What more can you ask for? And there's
exactly, right? Exactly. Well, I am curious about what was it like showing it to your daughters for the first time? Like, did they have kind of a Marty to Lorraine-esque reaction?
You know, everything I showed my children when they were young was traumatic for them. They were really upset that I was kissing someone other than their father.
Sure.
So it wasn't like a fun experience. They were like, Mom! Now I'm sure they appreciate it because they're much older in a different way. But it wasn't what you would expect, like, oh, Mom, you're so cool. No, that did not happen. No. Still.
All right. So happy birthday to Leah Thompson. Cleavon Little, God rest his soul. Of course, he was an actor best known for his performance, which I disagree. I didn't write this. I don't think he's best known for his performance in a musical titled Pearly, in which he received a Tony Award. Now, he was critically acclaimed for that, but people know him from Blazing Saddles. Let's be honest here. Oh, I love Cleavon Little. And by the way, he did a Fall Guy. I'm always talking about that silly show, The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors, Heather Thomas, and Doug Barr, and Marky Post. God rest her soul. He did a really funny episode towards the end of season 2 of Fall Guy, but it was kind of a ripoff of 48 Hours, and he was like the Eddie Murphy facsimile for television to Lee Majors, Nick Nolte, if you will. But it still was a good episode. And anyway, what was that one called? I have it in my film stack somewhere. I have all the Fall Guys on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film. I paid $35 each for them over the years, and some more than that on eBay that were hard to find, like the ones with Roy Rogers. But I'm digressing. So Cleavon Little, we're talking about him on the anniversary of his birthday, which was back on June 1st. He was born Cleavon Jake Little on Thursday, June 1st, 1939 in Oklahoma, and he sadly passed away from colon cancer at age 53 on Thursday, October 22nd, back in 1992, just like Chadwick Boseman. That's what took Chadwick Boseman's life. That's why it's important to give to cancer research. And I've heard a lot of naysayers out there saying, oh, they'll never find a cure. There's too much money in it. And I don't buy that. There's always hope. And I do believe in this Cancer Schmancer Foundation that Fran Drescher established. And I recommend that book. Go to cancerschmancer.org if you like the Nanny, or even if you don't. I mean, it's only a couple of bucks. And it'll get to you quick. Only $8 and change for shipping, UPS or USPS, whichever you want. So anyway, Cleavon Little, man, that is just a classic movie, Blazing Saddles. And I just loved his acting. And he's funny in that Fall Guy.
Talk about a wing and a prayer. We ain't got either one.
Like Colt's tearing up a prop plane. You had to see it. And it's on YouTube, I think. That's why I wish I could remember the name of the doggone episode. I'm going to look it up. I don't think it's in the print's in this room. Let me look that up. I have got to find that title. The Chameleon? I think it's, no, that's with JD. That's with Michelle Phillips and JD, the guy from McLeod. Damn, my mind is going. I'm fading fast, folks. Hang on a second. Cleavon Little, Fall Guy. Hello. The Chase. That's it. The Chase. And they used a lot of stock footage in that one. Fall Guy would score mostly new stunts, but they'd use stock footage from a movie. I think it was called The Devil's Rain. Loretta Swit was in it while she was doing MASH. It's from 1974. It's a really bizarre movie. Anyway, we're talking about Cleavon Little. Let's see. He received an Emmy Award in 1989 for appearing in one of the episodes of the NBC sitcom titled Dear John. So good on him. I guess I'll play a clip of this. This is kind of like a gossipy YouTube channel. I don't like to play stuff like this, but I do want to pay homage to this gentleman because he's one of my favorite actors who are no longer with us. Let's see here. Yeah. The sad ending of Cleavon Little, and it is sad. I'll cut this. I haven't pre-screened this. It's only 4 minutes long. If it gets really, hang on a second. If it gets really salacious, I will cut this clip. I've been burned before, folks. I played comedy clips that had the N-word in it. I didn't know. I spend hours preparing, but I need to go the extra mile and listen to each and every clip so that I'm not caught with my pants down again. That's really embarrassing. Especially when, no, I'm kidding. I'm well endowed. Who gives a shit? I'm really embarrassing the hell out of myself tonight. And always. All right, let me see here. Come on now. Here it is. The life and sad ending of Cleavon Little. And this is from a YouTube channel.
Cleavon Jake Little was born on June 1st, 1939 in Chickasaw, Oklahoma, but raised in California. He graduated Kearney High School in 1957 and attended San Diego City College and earned a bachelor's degree in dramatic arts at San Diego State University. He then moved to New York after receiving a full scholarship to Juilliard. After Juilliard, Cleavon trained at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts. Little started his professional career in 1967, appearing at the Village Gate in the original production of Mac Bird, then playing Foxtrot in the play Scuba Duba, which premiered in October of 1967.
Is this a robot? I don't know. This YouTube channel is The Life and Sad Ending.
1968, he moved into film with a small uncredited role in What's So Bad About Feeling Good. His first guest star role on television was in 2 episodes of Felony Squad, followed by a series of small roles in such films as John and Mary and Cotton Comes to Harlem in 1970. In 1969, Little performed on Broadway in the musical Jimmy Shine, starring Dustin Hoffman. In 1970, he played the title role in the musical Pearly, for which he won the Tony Award for Best Actor in a Musical and the Drama Desk Award for Outstanding Actor in a Musical. In 1971, Cleavon was hired as an ensemble player for the syndicated variety weekly program, The David Frost Review. In 1971, he was chosen for the role of the blind radio personality Super Soul in the movie Vanishing Point.
Did you know that?
That same year, he played Hawthorne Dooley in the pilot for The Waltons and in an episode of All in the Family. Cleavon Little and Valerie Wiggins were married in 1972, and they divorced in 1974. From 1972 to 1974, he starred in ABC's sitcom Temperatures Rising, the TV movie The Day the Earth Moved, and an episode of $6 Million Man. And in 1974, Cleavon Little starred in his most famous role as Sheriff Bart in the Mel Brooks classic comedy film Blazing Saddles.
There you go.
He was nominated for the BAFTA Award for Most Promising Newcomer. After Blazing Saddles, he went back to Broadway for the next 3 years, appearing in All Over Town and in The Poison Tree. Little played a supporting role to Richard Pryor in the movie Greased Lightning in 1977. During the 1970s and 80s, he appeared in many films such as FM, Scavenger Hunt, High Risk, Toy Soldiers, and he also co-starred with Jim Carrey in Once Bitten. In the 1980s, he returned to the New York stage in The Resurrection of Lady Lester and the play I'm Not Rappaport. Through the years, he had several guest appearances on TV, including The Mod Squad, Police Story, The Rockford Files, The Love Boat, Fantasy Island, The Fall Guy, and Alf. In 1989, he also appeared in a Dear John episode entitled Stand By Your Man, for which he won an Emmy Award. In 1991, he was in True Colors, Baghdad Cafe, and Separate But Equal. His last appearance was in 1992 in the Tales from the Crypt episode This'll Kill Ya. Cleavon Little was a very busy and hard-working actor, but plagued with ulcers and stomach disorders much of his life. Sadly, he died of colon cancer on October 22nd, 1992.
Terrible, terrible. Next, happy 57th birthday to Brooke Shields. This was back on May 31st, 2022. She turned 57. She was born on Monday, May 31st, 1965 in Manhattan, New York. Oh, what a gorgeous, gorgeous model she is and was. Brooke Shields was exposed to show business early on since her mother was a model. Brooke's mother helped her find work when she was just a baby. Starting her career as a model, Brooke Shields eventually moved on to acting in such films as Tilt, about pinball. I love that movie. Pretty Baby, which is a creepy movie. Communion / Alice Sweet Alice, a slasher movie, which was also creepy for other reasons. It was very gory and God, it was just a disturbing movie. The Blue Lagoon, another creepy movie, and Endless Love, a creepy movie, which was Tom Cruise's very first movie in a small role. He wasn't the guy opposite Brooke, the guy that was obsessed with her. He just had a small role in little shorts. And the story goes is that Tom Cruise has paid the studios not to release Endless Love on home video in the United States and Canada. It's been released in Europe. I have a DVD I have a region-free player to play DVDs from all over the world, because now they're kind of universal, but for a while you'd have different regions. Region 2 was Europe. Region 1 is us. You had Region 4, you had like Australian region, Japanese region, and you needed a region-free player. Like if you bought a Region 2 DVD, tried to play it in your American DVD player, it wouldn't work unless it was region-free. Well, I have Endless Love from overseas. Now, it was released on VHS way back in the day when he was still relatively new in the business. But, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. It could be a rumor, but I don't know why it's not been released. Shirley Knight is in it. She plays Brooke Shields' mom in that movie. But it does send a horrible message. It's got a great soundtrack, some good original songs by Lionel Richie, Diana Ross. I have the soundtrack album. But it does send a horrible message where the stalker wins in the end. I mean, he inadvertently burns her house down. He inadvertently causes her father to be run over and died and killed. And that also might be part of the reason why it's not released in America. It was a bad movie, but anyway, I digress. So, and she also acted in Freeway years later in 1996 with Reese Witherspoon and Kiefer Sutherland, a very strange film. But besides films, Brooke has also appeared on television and in many Broadway musicals. I guess I'll play a clip of this. This is probably going to be, I haven't pre-screened this audio. I hope this isn't some perv narrating this, or even worse. No, it can't be worse. A robot's not worse than a perv. But let me play this clip. Oh, this is featuring Merv Griffin. There we go. Yeah.
She, although she reached the ranks of stardom through such feature films as Pretty Baby, Just You and Me, Kid, and the recent, highly acclaimed The Blue Lagoon, she began her career with modeling at the tender age of 11 months. Would you now welcome a very poised and pretty young lady at the age of 15, Brooke Shields.
If he likes me, takes me home. Lights, camera, axiom.
That's gonna follow you through life, you know that, don't you, Rick?
Takes me home.
Don't break the merchandise.
Hey, how do we know she is a virgin?
Uh-huh. You know who this is? Don't we know? Ooh. A little bit of gasping here. My heart stopped a minute ago. Woo. Please welcome Brooke Shields.
It's been a real pleasure.
My thanks go to all of the people of America. Incidentally, excuse me, Mr. Crusade.
Oh, shit.
I'm 17 now. But if I want another shot at this next year, does that mean I have to go around saying that I'm 16? I'm going to be 18, and I might not be young anymore. Thank you very much. I'm too young. I'm not even legal,
this is kind of
so
creepy.
it doesn't,
No,
I mean,
you just
legal
cleared out a whole
things that
studio.
I would need when I can use. The lights, the camera. It was fun.
This shit's creeping me out. I'm going to cut the... Stop the tape! Stop the tape! I thought it was more of a documentary. Again, I didn't screen this. Bad chance. And I was trying to show you the Endless Love Region free DVD on camera. And then it fell over somewhere. Anyway, let's move on. I'll put it up for the camera later. It's just not my night, folks. Here's a funny one. Here's a guy. Talk about get a life, which is what I need to do. Chris Elliott recently turned 62 years of age. Chris Elliott was born on Tuesday, May 31st, 1960 in New York City as Chris Nash Elliott. He's extremely funny. His dad was part of the comedy team Bob and Ray, who my mom liked. She introduced me to Bob and Ray, or at least told me about him. Very quirky. He got started on Late Night with David Letterman. He did all those great skits, like The Man Under the Stairs, The Fugitive guy, parody of The Fugitive. Oh, man, I love Late Night with David Letterman, especially segments with Chris Elliott. I am going to play a clip of him, of course. And then, remember the Get a Life show? It was an early show on the Fox network when it was still new. Very funny stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to play this interview. Now, this is somewhat nostalgic, too. This is an interview by Regis and Kathy Lee. When they were hosting that show, which is now... Oh, I can't watch it anymore. I won't go there. I don't want to be negative. It's just not as good. I liked Kathy Lee. She got kind of a bad rap, but let's just listen. Instead of me reading a bunch of text, let's listen to Chris Elliott in his own words. This is back, I think he was promoting Cabin Boy in this clip. I remember watching this when it was new, a long time ago. Funny guy.
Now he has told.
Chris, how you doing?
How are you doing?
Fine.
Good.
Nice to meet you. Have you been with us on the show before? Is this your first
in this
time?
lifetime.
Okay,
No.
good. Sit down.
No,
yeah.
I've never thank you for having me.
Feel like I know you.
appreciate
I've
it.
seen you so many times.
Am I dressed okay for
You're
this show?
fine. No, you're fine.
No, I don't have anything in my closet that I think is noble enough to wear on this show. I am a huge fan of this show,
really?
and so is my wife. And
very nice.
so this is an honor, a thrill, and the most exciting thing that's happened in my life lately. So.
Oh my God. Oh boy. I like
mean
a
that
grateful.
sincerely.
I like a grateful guest. You know what I mean?
I mean it sincerely. I really do.
Now you started working on David's show, huh?
Yeah, that's right. 1982. I actually stared as a runner on the show,
Now,
making
when you say
$200 a week.
A runner. What does that mean when David said, "Coffee, make it black"? You ran.
And that's exactly the way he used to say it too. It's amazing.
Where did you run to?
To the coffee machine and to the Xerox machine, and I screwed that up enough times so they made me a writer.
Well,
after that.
I mean, I do the same thing with Gelman. Little cream. No, I'm just kidding. For crying out
Now, is
loud.
Gelman 15 years old? How old is Gelman?
He was 15 when he started on our show. No, he's a little older than that.
He's a little older.
No, he's getting older and older every
There
day.
he is.
Yeah, there he is, right
There
there.
he is.
But so you had a meteoric rise, huh, from runner, and then how did you progress
what
on the
that
show
means.
into a writer?
Well, actually, the other writers, before I was a writer, were already putting me into little bits on the show.
Mhm.
In fact, the first thing I did on Late Night was I modeled a big garbage suit.
Uh-huh.
And it's funny because the night that show, you couldn't see my face, and the night that show was broadcast, there was a mess up in the tape room, and that portion of the show was blacked out.
Oh, great.
And so Dave had me on the next night in the same garbage suit, but this time you could see my face. And he asked me how disappointed I was from the night before, and I said terrible, and I had people in the audience, and he asked me,
Critics.
well, yeah, he asked critics, He asked me, well, what did they say to you after your performance last night? And I said to him, well, they said it was the funniest thing they had seen in North America. And Dave laughed really hard at that.
He liked
that. And I knew right at that moment, well, if I can make
Dave laugh, which is a feat in
exactly,
itself. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, especially the old Dave. The new Dave is laughing all the time.
True.
Nobody's happier than the new Dave.
Yeah, the phrase laughing
but the
all
old
the way
Dave,
to the bank
yes,
kind of comes to
the
mind.
old Dave was a tough one to make laugh.
He had such a quirky sense of humor, and so do you. Do you
That's
think
Joy.
it was a big
Regis'
influence?
wife.
He was. I was thinking the other day when I got
Not
there.
Kathy
I was,
Lee at all.
I guess 22. I don't think I had a sense of humor. I really don't think I did.
Very unfunny runner.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I took the coffee very seriously.
Sure, absolutely. That was your job.
It's not
but then
something to joke about.
You became a regular on the show, the panicky guy.
Right. Well, after these writers started putting me in, they started having me come out as the panicky guy, the conspiracy guy, and then they made me a writer, and then it was a lot easier because I just wrote myself into the show.
Sure, why not? Anytime you wanted to be on, you just wrote
That's right. That's right.
Now you started making little movies. I know you were.
Yeah, well,
we just watched you the other night, as a matter of fact, on Groundhog Day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was very funny, Chris. You had the camera guy.
I'm terrible in that movie.
No, but you had the camera guy down cold. That's the way
that's
they
nice.
are.
Well, I spent about 3 years studying it.
And you perfected
I
it.
pinched a nerve carrying one of those cameras. These guys, I know. A lot of respect for these guys carrying these things. They are heavy, and I pinched a nerve, and I didn't want to tell anybody because it was the first day of shooting, and I had to hold this camera like this, and I went home to the hotel and just sort of walked around like that, for the whole time. And
didn't want to break character.
Yeah, no, but a lot of cabs pulled up.
All right. He's so deadpan, and I just think he's really underrated, and I always liked his show, Get a Life, and anything he's ever done. So let's also acknowledge a heavenly birthday to the great Andy Griffith, and of course he's known for his southern accent and friendly demeanor. Andy Griffith initially wished to become a preacher, and he was a villainous actor in the beginning of his acting career. But fans loved him in The Andy Griffith Show, A Face in the Crowd, and Matlock on television. And of course, No Time for Sergeants, the movie. He won a Grammy for his country album titled I Love to Tell a Story. Griffith was born on Tuesday, June 1st, 1926 in Mount Airy, North Carolina, and he passed away at the age of 86 on Tuesday, July 3rd, 2012 in North Carolina, in Manteo, North Carolina. Let's listen to a brief interview from 2005 with Andy Griffith. He's worthy of a clip, don't you think? And, man, I apologize for going so long. I'm over the 5-hour mark. God. But the good thing about a show like this is you can listen to it in stages if you want to. And when it's on camera, you can zap through it on YouTube and see a collectible that strikes your fancy. And that's a clue to what we're talking about if there's something that you are interested in. So that's the beauty of doing the show the way I do it.
I was on Broadway with a play called No Time for Sergeants, and it was a huge, huge hit. We never had an empty seat. I was in it for 1 year. I loved it. But during that year, late in that year, I met Elia Kazan. Gad gave me the script, and I read the first 12 pages and called my agent and said, I have to do this. I don't know if this happens to everybody, but the character you're playing sometimes absorbs you, or did me. While I was on that picture, I became Lonesome Rhodes. I was not a very nice man.
Thank you, Lonesome Rhodes. That was just fine.
I loved the experience. It was very hard. Very, very, very hard. People say that Gadge did terrible things to me. I wanted him to do anything he could do to get the performance he wanted. And the performance he wanted, I wanted. He said, Andy, see that camera there? He said, the camera is a fabulous piece of machinery. He said, you don't have to show it anything. He said, if you think it and feel it hard enough, it'll come out through your eyes and the camera will see it. He said, now, Patricia Neal there wants you to come to work at this radio station, and you're not really interested in coming to work at this radio station, but look at Patricia Neal. Can't you see something you'd like to do with her? And I did it, and I thought it, and it came out through my eyes, and that, I've never studied acting. But that piece of direction started me into kind of acting. In the drum majorette scene, there's a single of Lonesome Rose looking at this girl. And Gadge was strong. He came to me just before that shot. And he said, "Fuck her."
Whoa!
That was his direction. And if you'll see that shot, you know that's what this man's thinking. It took 4 days to shoot that final scene in the picture where Lonesome goes crazy. The gaffer, lighting man, came in, put that meter in front of my face. He said, "Today's the day we will find out whether you can act or not."
Lonesome Roads is the people. The people is Lonesome Roads.
They brought me a fifth of Jack Daniel's Black Label. That first day, I'm shooting, drinking in between shots, shooting, having a little thing. Gadge pulled the plug about 3 o'clock.
Damn.
And the next morning he said, "Andy, we have to do it over again. Can you this time just smell the cork?" I would go around and promote the picture, and it really didn't draw as much an audience as it should have at that time. It is more popular now than it was then. It's a frightening, overpowering piece. All of Gadge's pictures don't let you up for an instant. And it's the same with our picture. The energy didn't release the audience for a second.
Andy Griffith Raw, ladies and gentlemen. Good Lord. That was incredible. Moving on. On Tuesday, June 1st, 1926, the legendary model, comedian, and singer Marilyn Monroe was born in Los Angeles, California as Norma Jean Mortensen, who of course became a major sex symbol in Hollywood in the 1950s. Amongst the most successful actresses of her time, Marilyn also won critical acclaim for acting in movies like Some Like It Hot. Her personal and professional life, though, from the beginning, was marked by hardships, struggles, and controversies. Marilyn Monroe died under very suspicious circumstances at the age of 36 back on Saturday, August 4th, 1962. Ron Wood is 75. He made it. He was born Ronald David Wood in Hillingdon, England on Sunday, June 1st, 1947. Of course, Ron Wood is a famed musician and songwriter, and over the years, Wood has been an important member of popular rock bands like the Rolling Stones, the Jeff Beck Group, and Faces. He's one of the few musicians to be inducted twice into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's a cancer survivor, and Wood serves as an inspiration to those fighting cancer. See how it all comes full circle here? The Beeve, Jerry Mathers. The Beeve is 74, and despite incorrect online reports, of course, he's still alive, as I just said. He was born Gerald Patrick Mathers on Wednesday, June 2nd, 1948, in Sioux City, Iowa. And I would direct you on YouTube to The Golden Age of TV. There's a nice piece on Jerry Mathers. Underrated, talented comedian Dana Carvey turned 67 recently. He was born on Thursday, June 2nd, 1955, in Missoula, Montana. The Church Lady. Isn't that special? Garth Alger and George Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life are just a few of Carey's great characters and impressions. And here's some recent funny material from Dana Carvey in a Netflix special. Netflix is a joke. He's talking about some millennials here. This is pretty good, and it's very brief. I think it's just like 2 or 3 minutes long. Let me pull that up for you now. I like Dana Carvey. Come on now.
Never take teenage boys to Europe. It's a waste of time and money. Don't do it. They don't care about a statue of David. I thought it was gorgeous. They just laugh for like 2 hours. Look at his balls. Thought it was a work of art. One thing that was funny, we went to Italy and my wife studied Italian for a year so she could speak and everything. So I'm in the gym and I'm on the treadmill, and when it went faster, it said difficoltà. And I thought, I can speak Italian if I add a vowel and cop an attitude. So we're in Lake Como, I know, we're there waiting for the boat to come up, whatever, the ferry, and my wife's looking, trying to figure out how to ask when it's gonna arrive, and I just leaned in and went, arrivi de botti. And it worked. I was our interpreter for a week. It was like, because when you go on Lake Como, every boat driver goes, you like to see at George Clooney's house. They're obsessed with George Clooney. Pictures in every restaurant of George, you know. So after the 10th time, I just yelled at the guy, a sick of the Clooney. I heard him under his breath go, bunch of fucking bullshit. We went to Rome. Okay, so Rome is unbelievable. Like, we were in the Roman Colosseum, and my wife and I are having the time of our life. It's history, it's Rome, my God. My son, 18 at the time, no exaggeration, literally said this. Is this pretty much all we're gonna do today? I said, yeah, pretty much. Bunch of fucking bullshit. I kind of love that attitude. There's a rhythm to that. When I heard it, I thought, I'm going to use that as a catchphrase. Bunch of bullshit. And I tried to give it to my son, because he's a stand-up comedian. He's the one who said it. He goes, it doesn't sound funny to me. I would use it in real life. The IRS tries to audit you. Bunch of fucking bullshit. Doing different stuff. Are those millennials arriving? Anyone? Millennials? Yeah. All right. Under 35? Yeah. Awesome. Look at you. She's gorgeous. Wow. Young, pretty. Look at these millennials coming in late, man. Hitting the bar kind of hard. They'll hold the seats. You're like superheroes. Enjoy your youth, man. Touch your toes. Never take a nap. Pound those drinks, wake up fresh. You guys are not gonna mess up your life like the baby boomers. We were way too ambitious, man. Millennials, you're not gonna mess up your life. You're gonna work small, live small. Smart. Have some roommates. Maybe own a bike.
Pretty good stuff, man. All right. And that's from the Netflix is a Joke YouTube channel. Thank you for that. Savannah, Georgia native and 81-year-old Stacy Keach is an actor best known for playing the popular fictional detective Mike Hammer in several standalone television films and television series, and for turning into Iguana in Cheech and Chong's movie Nice Dreams. And he was in the very first Cheech and Chong movie, too, Up in Smoke. He's renowned for his soothing voice. Stacy Keach has also gained popularity as a voice actor and narrator. In addition to many run-ins with the law, Keach also is known for his contributions to theater. Stacy Keach was inducted into the Theater Hall of Fame in 2015. And Stacy Keach was born in Savannah, Georgia on Monday, June 2nd, 1941. Here's Stacy Keach in 88 talking about his cocaine addiction. Let's see if I can pull this up for you now. Yeah, it's right here. From back in 1988.
Tarnished by an increasing addiction to cocaine.
It's only a minute and a half long.
Began to develop over a period of a couple of years, to the point where I literally couldn't exist without it. And at least I thought I couldn't. And that's what happened to me.
Keach hit rock bottom in 1984 when his arrest and conviction on cocaine smuggling charges was played out in the headlines and landed him in a British jail cell.
It was a traumatic, humiliating experience. I had an awakening. I said to myself, here I am, I'm in jail, and I'm freer than I would be on the outside being dependent on a drug. And when that light went on, I realized that that's true freedom. That's really what it's all about.
When he was released 6 months later, Stacy Keach was dedicated to sharing the lessons that he had learned from his ordeal with drugs.
The thing that I think is the important message was that people can go through that crisis in their life, and they can emerge from it. It's not easy, it's not an easy road, but it's a much better road than the road of being dependent. I'm a living example of somebody whose life has turned around and who's happy, and things are going well.
Good.
Keach is currently on stage in Los Angeles, starring in the devious mystery play, Sleuth.
Sizzling
All
spark.
right, that was from Entertainment Tonight back in the day, back in '88. This guy was a total character. Oh, I loved his shows too. Happy heavenly birthday to Chuck Barris, who was born on Monday, June 3rd, 1929 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as Charles Hirsch Barris. He, of course, was a game show creator, producer, and host. Chuck Barris began his career at NBC in New York City as a page. Brilliant and creative, he moved up in the ranks in the entertainment industry and was soon producing music for television shows. He was also a songwriter who wrote Palisades Park. He then opened his own production company and went ahead to gain fame as a game show producer of such bizarre and hilarious hits as The Dating Game, The Newlywed Game, The $1.98 Beauty Show, hosted by Rip Taylor, and The Gong Show, my favorite. Remember the unknown comic with the bag over his head? Sadly, Chuck Barris passed away on Tuesday, March 21st, 2017, at the age of 87. He claimed to be a CIA assassin in an autobiography. Personally, I think it was just another cheap publicity stunt, but what a character. I am going to play a couple clips because he was really, really interesting. And I wish someone would air The Gong Show. Let's see here. Yeah, here's Chuck Barris himself talking about The Gong Show. And this is from METVLegends.org and the Foundation Interviews YouTube channel.
I want to talk about some of your panelists and your judges, and then talk about the reaction to the show. But you mentioned J.P. Morgan. She did some outrageous stuff. I believe that she had a breast-bearing incident.
Yes, she did. But that was probably my fault. I mean, I was in a frenzy that day, and she at the end of in the last act of the show, she stood up and undid her blouse and bared her breasts to the camera, and I couldn't get over that, and I think that was basically my fault, because I think I was just at an all-time high as far as, you know, my performance is concerned. But JP couldn't do the show anymore, as she was banned from the show by the network, and I just suffered the loss of her, because when she was one of the judges, I was very secure. I felt very secure. But we had Artie Johnson and
from Laugh-In,
the guy with the big nose, Jamie Farr.
From
And
MASH.
They were great. They
Klinger.
They also it would give me great shows. But we had a lot of other people. We had one of the Andrews sisters, and we had David Letterman, who never admits to it. And
Gene, the dancing machine on the crew.
We had a lot of good people. Yes, Rex Reed was
Film critic.
hated when he did the show, but he was great.
Hated because he was too tough on the acts.
Yes. Oh yeah, Pat Harrington was great. Pat and I.
Pat Harrington would go on to play, and I think he was playing Schneider on One Day at a Time when he was on The Gong Show.
Were together at NBC way back, and he was an old friend. Oh yeah, Phyllis Diller was just great. She was always good. She always had something great to say.
Great in terms of critical and funny, or
no, funny, just funny. She was the funniest person alive.
His voice doesn't sound the same there, but I really liked his cheesy shows. I'm going to play another clip. Hang on a second. Let me find this. Someone's texting me. Okay, hang on. Let's see. There was a great special. Someone added it to YouTube by the Game Show Network, GSN in those days, in 2006.
You're gonna love this lady. She can sing.
See, here's how I remember him
Ladies
sounding.
and gentlemen, here's Deborah Williams.
Love me.
He was a TV pioneer, a creator of an entire genre.
His foresight into what would turn America on is astonishing.
How do you stop a girl from snoring?
I'll punch her in the mouth.
Chuck Barris created a genre of television in which we capitalize on today.
I'd like to see your tool someday.
Or we make it together. I'd like to see her chest. But behind the scenes, he was a man in conflict.
Very private guy. We never really knew much about him.
Now that's a funny one.
I really didn't know the inner workings of Chuck Barris.
Oh, come get me, come get me, come get me.
And he harbored a deep secret.
I was a paid assassin for the CIA.
He's a game show host during the day and a CIA agent at night.
In an exclusive
George
interview,
Clooney there.
Chuck Barris opens up about his mysterious past.
I think I really screwed up.
Golly. Now, you can still find The Gong Show, the movie, that was released theatrically. It bombed, but it's available out there for streaming. I've seen it streaming before, and it shows clips. It's better than nothing if you want to remember The Gong Show. So I guess I'll cut this clip because we don't have all night. And I've almost gone 6 hours. I've gone 5.5 hours, and there's still some more I want to cover. But here's another brief clip of Chuck Barris. I think he's a very important person I want to feature later in the Nostalgic Podblast. But here he is talking about Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. This is where it gets really weird and interesting.
I was angry at the time. I checked into the
2-minute clip.
To the Wyndham Hotel, which is on 60 something Street. Yes, in New York, and it's just behind Rumpelmeyer's or the Park Sheraton, and in that hotel, I decided to stay for 2 weeks and write Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. But I stayed for 2 years and eventually moved everything into that apartment, the hotel room, and the book, St. Martin's Press published the book first, and Tom McCormick, who was president of St. Martin's, loved the book. He said, and he printed 100,000 copies, and that was a huge printing in those days, and it sold about 7,800. So I had tons of books as a remainder, and eventually, it became a movie.
In the film, they talk about some of the stuff you write about, and I know you've been asked over the years countless times about whether the stuff you wrote in that book are true, particularly the part about your work as a secret CIA assassin. What do you say when people ask you about it?
Well, I don't answer that question ever, and I can just tell you that the number 2 guy in the CIA said, in answer to reporters asking that question, that I must have been standing too close to the gong.
That's a good one.
I say things like that, but still, I'll never say one way or the other. Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, being
I don't buy it.
For the United States is
What a cover that would be, though.
not in
On the
the
other
general public.
You said you don't answer that question. Have you ever, you don't have to answer it for me, but have you ever told anybody about it?
No.
Including
Never,
Della
including my
or
wife.
your wife? Or,
No.
Okay.
I don't know about this, but that's interesting. So anyway, I would recommend that 2006 documentary. It's on YouTube about Chuck Barris. On Wednesday, June 3rd, 1925, actor Tony Curtis was born as Bernard Schwartz in New York City. Tony Curtis achieved the height of his fame in the 1950s and 1960s in a career spanning 6 decades. He was married 6 times, and while married to Janet Leigh in 1958, Tony produced his daughter, movie scream queen Jamie Lee Curtis, who is one of his 6 children. Tony acted in more than 100 films and roles covering a wide range of genres, from light comedy to serious drama. In his later years, Curtis made numerous television appearances, including The Fall Guy on ABC TV in 1983. He's in the whole thing. It's a really good episode, actually, if you like action. And funny, too. He's funny in it. And it's a heartfelt episode. Anyway, I digress. And he's not wearing his hairpiece in that. Also, he's a well-known philanthropist. Tony Curtis helped fund the rebuilding of the Great Synagogue in Hungary. In 1998, Tony Curtis founded a nonprofit organization called Emmanuel Foundation for Hungarian Culture, which works towards the restoration of synagogues. Curtis passed away on Wednesday, September 29th, 2010, when he was 85. And I'm going to play a clip. I better just play one. I've gone so long. And I am sorry about that. But I want to play a clip. I was either going to play a clip with Letterman from January 15th, 1986, but I won't for a couple reasons. Letterman, like I said, on February 1st, 2020, started his own YouTube channel of classic clips from the NBC and CBS years and new material he records to this day. And, hey, he's on Netflix, too, don't forget, with new stuff. But I'm not going to play that because he may add that officially. And, you know, I know I played the clip of Fran Drescher on Letterman, and I hope that's okay. I hope his people don't mind that. But here is Tony Curtis on The Late Late Show with Tom Snyder, which I was on as a caller in 96, September 20th, 96, talking to Michael McDowell, asking what it felt like to kill Captain Kirk. I played that clip before. I won't play it again now because I don't want to make it about me. But this is the great Tony Curtis. I love it when they take calls. And Tom Snyder is up there with one of the best late night, if not all-time interviewers ever, in my opinion. Let me see a cue mark here.
The Hungarian language that are related to the Latin language.
Hang on, let me get right at the start of this interview.
Inside jackets so they can't be seen, and truly, it probably wasn't possible.
I didn't have time to edit this. Here we go. Let's listen to a little bit of this. Tony Curtis.
For 6 decades now, the world has watched Tony Curtis in some of the most memorable dramas, comedies, and epics ever put on motion picture film. He's back tonight to talk about his life, his work, and the interesting people he's met along the way. And it's always a pleasure to welcome Mr. Curtis to our show here at CBS.
Sir.
Happy New Year, sir.
It's a privilege and a pleasure to be with you.
An honor to be with you, sir.
How have you been, Tom?
I've been fine. And
you look excellent.
Thank you, sir, as do you.
Thank you.
And since we were together last, I'm told that you've been to Hungary.
Yes, I went to
father's
Budapest right after we were together.
Right.
There's an organization called the Young Presidents Organization.
Oh, surely, I know of that.
You know, it's a worldwide idea, and it's a good one because a lot of young executives of companies get to meet together and exchange ideas.
Exactly
so it's like like a festival, if you will.
Now, when you go to Hungary, they know you there, don't they? They must.
They don't be.
I'm hungry right now.
They do their salami. Their salami and Tony Curtis. I mean, I'm popular.
Well, and you do work there, I'm told.
I do. Every chance I get, I help out my father's and mother's homeland, and I think of it as my own. You know, when I go to that country, It's overwhelming to me. There's everybody talking the language we used to talk in New York City in the little apartment. Hungarian, you know? It's a unique language.
I was going to say, is it close to any other European language?
I don't
to
think
French,
so.
to German?
I don't think so at all. No, it's certainly not German. There are 2 words in the Hungarian language that are related to the Latin language. Ora, hányóra in Hungarian is what time is it?
Okay.
Ora, and kocsi. Coach in Spanish, for car or coach. But those are the only 2 words. The rest of it is very convoluted in a peculiar way.
And what kind of work do you do there in your father and mother's memory? I'm told that you work with restoring...
Well, I tell you, there's a synagogue in Budapest called the Dohány Synagogue that the Germans and during the Second War did not bomb or tear apart because when the war was over, had Germany won, they were going to turn the synagogue into a museum for the Jews, right? Well, it didn't happen that way. So this place was really in disrepair.
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 It was a
That
wreck.
was close.
It was a wreck.
It was a wreck. Yeah. Wrecked them and nearly killed them.
That is older than
No,
you
I'm so
are.
glad. Yeah, right. Anyway, so I said I would like to help out. And so I've been letting people know that it exists. And we built in the grotto of it, or in the back of the synagogue, a Holocaust memorial.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, I helped them design a tree, a metal tree, where you buy a leaf for $50 with your family name on it. Not necessarily for someone who has died, but also for you.
Sure.
And this steel or aluminum tree, it just keeps growing and growing.
That's wonderful.
Makes me feel good.
That's wonderful.
And you know, I try so much and want to so much make it non-secular. You know, not just for Jewish
Non-sectarian.
kids, but for non-sectarian, but for everybody.
Sure.
You know, and it should be like that. You know. Anyway.
Let me ask you here about
Yes.
Hungarians. I remember seeing the Gabor sisters early on the Jack Parr show, you know, and Steve Allen. And they always just talked about Hungarian blood, that the passion of the Hungarian
passion,
people. Is that true?
Well, how do you want to interpret that passion? You can't do it through the Gabor family, because.
Well, but how about yourself?
Well, I'm a very passionate person.
I've read, yes.
You read, huh? You never see me do it, though, did you?
No, but I've heard.
Anyway, Hungarians, it's from my observation, you know, being such a tiny country, you know, it's a country in the middle of Europe. And I don't know why this is funny to me, but it doesn't have a navy. You know, everybody's got a navy, but there are no Hungarian sailors.
Well, there's no Hungarian sea coast.
No, there isn't.
There's
So
no need
why
for
would you need a
navy.
battleship?
Right.
You know?
Like, you
so
know.
it's a very insular country, and I find the Hungarian spirit is a very open and congenial one. That sex, for an example, is not such a big deal.
Yeah.
It's not
It's an
something you
appetite
hide
that
from.
you- yeah.
It's an appetite for life, you know.
Much as people relish food, I'm sure. you
Say
know?
again?
Much as people relish food.
Oh yes, food. The culture of the country is not.
Right.
I must tell you one funny story. I think it's funny. In 1890, some Frenchmen came over to Budapest and met with the government, and they wanted to build a tower. And they showed him this tower made of metal. And the Hungarian fathers and they said, "We're not going to stick a thing like that up in Budapest. Get out of here." And they turned it down, and it was the Eiffel Tower.
We don't want that.
No, please, excuse me.
Or listen, we want to paint the ceiling with God and the angels. No, we don't want
any of that.
No, don't bring that crap in here, huh? And were your parents of this, the joie de vivre of Hungary too? Did they have?
Oh yes,
passion?
my mother certainly did. My mother was a very difficult woman, you know.
Really?
But it was because I'm sure of the upbringing she had in a very small Hungarian village, very oppressed. Her father was a 65 or 70-year-old man, married this very young peasant woman, and he had 5 children with that second wife. And so she never knew her father. And there was a lot of brutality and, all that stuff that goes on. You know, we call it today, what do we, harassment or abuse. Well, that went on. So it had a profound effect on my mother. She was, Tom, the most gracious, charming, funny woman I've ever known.
That's a good place to stop right now. I want to just go and see if he takes a call. That's the best. Hang on a second.
Charlie Brown.
Way they go.
Here.
Oh, thanks a million.
Yes.
Here we go.
Here to share his life and some good stories. Back with Tony and you on the toll-free after this short break.
Gonna at least play a call for you. Here we go. I love it. People call in.
Back with Tony Curtis.
You got to cheer up.
Yeah, I know. Here, I got to cheer up, right? I got the depression all over me, don't I? Here's David on the toll-free in Tonawanda, New York, just outside of Buffalo. Hi, David. Welcome to CBS.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening,
Congratulations on your 4th year.
Oh, thanks a million.
Yes.
I wanted to ask Tony Curtis about his memories of working with Burt Lancaster. What was he like? Did he know him socially? How did he work? And, oh, by the way, Tony, it's too bad you never worked with Hitchcock. I thought you would have been great in North by Northwest.
Yeah, I knew him personally, but I never got a chance to work with him.
Wasn't he something, by the way, personally, Hitchcock? I knew him,
Yeah,
too.
he was a unique man.
Yeah.
Had a great knowledge of the camera. He hardly ever looked at the actors. He looked at the drawing and made sure the camera was
Yeah,
in
when
the
he
same
would come to the
position.
movie, he knew every shot before he
Every
started.
shot, even before the film started.
I
You
meant
know,
that as a kind of joke because you were doing Cary Grant in Some Like It Hot.
Yes. Well, Burt Lancaster.
You did trapeze with Burt, didn't you?
I did trapeze and Sweet Smell of Success. Yeah. He was a unique and incredible human being. Smart as a whip, tough, hard-nosed, could be charming, funny, could be anything you wanted, you know? Had a lot of power in his personality.
Now, when you made trapeze, he could do all that stuff because
Well, he was
worked in
able
the
to do a
circus.
lot of it. You know, he had worked in the circus.
Yeah.
I didn't. You know, I went to Paris 3 months before the picture started to get accustomed to the trapeze work, right? And so there I was swinging around on the trapeze doing ground tumbling. And
Is it hard to do?
It is. I tell you where the problem lies, in your hands.
Yeah.
Because everything is balanced on your hand. And these become very calloused.
Okay.
Right here, especially on the bar. And there was always resin.
Resin. Yeah.
I know I had it right. I didn't say raisin, did I?
No.
Oh, resin. Yeah. Anyway, there
You
was
just had a senior moment.
and we used to, I used to watch these guys, and
Yeah.
they would peel these calluses off, and it was so painful. So I said, well, what do you guys do with it? He said, this one guy, I remember saying, he said, come with me. So I go with him and 2 or 3 other guys, and we go into the men's room at the circus. And they pee on their hands.
Gross!
Am I allowed to say pee?
Well, you just did.
I did say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I heard it. Anyway.
Well, hell, they say piss off in the new Star Trek show. Why not?
And because
This is back in '98, this interview.
It would harden the calluses.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. That was the way acrobats
would deal with that problem.
And if you ever met an acrobat, you wouldn't have to see, you would know very well just by the heavy calluses of his hand. So there I was for 2, 3 months, enjoying myself whenever I went to the bathroom. There we go.
Take another call,
You wash
Tom.
your hands after,
Of course, yeah.
Brain surgery, you must.
Take another call, please.
I found at my age that I've had that experience, you know, not voluntarily, of
You
course.
don't mind me sharing this with you, do you?
No. Does it work on warts, do you know?
It'll work on warts.
Because I got a couple here. But
Well, we ought to open up a wart clinic.
So anyway, like, did you and Bert share any great moments socially?
Oh, yes, I did with him. He was, we got to Paris, okay? And it's his company, United Artists, is producing the movie, and it's really the first important movie for me that's going to cost more than $3 million or $4 million, which was a big sum then, and for United Artists. So they put us up at the Georges V.
Oh, the George
Hotel.
V. What a great hotel.
What a hotel.
Yeah.
You know, it's got tiers going all the way to the top.
Yeah.
And Bert had the top penthouse. And they gave me the terrace penthouse just below his. And they had trellises.
Oh, I remember them, sure.
Yeah, trellises on the side with leaves going up and down. Anyway, you started to work in Paris at 1 o'clock and worked till 8 o'clock at night. We'd rehearse on the trapeze for an hour or two. Then you had the evening off because you didn't have to get up first thing in the morning.
Right.
That's a good way to make movies, isn't it?
Right.
And so Bert would, very gregarious, open.
Good word.
Wonderful. Loved girls. Me too. So they'd be all down at the circus, you know, during the day. I could see Bert nodding and deciding who will be at the party tonight.
Right.
And then, at about when everybody kind of arrived, he liked this entrance of mine. He'd call me. He'd say, come on up. So I wouldn't go up the elevator because we're making an acrobatic movie. I'd come out, climb up the trellis, and leap in the window of this super skyscraper.
In your Superman
and these guys
suit.
go, they scream.
Here I am. Right.
Ta-da!
David, I'm glad you called, and thanks for
Thanks, David. Excuse me. I hope we didn't...
Thanks for calling, David.
Okay, good night.
All right,
Thank
bye-bye
you,
now.
sir.
Now, you mentioned women. You know, they had this Heidi Fleiss
caller.
and the prostitutes here in Hollywood about, what is it, a year ago, 2 years ago now?
Yeah.
And in reading about it, you would think like this is the first, I mean, hookers in Hollywood are, how shocking.
How shocking.
I mean, unbelievable, right? I mean,
None in the Vatican. How dare they?
I'm sure that in your early days out here, I've read that the Sunset Strip, you know,
I've
at the
never
time
gotten a
was
hooker.
Not incorporated, and
Yeah,
they had
right.
bordellos out
Prostitute.
there and casinos.
There
and-
was Ciro's, the Macombo, Lucy's.
Why would
the
you risk
restaurant,
getting
all
VD or
on that
worse, you
strip.
know?
And right behind that strip were a lot of these beautiful mansions that were built in the 30s, early mid-30s, that were bought by movie players and movie functionaries before they moved to Beverly Hills.
Executives, producers,
Right.
yeah.
And so these houses were slowly
Yeah, I know
falling
there's
out of
high-priced call girls that are clean, right?
disrepute
But
and ending up in ill repute.
That's not for me.
Hey, that's not bad.
Not bad
Let
at
me
all.
write that down.
For next time.
All right. Anyway, so these places.
I'm having a brain toot of the movie Cable Guy. Remember the scene where Cable Guy, played by Jim Carrey, he'd set up Matthew Broderick's character with a hooker. He didn't know it was a hooker, and he thinks he just did great with this gal. And then the next morning, Cable Guy's making scrambled eggs, and he's like, "Man, thank you for introducing me." He goes, "Oh, it's my treat." He goes, "What do you mean your treat?" He goes, "Next time you buy." Whatever. It's a weird scene. Anyway.
I was 23. I just got out to California.
Crazy movie
and,
by Ben
not
Stiller,
naive,
director,
but,
writer.
You know, I just loved being out, and they always had cocktail parties every night at some studio. And since I was under contract, I was part of that elite group. Because if you were under contract, you didn't have to worry about a job.
That's right.
So I would get invited to this place, and a lot of private homes. And there were a lot of these places were these private homes I'm telling you about, which were really whorehouses, but beautiful. Oh, fancy furniture, fancy girls, everything fancy. And there was a half a dozen of us.
Businessmen.
John Derrick, R.J. Wagner,
Big money, big money.
Who else? Two or
Fun in
three
that.
other guys that we were constantly being invited to these places. We didn't know that we were shilling for these guys, you know.
And did you go just for cocktails, or?
We would go for cocktails, and if you found somebody you liked, you'd want to take her out and have her meet your mother. Yeah. You know?
In the back of a 48
Yeah,
Lincoln.
but you know what was so sweet? It was so laid back, you know. It was so ingenuous. It wasn't so hard-nosed and heavy. There were a lot of girls that were put on the contract, and some guys by distributors from all over the country who wanted to pay off their debt for whatever they were doing in Milwaukee or wherever. So they'd get them a 6-month contract in the studio at $50 a week with a 6 months option. And they'd get in the movies. I could see these girls and guys saying to their future, whoever it was, "Please, I want to get in the movies. I'll go anywhere with you." He says, "I'll arrange it." He'd call his buddy here in L.A., say, "Listen, I got this sweet little girl," put her on the contract, and there she was. So she'd get 6 months of it. But she wasn't necessarily an actress and not necessarily interested in it. You see, there's the difference. You got to really be dedicated and devoted to it. If you're not, nothing's going to happen to you. And that's how it started. So
okay, that's a very long clip, but I think an important one. And God, Tony Curtis in that Fall Guy, I just want to say the episode is titled 8 Ball, like as in pool or billiards, not as in drugs. And he plays a recovering alcoholic. It's actually a pretty decent story. And he's trying to get back with his wife, who has been injured in a car accident. She's in a wheelchair. He doesn't know that. And he's wiring her money as he keeps betting these guys at pool and, hustling them. And and there's a chase across several states. Anyway, it's a good episode, believe it or not. It's an above average episode, way better than an A-Team or something like that. By the way, speaking of A-Team, I know MeTV, the Diginet, just added the A-Team to their lineup in summer 2022. And did you know that George Papard, he pissed off NBC executives back in 80. It might have been 79 or 80 when he was a celebrity player on Password Plus when Alan Ludden was still hosting before he got cancer. And he did like this. It's on YouTube if you look it up. The network didn't even air it. It never aired the network. It aired in reruns on GSN, the Game Show Network, and on Buzzer. But he does this diatribe about the lawyers and the forms you have to sign before you play a game show. And he blasts the brass at NBC, and it really ticked him off on Password Plus. Just look up George Papard Password Plus. It's very interesting. He's playing with Elaine Joyce, the other celebrity player in that episode. Anyway, I digress. So happy heavenly birthday to Tony Curtis, Bernard Schwartz. And I remember a story where someone said, and I forget the name of the director, but he said, Tony Curtis could just bag groceries and you'd say, that's an actor. He's that talented, that natural, that good. And by the way, David Letterman's production company, Worldwide Pants, produced The Late Late Show with Tom Snyder all those years in the 1990s. Other birthdays, Angelina Jolie, the daughter of Jon Voight, star of Midnight Cowboy, who she's estranged from, turned 47 back on June 4th. She was born on Wednesday, June 4th, 1975 in Los Angeles, California. Just going to run through a list here. No clips because I want to cut this off before the 6-hour mark. I needed 6 hours for fistfulofradio.com for my 2 to 8 p.m. time slot on Saturday and Sunday. And by God, I made it happen. Some June 5th birthdays. Musician Kenny G turned 65. Actor Ron Livingston, whom I met on the set of a Disney movie, big whoop, turned 54 on June 5th. Mark Wahlberg, one of my favorite actors, hit the big 50 on June 5th, 2022. He's great. And I was hoping he'd be a part of the Fall Guy new movie that Disney's announced that Ryan Gosling apparently will be in some capacity. And rocker Pete Wentz turned 42 on June 5th, 2022. June 6th birthdays include Robert Englund. He turned 74 on June 6th, 2022. Do you know who Robert Englund is? He was Freddy in the Nightmare on Elm Street horror movies, the original Freddy Krueger. And he was in V, the original miniseries, in V, the Final Battle follow-up miniseries, in V, the series, playing a friendly, compassionate alien lizard before Nightmare on Elm Street. Actor Harvey Fierstein turned 69 on June 6th, 2022. Comedian Sandra Bernhard turned 66 on June 6th, 2022. And I loved her in King of Comedy with Robert De Niro back in, I think, 82. I think that movie turned 40. That was an unusual movie. Comedian Colin Quinn turned 62 on June 6th, 2022. And then the great Paul Giamatti turned 54 on June 6, 2022. Puke Vomit in Howard Stern's Private Parts, WNBC. And I liked him also in a 2022 movie. I think it was released in 2022. Or might have been 2002. Big Fat Liar. And Lee Majors was in that playing a Hollywood stunt coordinator. But that was a funny movie where he stole a script from two kids and they want to get even with him. And he's the big fat liar because he claims, oh, no, I wrote that script, and he turns it into a movie. But Big Fat Liar had Amanda Burns and the kid from Malcolm in the Middle. Well, now he's an adult. He's probably in his 30s right now. Hang on. Who was the star of Malcolm in the Middle? Oh, I know. Ruiz? Oh, gosh. Frankie something. I know it. It's in the back of my memory banks. But let me look it up right here. Oh, here's my Fran Drescher impression from the Nanny. Mr. Sheffield. I can't do it. All right, let me look up Malcolm in the Middle. Or I should have looked up the movie, Big Fat Liar. God dang it. Malcolm in the Middle, here it is. Frankie Newhead, what's his name? God dang it. And of course, Bryan Cranston was in that. Frankie Muniz. Yeah, he was in Big Fat Liar, but I forgot Bryan Cranston was in it before. God, long before. He was on AMC. God dang. Getting punchy. I can't remember. Can't remember basic facts. I'm losing it. So that's the end of my birthdays through June 6th. That's a wrap on birthdays. I can hear the applause. Oh, wow. This is a 30-second clip I got to play before we wrap here for the nostalgic treat of the week. Breaking Bad. That's what I couldn't think of for half a second. See, it came back to me. I'm not totally brain dead. Let's listen to a vintage commercial of this nostalgic treat. And this has something to do with the Apollo landing.
Today, the United States is engaged in a gigantic effort to send men to the moon. For this effort, Pillsbury has developed many special foods. Here is the first one to be made available to the public, Space Food Sticks. To meet the demands of a long space flight, Space Food Sticks had to be a compact, nutritious, high-energy food. That's why they make the perfect between-meal energy snack. Energy for hard play. Energy for hard work. Lasting energy to feel alive. If that sounds better than some of the things your family fills up on between meals, you should try Space Food Sticks for good nutrition and lasting energy in a chewy, tasty snack food. Chocolate, caramel, and peanut butter. About 44 calories. At your grocer's next to the instant breakfast section. Space Food Sticks, the energy snack from U.S. Aerospace Research and Pillsbury.
Well, that was a 60-second spot. I lied. I didn't intend to lie to you. I never would lie. I was just mistaken. So space food sticks were snacks created by Pillsbury in the late 1960s by the company's chief food technologist, Howard Bauman. Like John Bauman. Bowser! Remember from Sha-Na-Na. Bauman was, not, he's no relation, I don't believe, to John Bauman, just same last name. Bauman was instrumental later in establishing the hazard analysis and critical control points regulations used for food safety. How about that? So I'm going to forego details in the interest of time. It's on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Everything I talk about here is basically on the Podblast group, but I do have some exclusive stuff just for the show that I don't post. But anyway, if you want to read about that, it's posted there. And of course, you could do your own research. Now, I usually would do my fake rant of the week. I already covered that with my complaint about Paramount Plus not being so user-friendly, where you can't remove the skip intro from the opening credits of shows when you watch them. That's so annoying. And then it also won't let you read the end credits. So anyway, let's move along. I do have a quick update. You know, I've been talking about this the last couple of podcasts, so I'll be really brief about this. This is about my personal eBay nightmare story. All right. Now, I talked about one of the weirdest eBay experiences that I've ever had. And here's what happened. A collector in Rochester, New York won an auction from me weeks ago, and he paid. And I shipped the very next day back on Saturday, April 16th, 2022. Now, after 1 week, the buyer begins writing me every day saying, hey, the film's not here. The film's not here. Well, I told him, I said, sir, I shipped it medium mail, which can take up to 4 weeks to arrive because films weigh a lot. And I'm trying to save the buyer some money. I refer him to the United States Postal Service tracking number, and I kindly remind him that it can take to 4 weeks to arrive. In worst case scenario, it may take a month. And that my recent experience shipping to New York State from here in Georgia has been really slow. Also, I explained that with media mail, packages are sent on a truck, not by air and a plane, and I'm in the state of Georgia, so it's going through multiple states, and I asked for his patience. Well, let me hurry along with the story. The buyer becomes increasingly irrational, insisting that the film is lost and is stuck, quote, down there in Georgia. Well, there's more, but to be brief, when I let him know what I thought was good news in early May, that, hey, good news, the film arrived at your local Rochester, New York processing center. He replies to me, I no longer want the film and I'll refuse delivery, which he actually did on May 9th, 2022, and he sent it back to me after all that. Then he opened a complaint with eBay before that saying film hasn't arrived. Well, let's flash forward here and I'll continue with my update. Then he did refuse delivery, and I get a notice that my local tracking facility, or my local post office, 30080 in my town, received the film at 4:46 a.m. on May 14th, 2022. And so 3 days go by and the film doesn't arrive by my local carrier. And so I go there in person, show him the tracking number, and says, this indicates that this film is somewhere in this building. Can you please find it? And I'm very nice about it. And I describe it. I say it's a metal film can. It's actually a film print of a movie, Seems Like Old Times, based on the Neil Simon play starring Goldie Hawn, Charles Grodin, and Chevy Chase. And that's what it is. It's a 16 millimeter film print, 2 reels in an interesting metal film can. And this postal employee, very nice lady, says, oh yeah, we've seen that. It's been here for days. What is it? And so I tell her, I said, it's a film. And get this, they can't find it. And so I'm standing there waiting. And so she goes, write down your number, a good number I can reach you at, and your address, and I'll ask the clerks in the morning. And so I do just that. Well, I leave my number and information. Nothing happens. Well, days after that, on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, I get a call from that very postal worker. And she says, I found the package. And I said, oh, great. I said, can Kenya, my mail carrier, bring it tomorrow? And she goes, yeah, I'll leave it out. I said, you know what? On second thought, I'll be right there. I'll be there in 15 minutes. You know, I've gone through this drama and I just decided to go ahead and get it. And it's a nightmare getting to this post office. There's road construction. I won't bore you with the details. It's just a nightmare to get there because they're tearing up the median and it's just, it's hard to get there. So I said, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Do I need to wait in line? She goes, no, just come to my window. I'm Brittany. And I said, okay, great. I'm so excited to get my film back. So I drive there amongst all that construction. I get there and the post office is mobbed. It's around 2:30 in the afternoon that day on May 31st. I asked for Brittany. Well, she's on a break. This is the annoying thing. She took a break knowing full well I was on my way, and that's okay. She has a right to take a break. Maybe she had to go to the bathroom. I don't know. But I'm standing there waiting at her station, her vacant station, and after 10 minutes, I'm like, is she going to come back? And no one knows where she's at. And I hear her coworker ask some guy behind her, have you seen Brittany? He goes, oh, yeah, she was outside walking around. So I just continue to wait. And then another 5 minutes goes by, and her coworker says to that same guy, hey, can you pick this up? I saw her milling around the vacant station, and unbeknownst to me, she saw the film sitting there, and she just didn't want to pick it up. How rude. Not Brittany, but her coworker. And so, anyway, this has a happy ending. The guy picks it up, hands me the film, and I leave contentedly to my car. I put the film in the car, and then I realized, you know what? I'm really grateful to this lady. She did the right thing, Brittany. She followed up. I thought for sure my film was lost or stolen and I'd never see it again. But she did the right thing. So I wait, I put it in the car, I come back, and she's back at her station. I thank her. And so that's the end of this long, boring, stupid story. But I just was irritated at the time that she took a break knowing full well I'd be there in 15 minutes, which I was. So now, because this crazy buyer who refused shipment had opened an eBay complaint saying film not here, and that it arrived through a technicality, I got my money, he got refunded, and so I can legally resell the film. And I mean, it's chump change money. It's not a lot of money, but anyway, so, a win is a win, and that was a small win for me, and I was happy about that. So, end of story. That just was a weird situation with a strange person in Rochester, New York. So the nostalgic word or expression of the week, it was inspired by that eBay buyer. And here it is, goober. The origin of the word goober. It's an American word with several meanings. Well, let's examine the definition of the word goober, where it came from, and some examples of its use. Primarily, a goober is a peanut. The term goober, as well as the term goober pea, is a Southern American slang for peanut. The plural form of the word is goobers and goober peas. And I love the candy goobers, by the way. And I remember Goober Pyle. Remember that character on the Andy Griffith Show who was Gomer Pyle's cousin? Goober. Played by George Lindsay. Anyway, so goober is my nostalgic, old-fashioned word or term of the week. So it means peanut. And also in terms of a human, it can mean a good-natured, helpful person, which Goober Pyle certainly was, the character on the old Andy Griffith Show. But quickly about the Goober candy. Nowadays, it's made by the Nestle Chocolate Candy Company, along with Raisinets and Snow Caps. Those are like the trifecta of classic movie theater sweet candy treats. As are Twizzlers, not related to those three, but I never cared for Twizzlers. I never liked them. If I were to choose, I guess I'd go with the cherry flavored Twizzlers, but I've never liked licorice. That's just me. But goobers were introduced in the United States as candy in 1925 by the Blumenthal Chocolate Company. A company called Ward Foods acquired the Blumenthal Company in 1969. And then Ward Foods was acquired by Chicago-based Terson, Terson Company in 1981. And then finally, Nestle acquired the brand Goober Peanut, chocolate-covered peanuts. Hear me clearly, Peanuts. Not Penis. Nestle acquired the brand Goobers candies on Monday, January 9th, 1984 from the Terson Company. Hot damn! Now, I'm going to announce the contest that I teased at the very beginning of the show. And this is very small. This is not like I'm giving away a car. This isn't life-changing. This is just entertainment. And it's old technology, nostalgic technology. Let me put it up before the camera here. But this is a show that I know a lot of you love, and it's probably streaming somewhere, and shame on me for not knowing where. It's owned by Sony presently. And this is easy how you can win this. I'll mail it to your P.O. box or wherever you want it to go. And it's Bewitched. But it's only season 4, but it's uncut, and it's up for grabs. Here's the outdated tech. It's on DVD. So, do you still have a DVD player? If not, I would recommend you get one, because the streaming gods could giveth and they can taketh away, as they did with The Office, and with Friends, which was the #1 streamed show of all time for a long, long time, before it went to NBC streaming service Peacock. So there's Bewitched season 4, and that is a good season. It was the second season in color, and here's some highlights. There's a great Halloween, Thanksgiving, and a Christmas episode in season 4 of Bewitched, or Bewitched, depending on how you pronounce it or choose to pronounce it, as well as the one where Endora zaps giant ears on Darren. And there's an episode where Endora makes him a cheapskate and a snob, and he gets rained on. And there's a great golf episode. And there's one where Darren is shrunken down to a little person, like in Land of the Giants by Endora. There's an episode where Sam loses her powers. There's an episode where a spaceship lands with aliens thanks to Aunt Clara, her very last episode of the series, because Marion Lauren passed away, sadly, in 1968. And we hear the first time Elizabeth Montgomery sings on the show, the Effin' song. And there's a What If song titled If They Never Met. Anyway, that's 33 episodes, and the season starts with Samantha being named Queen of the Witches in an episode titled Long Live the Queen from September 7th, 1967, the season 4 premiere of Bewitched. But I'll just quickly go over the episode titles. There's Long Live the Queen, Toys in Babeland, Business, Italian Style, Double Double, Toil and Trouble, Cheap Cheap, No Zip on My Zap, where she loses her powers, Birdies, Bogies, and Baxter, the golf episode, A Safe and Sane Halloween, Out of Sync, Out of Mind, where she's speaking out of sync like a Japanese dubbed into English show, for instance. Episode That Was No Chick, That Was My Wife. Another episode, Allergic to Dodo Birds, Samantha's Thanksgiving to Remember, and I think that's the one with pre-Jefferson's Wheezy. Who played Mrs. Jefferson? I know it. Oh, I got to look it up. Oh. She's in it in a really early role. Oh, golly. I know it. Let's see. Louise Jefferson. She's a wonderful actor. Isabel Sanford. Good Lord. Isabel Sanford. Yeah, she's in that Bewitched episode, the Thanksgiving episode. Solid Gold Mother-in-Law. My, what big ears you have. Talked about that a second ago. I Get Your Nanny, You Get My Goat. Humbug, Not to Be Spoken Here. Samantha's Da Vinci Dilemma, Once in a Vial, Snob in the Grass, where Endora makes Darren a super snob, If They Never Met. Hippie Hippie Hooray, A Prince of a Guy, McTavish, How Green Was My Grass, To Twitch or Not to Twitch, Playmates, Tabitha's Cranky Spell, I Confess, A Majority of Two, Samantha's Secret Saucer, the last one with Aunt Clara, No Harm, No Charm, Man of the Year, and Splitsville from May 16th, 1968. There you have it. Here's all you have to do. Just subscribe to my YouTube channel and submit a video where you twitch your nose like Elizabeth Montgomery. I'm kidding. All you have to do is be the next person to subscribe to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. And you just comment on any video, claim. Say Bewitched. Just comment on any Nostalgic Podblast video, Bewitched, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. All you got to do, I'll be notified, and you'll be the first person to win. And then just send me a private message on Facebook with an address to mail it to. Hopefully you use all of those online social media platforms, YouTube and Facebook. But it's simple. Just be the next person, and I'll send you that Bewitched. It's a great season, and hopefully you still have a DVD player. Now, finally, we're at the very end of the show. I'm going to do my taglines game, and let's play it. I'm going to name just 10 taglines, and I'll pause and think about what the product is. This is an advertising tagline game, and let me see here. God, I never get this right.
Shall we play a game?
War games. Yes, we'll play a game. We're going to play the taglines game. That was smooth. Not. Okay. This is junk food, breakfast cereal, or junk beverage taglines. Okay, those are the categories. So tagline 1 of 10. The snack that smiles back. What do you think that is? The snack that smiles back. That's Goldfish by Pepperidge Farm. Oh, I have a quick 30-second spot for this one. And this is from my personal film collection that a nice guy, Larry Wax, Larry W-A-C-H-S, formerly with 96 Rock and on air with Rock 100.5 in the Atlanta, Georgia area. He converted this for me digitally. This particular commercial I have from a 1980 16 millimeter film print of a syndicated Flintstones episode. Let me get it queued up for you.
Yeah, Wilma.
All right, here it is. Here's the tagline. Oh, yeah. Again. Oh, yeah. What do you think that would be? Well, I'm just going to play the ad and reveal the product.
One out, too.
Okay, Fred, but you're taking the baby.
Huh? Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no.
Get to the commercial break.
Win, Wilma. We are.
Kids never give up.
Kids are kids. Kids are kids, it's true. Kids will do things only kids will do. And moms are moms. They know what's fun for kids.
Maybe Mom will make us some Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid!
Unsweetened and my sugar gives them fruity flavors and vitamin C. Besides, soda's about 3 times the price.
That hits the spot.
Moms know Kool-Aid is the one for kids.
Kool-Aid brand soft drink mix.
Now, that wasn't one of the, oh, yeah, where the big Kool-Aid pitcher, the human Kool-Aid pitcher burst through a brick wall. But I just want to play that because it's kind of an exclusive for my collection. So, you know, from my collection to God's ears, right? 1980 Kool-Aid ad right there. Okay, let's continue with the game. Enough of that. All right, here's your tagline. Number 3. First, they're sour, then they're sweet. It's obviously a candy. First, they're sour, then they're sweet. That's Sour Patch Gummy Candies. Number 4. Here's a tagline for you. Kind of easy one. Milk's favorite cookie. It's baked by Nabisco. Milk's favorite cookie. Oreo. I like the double stuff Oreo. I don't eat those anymore, but I used to love the double stuff. Okay, tagline. Be happy. Be healthy. By the way, the B is spelled B-E-E. There's your hint. Okay. That's a pretty easy one, too. Be happy, be healthy. That's Honey Nut Cheerios cereal. Okay. Tagline 6. Follow your nose. It always knows. Fruit Loops. That's the toucan saying that. Tagline 7. So simple. Here's the tagline. 2 scoops. Now, you probably know what it is, but do you know the brand? Because several brands make this. It's a breakfast cereal, obviously. I'll just tell you, in the interest of time, it's Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Now, Post makes Raisin Bran. They all make them. Anyway, tagline number 8. Unleash the beast. That one's not so easy. Unleash the beast. That's Monster Energy drink. Number 9. Easy one. Dangerously cheesy. This show, the nostalgic pop. No, it's Cheetos by Frito-Lay. And finally, I've got to preface this. This is a restaurant. It's not a fast food restaurant per se, but here's the tagline. The world's greatest hamburgers. You may be thinking Burger Chef. It's not Burger Chef. I guess that would be fast food, though, wouldn't it? And I think they're defunct. This place is still around, but they're closing up left and right, and all the locations near me here in the state of Georgia closed. Not the healthiest thing to eat. All right, I'll just tell you. And I say it's junk food because hamburgers are pretty much junk food, believe it or not. They're junk food. Even, well, you could get it made with Kobe beef. You could get like a high-dollar hamburger that's not junk food. But most hamburgers, most ground beef is junk food, you know. But world's greatest hamburgers, that is Fuddruckers. And I don't think they're nationwide. I featured them before in the Podblast. I'm trying to strain my little brain. But I can't remember right now. I think they were regional, but they had some good reach in several states. But they're in Florida still. But they've pulled out of the Georgia market. The one near me at Windy Hill Road closed because the landlord tried to ask for more money because they're near where the Atlanta Braves play at Truist Park, formerly SunTrust Park, right down the road from me. But anywho, can't stand that expression. That's the Nostalgic Podblast episode number 103. I appreciate everyone tuning in. Thanks to Shane B for calling in. Again, any caller can say whatever they want. I don't agree with everything everybody says, but you can say whatever the hell you want on this show as long as it doesn't harm anybody. Oh, shit. Oh, shoot. I've just been making error after error, but hopefully, I think there were some diamonds in the rough of this presentation tonight in terms of clips. I really like that Space Giants music, those cover songs that I found, or cover background music. They aren't songs, it's background incidental music. Really cool stuff that this guy reorchestrated from the original 1966 compositions. Anyway, Mr. R.O.I., how you spell his last name. Have a great week. Thanks for listening to the Nostalgic Podblast. You can find us on fistfulofradio.com every Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 8 and overnight every night on fistfulofradio.com, as well as Monday nights at 8 p.m. And you can find us on your television. If you stream YouTube, just search The Nostalgic Podblast, and please subscribe to our channel and click the bell and you'll be notified every time I do a show. And I have some guests coming up you're going to be hopefully delighted with. I love these people. These are actors and some people that are very, very well known. I'm really excited about, and I'll keep the contest coming. I'll try to step it up and provide a prize beyond just a DVD. But I am grateful for each and every one of you. You also can find us on TuneIn and Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, anywhere you find your fine podcast. I'm Chance Bartels signing off. Have a great week. Wow, 6 hours and 22 minutes. Woo!